Chapter 131. Jiangqi was surrounded by trains and players, completely blocked from view. She remained composed, speaking briskly to Yuanhang 001. Yuanhang 001, who are you, and why do you keep sabotaging everyone and delaying their work? Jiangqi smiled and said, you want to know? It's simple. If you can defeat me, I tell you. Yuanhang 001 remained still for a moment. Then, with a swish, numerous black tracks appeared out of thin air, coiling around Jiangqi like serpents. Like curtains being drawn back, the entire surroundings transformed. One moment, she was under bright sunlight. The next, she was in the dead silence of space. Jiangqi floated in the void, surrounded by tracks. Each track held a Yuanhang 001. The azure-colored vehicle sped at a rapid speed, almost blurring into shadows, as sharp bolts of lightning slashed towards Jiangqi. Jiangqi raised his hands, tearing open fissures in space, perfectly absorbing the incoming attacks. The attacks intensified, and Jiangqi's vision grew blurry. She shook her head vigorously, an indescribable dizziness washing over her. Her eyelids grew heavy, her reflexes slowed, and finally, she was struck by a bolt of lightning and fell from the sky. Yuanhang 001 arrived below her, slashing through its roof and loading the fallen Jiangqi into the vehicle. Target acquisition successful, mission accomplished. He was about to release his domain when he suddenly realized he couldn't. This was clearly his domain, yet at this moment, he himself was trapped here. Inside the car, Jiangqi opened his eyes, his vision clear, without any blur. She glanced around. It was the same spotless interior again, but this time she was sitting in a VIP seat, large, luxurious, and comfortable. If only it didn't have a transparent lid, like a hatch, to keep her trapped inside. She felt as if she were lying in a crystal coffin. Jiangqi pushed the lid, but it didn't budge. She didn't force it, simply resting her head on her hands, crossing her legs, and speaking leisurely, you captured me and imprisoned me in your belly, but unfortunately, you fell into my trap even before you attacked me. In the void, Yuanhang 001 floated quietly. The surrounding track, and the shadows of the other Yuanhang 001s gradually faded, and the entire dark void changed, transforming into a pure white space. This was the true appearance of this enclosed space. From the outset, Yuanhang 001's domain was deployed within this space. Yuanhang 001 circled the four walls of the space, confirming there was no exit. Furthermore, there was virtually no sense of time passing within this space. Yuanhang 001, what did you do? Jiangqi, nothing much. I simply created a small, isolated space where we could converse. Don't worry, time flows differently here than outside. If we could talk for a whole day, a minute would pass outside. Your Lord Divine Master won't notice you wandering off. At that moment, in the eyes of the trains and players outside, Yuanhang 001 suddenly charged at the rampant demon, then vanished, both man and train. One train proudly declared, don't worry, this is Yuanhang's ability. With Yuanhang boss on board, we'd definitely catch this guy. We just wait. The other trains were equally confident. Although the players didn't quite understand, seeing the confidence of these intelligent trains, they relaxed a bit. In the pure white and silent space, a long cyan train circled several times before finally stopping. He asked, so, when I attacked you, I was already tricked. Yes, am I really that powerful? Yuanhang 001 wasn't completely defeated. His attack was only a split second, but in that split second, this person had managed to set a larger trap before him, trapping him in it. This showed that the opponent's abilities and combat awareness far surpassed his, making his defeat inevitable. But he was a little confused. I'm no match for you. It'd be easy for you to defeat me, so why go to all this trouble? Jiangqi swung his feet on his knees, looking at the snow-white roof. Didn't I tell you I wanted to talk to you alone? If I don't do this, how can the game think you trapped me? And how will you explain it to the game later? Yuanhang 001 was stunned for a moment, then asked, you deliberately let me take you into the car just so you could talk to me? Yeah, if you ran away the moment I opened my mouth, I have to chase you and yell at you the whole time. That would be so tiring. Now it's so good. I'm in your belly, and you can't get rid of me. Yuanhang 001, Jiangqi continued, I put a lot of effort into luring you out, not to mention setting fires everywhere. She pulled out a bag and shook it, the crisp sound of beads colliding from inside. I was worried that you wouldn't let you out, or that you wouldn't want to come to me, so I captured all these engines. I figured since you're the first train and often instruct new trains, you'd be quite concerned about the others. She felt a gaze on her, and she looked in that direction, So, am I worthy enough to enter your locomotive now? The carriage was silent for a moment, then rays of cyan light converged from all sides, gradually forming a figure next to Jiang Qi. Jiang Qi sat up with a jerk, her head banging against the lid. She hissed, waved her hand, and lifted the lid, staring at the figure in amazement. You can take human form? Unfortunately, the figure remained only a rough outline, its features barely formed, the edges still rough, and the clarity needed improvement. Yuan Hang 001 spoke, his voice a little heavier. What do you want to say? Jiang Qi looked him up and down, then relaxed on the edge of the crystal coffin. Actually, it's very simple. I want to talk to you about how to destroy this game. Yuan Hang 001, ridiculous. Jiang Qi remained unfazed. What do you think this game is? Do you also think it's meant to benefit all planes and all living beings? Or do you not care what it does, even if it means destroying the entire universe? Do you just do whatever it tells you to do, unconditionally obeying? The cyan figure didn't answer, and his expression remained unchanged. Jiang Qi raised her hand and gently waved it, and floating screens appeared in the air, summarizing the game's misdeeds over the past year alone. It encouraged players' ambition and aggression. It reduced the fortune of planes that treated the game negatively, even causing natural and man-made disasters. It caused accidents and took the lives of those who suspected the game's ulterior motives. It was a complete those who obey me prosper, those who disobey me perish. It discovered new planes, branded their inhabitants as demons, and then sent players there to carry out righteous slaughters. In the process, the game not only expanded its territory, but also transformed the energy of the new planes for its own benefit. Jiang Qi straightened up, and the crystal coffin beneath her transformed into a comfortable chair, which she nestled into comfortably. Yuan Hang 001 paid no attention to her changes to its compartment's decor, simply observing the information on the screens. Jiang Qi raised his chin. The game harbors indiscriminate hostility toward players and all living beings. Just look at the number of lives lost and planes destroyed by the game in just this past year. It currently controls just over 1,000 planes, and the only people it can influence are those on those 1,000 planes. Yet, it already possesses such destructive power. If it were allowed to expand, the consequences would be unimaginable. Do you think such a thing is necessary in the universe? Yuan Hang 001 finished reading all the information, his tone remaining calm, almost without fluctuation. I am not a natural creature of this universe. I am a creation of the Lord God. Essentially, I am not the same kind of being as you. Thinking of using this to find allies? You got the wrong guy. She uttered an "Oh, how about this?" She flicked her fingers, and another floating screen appeared, showing a discussion between a game portal and a veteran player organization. The gist of it was that players were wary of the intelligent trains, and were willing to pay a substantial price to have them eliminated from the game, allowing humans to gain greater dominance. The game's attitude was ambiguous, practically agreeing to the deal. You, the Divine Lord, have long harbored the intention of eliminating your intelligent trains. However, with my appearance, it discovered it had encountered some obstacles and needed some powerful reinforcements, so it changed its mind and transformed you into escort trains, equipping you with attack systems. Yuan Hang 001, according to what you say, as long as you're here, the Divine Lord will value us. So, is there any need for me to betray the Divine Lord? Jiang Qi sighed, but I won't be around forever. The day I disappear might be the day you're abandoned. Yuan Hang 001 finally looked at her. Jiang Qi was hunched over like a soft bone. After a moment's thought, he straightened his body, placed his hands on the armrests, and stood with a majestic posture, as if he were sitting on a luxurious throne. Yuan Hang 001, but it's also possible that the Lord God, in order to prevent people like you from appearing again, has allowed us to continue to serve as the escort train and continue to grant us power and authority. Jiang Qi's back slumped. So, do you really want to completely surrender your fate to this game, becoming a puppet at the mercy of others? Yuan Hang 001 didn't answer. Loyalty is the first iron rule written into the train's chipset. He said, "Go now. I won't tell the Divine Master what happened today, but you don't have to tell me anymore." Jiang Qi smiled, leaned back, and looked at him with a shrewd gaze. "Last time, you discovered I had sneaked onto your train, but you turned a blind eye and pretended not to notice me. This proves you're not such a rigid person. And this time, you're not going to expose me to the game, which means you, to some extent, agree with my original intentions." Yuan Hang admitted. "You are independent-minded, have a clear sense of self, and can distinguish right from wrong. You're definitely not a puppet to be led by the nose. You're not as loyal to the game as you appear. The game's overpowering power is bad for you. Bad for all trains. Bad for everyone. Are you truly unwavering? In the future, Yuan held no reverence for the game. Even though he knew her actions were all designed to resist it, he stood by her side. Even though he couldn't tell her many things, he was helping her through his actions. She stood up and approached him, gazing into his still-formed eyes. I know there are many things you can't do, but I also know that, apart from those unbreakable principles, you still have plenty of room to maneuver. Cooperate with me. I do what you can't do, and you provide me with the information and convenience I need. We work together, both internally and externally, to divide it, dismember it, and contain it, leaving it weakened and half-dead. Only then can we have a bright future. Yuaheng001 gazed at those determined, and powerful eyes, and suddenly felt a strange sense of familiarity, as if he had seen them before. He attributed this illusion to Jiangqi's mental suggestion. You got the wrong person, he insisted. I'm one with the Lord God. I can't possibly. No. Jiangqi raised his voice and declared, you and it aren't one. You and I are. Yuan, we are one. That day, a momentous event occurred. The leader of a certain evil force, who had been harassing the game for a year and disrupting all players' actions, was finally intercepted by the game's luxury train formations. The first train, Faraway 001, personally attacked and severely injured him. Although the demon eventually escaped, Faraway 001 successfully recaptured the hundreds of intelligent train engines it had captured. Those engines have now been sent back for repair. In the third plane of the Alpha Galaxy, Jialong, the head of the game's docking organization, was leading his men to greet a train. This was an intelligent train, and it wasn't carrying players, but a batch of brand new game ports. Jialong ordered his men to carefully remove the game port, politely escorted the train away, and then arranged for the ports to be delivered to the various docking facilities. Hurry up! The game port has been damaged for days, stalling all survival missions. Everyone's getting impatient. Jialong instructed, and he personally led his men to replace the port in the facility he was responsible for. The new port was installed and powered on, and everyone waited eagerly. Jialong placed his fingerprint on it, and it was scanned and successfully logged in. The page that appeared was exactly the same as before. He breathed a sigh of relief. The replacement was successful. The port is working again. Everyone cheered. Great. Mr. Jialong, check if there are any new missions. Let's check the news first. Jialong readily agreed. Then let's take a look at the latest developments. That demon is still on the run, but he's seriously injured and dying. The planes he infiltrated, these planes have all been recaptured, and the evil demons within have been eradicated. Everything will return to normal. Great. Everyone cheered. As the good news spread, the people celebrated. Jialong smiled as he watched everyone's joyful celebrations. A glint flickered in his eyes, a ghostly aura drifting quietly. He, or rather, Chuyun in this body sneered. Foolish people. So easy to fool. And you still think you can deal with the king. Now this port is fake. From now on, the people on this plane will only know the information the king has allowed them to know. As for that damn game, it was gradually being dismantled. At the same time, all planes whose ports had been destroyed were greeted by fake ports created by the goblins. These ports were installed and connected to the game's network, and no abnormalities were detected from beginning to end. This was naturally due to the manipulation of Yuaheng001. As the game's first creation, he was so deeply bound to it, and understood it so well, that the game even delegated many tasks to him. For example, he was often responsible for publishing various messages to the game ports. He had also arranged the trains that transported the ports. Substituting fakes for the real goods and applying some disguises to the fakes was a simple task, hiding it from the game. Yuaheng001 floated in the void. As the fake ports restarted, he could clearly sense that 1/3 of the over 1,000 planes were covered by these fake ports. In other words, these planes had already slipped out of the game's control. He had already made preliminary progress. It all depended on her side. Jiangqi emerged from an engine with a grunt. At this moment, she was the Skyfire monster. As she crawled out, she muttered to it, "Can you please stop squeezing me? Give me a little more space." The Skyfire monster groaned, "My lord, my body is so small, I'm already hiding in a very corner. It's just that your soul is too bloated." No, I mean, you're too majestic. My tiny body can't contain you. Jiangqi snorted, extending his claws. Like an infinitesimally tiny, fiery red starfish, he squirmed on the engine, so tiny it was invisible to the naked eye. That day, she had handed the train engines to Yuanhang 001, pretending to flee in disgrace because she couldn't defeat him. In reality, her soul was attached to one of the engines. Afterwards, the engine was repaired by Yuanhang 001, bringing the game essence with it, and she followed. However, she still cherished her life very much, because this action might be her first time to face the game directly, and the risk was extremely high. She did not dare to come here rashly, so she borrowed the body of the Skyfire monster and put half of her soul into it. This way, even if she lost to the game, from its perspective, she was just a monster. Even if she died at its hands, she would only have lost half her soul. She absolutely could not risk her entire life before her great mission was accomplished. Skyfire monster, so you can risk mine? Jiangqi, part of your body is hidden in the earthworm. Don't worry, you won't die. She squirmed for a moment, reaching the top of the engine. Looking forward, she was completely stunned. This was a truly fantastical world. Above her head was a vast pink dome. Pink jelly-like tissue dangled from above, enveloping Jiangqi's entire field of vision. The pink tissue even seemed to wriggle, contracting and shrinking in a rhythmic pattern. Below, a boundless expanse of pink goo slurry enveloped train engines, absorbing energy from it, their outer shells slowly regrowing in the process. Far away, various trains, some fully formed, others still in the process of forming, were swamped in the goo. Jiangqi wondered inwardly, is this the origin of the game? Far 001 seemed to be suggesting that this was the birthplace of the trains. Whether it was actually the origin of the game, he wasn't entirely sure. Regardless, if Far 001 hadn't brought her here, she definitely wouldn't have found it on her own. Jiangqi surveyed her surroundings for a long time. The more she looked, the more she felt the environment resembled a giant pink jellyfish, and she was now inside it. As several trains in the distance shifted, whispering something like a whisper, she cautiously released a wisp of spiritual awareness, thinner than a spider's silk, probing the surroundings before withdrawing it. In that brief moment, she felt an immense power, a creative force. This pink slime was imbued with this power, worthy of being the birthplace of trains. Suddenly, a massive shadow descended over the jellyfish. She immediately clung to the engine and quietly vanished, her eyes fixed on the outside. Then, she saw the shadow grow closer and larger as if a figure leaned down, its head moving ever closer. An eye appeared through the gap in the jellyfish's body, visible to Jiangqi. Jiangqi, shock. Really, it was an eye. She was completely stunned. Even more astonishing was to come. A hand reached through the gap and picked up a train. The train looked enormous to Jiangqi, almost as large as Yuanhang 001, but in that giant hand, it resembled a miniature toy. The hand examined the train, as if checking the quality of a toy in production, then set it down and picked up another. After examining several trains, the figure finally finished and turned to leave. Jiangqi stared intently at the shadow as it retreated, not daring to move a single muscle. It wasn't until a long time later, when there was no more movement outside, that she dared to relax, her mind filled with a single thought. Fuck. She felt as if she had finally seen the game itself. It was actually a person. Either it had a wicked sense of humor, disguised as a human, looking down from the perspective of a giant at the universe it controlled. Or it truly was a person in the truest sense of the word, and this universe was just one of its toys. If it was the latter, Jiangqi felt as if her worldview was about to be completely reshaped, her heart shattered. Chapter 132. Jiangqi lay on the engine, her mind and heart in turmoil. She had speculated many times about what the game was, and her most common guess was, naturally, that this guy was a farmer, not a god, who had slipped out of the divine realm. The gods looked down upon the human world, upon one plane after another, like giants looking down upon small toys, arbitrarily enclosing them in their territory and then flattening them at will. But that didn't mean she could accept that this game was a real, living person, and these planes were just toys on its sandbox. If that were the case, not only would the game itself lose its cool, but the planes themselves and the people who inhabited them would also be downgraded by 1,000 levels. Jiangqi couldn't accept that she was just a tiny, imaginary being within a toy. If that were the case, what did her joys and sorrows matter? What did her struggles for survival matter? What did she plan daily for herself, and for the future of Blue Planet? Was it just the paramecium's wishful thinking and unfounded anxiety? The more she thought about it, the more her headache intensified. She instinctively raised her hand to her forehead, only then realizing that she was now a Skyfire monster, and this little monster had no head. So, she must really be just a tiny, cell-like object. Jiangqi, It was even worse. Jiangqi stood up irritably, pacing back and forth on the engine with his hands on his non-existent waist, like a tiny red dust particle drifting back and forth. At this time, the figure actually came back again. She quickly lay back down, and saw that the figure seemed to be holding something in his hand. He raised it up, and then a huge splashing sound came from the top of the jellyfish. She looked up and saw a pink, viscous liquid pouring down from above, like a pink rain showering the inner world of the jellyfish. She suddenly realized that the figure outside was watering the place. The object in his hand was actually a watering can. A drop of pink liquid landed on her, completely submerging her. A warm sensation washed over her, as if she were enveloped in a not very stimulating flame, a vast energy actively flowing into her. Jiangqi, shock. She was both shocked and frustrated. To her level, she still felt such immense energy. How powerful must this drop of pink liquid be? But in the hands of the giant outside, this drop of liquid was probably as cheap and insignificant as a drop of water. This was a completely different level of confrontation. Jiangqi closed her eyes helplessly. Then, she dove headfirst into the pink ocean below. No matter what, the energy was right there before her, she could absorb it. Jiangqi was always so pragmatic. An hour later, the red dust transformed into a bulging, bouncy water baby. Jiangqi glanced at her now bulky body and said, "No, can't you shrink your body a bit?" The Skyfire monster said with difficulty, "I'm too full. I can't shrink." Jiangqi was helpless. Already limbless, headless, and waistless, she was now like a ball. Her only means of movement was rolling. She could only float out of the Skyfire monster's body and turn to it, saying, "Stay here. Yuanhang will come at the agreed time. If I'm not back by then, you can leave with him. It would be a shame not to take all that energy with you." "Where are you going?" Jiangqi looked toward the world outside the jellyfish, at the spot where the giant figure had appeared. "I'm going to explore that world outside." With that, she flew in that direction. Reaching the window where the giant had reached in, Jiangqi discovered a membrane blocking her path. She searched carefully, up and down, but couldn't break through. She thought for a moment, then turned to look at the train submerged in the pink liquid. She flew back, grabbed the front of a green train, and pulled it up. At this point, Jiangqi's spirit was still a small ball, but her strength hadn't diminished in the slightest, and she easily grabbed a train. "Sorry!" She threw the train toward the window. There was a thud. The membrane vibrated. After a moment, the figure outside inched closer, lowered his head, and reached in again, picking up the train. As the giant's hand reached in, the window membrane shattered, and Jiangqi seized the opportunity to fly out along the crack at the edge. Then, she saw a magical space. A space without up, down, edges, or direction. All objects were strange, constantly wriggling and shifting. Light and shadows blended chaotically, and the scenery was jagged and distorted. She turned sharply to look. The place she had emerged from was a cosmic system, where each plane was like a luminous sphere, connected to form a whole. At the edge of this cosmic system, a figure radiating white light stood there. He reached into one of the pink planes and retrieved the green train. After the person took out the tiny matchstick-like train model, it gradually grew to full size, making it easy to inspect for any damage or malfunction. Jiangqi turned and saw another, larger cosmic system, with even more planes within. There, too, stood a figure radiating white light, its face indistinct, working on some of those planes. Jiangqi looked for a moment, then looked elsewhere. There was an even larger cosmic system, with several times the number of planes within. Nearby, the figure shrouded in white light observed with rapt interest. The next cosmic system was even larger, its planes as numerous as the stars. At the edge of the cosmic system, the figure in white light rested his face, seemingly weary and bored. There were countless such combinations of cosmic systems and giants. Jiangqi could see one every time she turned her head or glanced up. The sheer volume of vision dazzled her, and her mind felt like it was about to explode. Suddenly, a sudden realization struck her. These universes are the universes she inhabits. The number of planes within a universe corresponds to the number of planes controlled by the game. The figure of white light at the edge of the universe is the incarnation of the game. The reason there are so many cosmic systems and figures of white light is because they represent different stages of time. For example, the past world she just inhabited had only a little over 1,000 planes within the cosmic system. The cosmic system with a star-like number of planes must be the future world. So, is this space actually a higher dimensional space? With a thought, Jiangqi began to shuttle between these worlds of different time periods. She swam forward and saw a universe with only 3 to 500 time planes. There, the white light figure was carving train models with his own hands, placing them one by one into the pink plane for cultivation. Continuing forward, she finally reached the starting point. A white light figure sat among hundreds of planes, each one spinning at high speed, furiously burning its own energy. Is this the game's beta phase, the time to sacrifice planes? She was about to move closer when the white light figure suddenly glanced at one of the planes. The light in that plane froze. Clearly something was amiss. The white light figure muttered, "The players were completely wiped out, the dungeon destroyed. No, the time in this plane is interesting." Then, it separated a trace of its consciousness and invested it in that plane. What was it doing? Jiangqi was a little confused. Her gaze fell on the white light figure's hands, carving a model of a locomotive. Its broad frame, square face, and soothing azure hue, this was Yuanhang 001. It was a Yuan. She instinctively moved closer to take a closer look, but as the white light figure began to carve words on the door, it glanced back at the problematic plane. That plane gradually dimmed, seemingly withering and fading, but in reality, it had escaped from this cosmic system, freed from the white light figure's control. This turns out to be boring. The white light figure, unsure of what he had noticed, suddenly lost interest and crushed the locomotive in his hands. Jiangqi nearly exclaimed, "A Yuan?" In a flash, she understood. She understood everything. The plane in question was the Xingzhou plane. That year, she entered the Xingzhou plane and inadvertently traveled to its past. 10 years before the first dungeon's arrival, she began preparing, successfully causing all dungeons to fail, and no player ever returned. At that time, she also encountered a game clone, presumably the same spiritual consciousness that the White Light Man had just shed. She successfully reversed the fate of the Xingzhou plane, allowing it to escape from the White Light Man's chessboard. Enraged, the White Light Man crushed a Yuan's model. No wonder, from that moment on, no matter how she called out to a Yuan, she received no response. Because a Yuan had been strangled at the source, Jiangqi was terrified and panicked. Even in his spiritual state, he could almost hear his own heartbeat like a drum. Was it her who killed a Yuan? No, she clearly met a Yuan this time. At that slightly later point in time, a Yuan was still alive, still very much present. Could it be that for some reason, this white light figure later recreated Yuanhang 001? Or is it that history has the ability to self-correct, and a Yuan's existence as the first train is so important that it was corrected? So what should she do now? Could she do anything? Would she end up harming a Yuan instead? Her emotions fluctuated, and she lost control of her breathing. Suddenly, the white light figures from other time periods all turned their heads and looked at her simultaneously, their faces, each indistinct, staring straight at her. Jiangqi was startled. This feeling was like an ant being stared at by countless lions. A single breath from any of them could scare her to death. Jiangqi glanced back at the world she had just left. It was too far away, she couldn't go back. Since she couldn't escape anyway, she steeled herself and, like a desperate gamble, lunged at the figure of white light in front of her. If she was going to fight, she'd have to fight the one at the source. She summoned all her strength, every kind of divine power, including the power she absorbed from the pink slime and the energy stored in the fluorescent pool. She unleashed it all, moving at a speed approaching the speed of light. In the blink of an eye, she was before the figure of white light. As she drew closer, everything around her became viscous. Though the figure was clearly right in front of her, it felt as if a vast expanse of space and time separated them. The figure of white light slowly rose from among hundreds of planes, gently shaking his arms to brush off the train model powder that had stained them. He stared directly at Jiangqi. "It's you. You ruined my dojo, and yet you dare to show up?" Jiangqi narrowed his eyes as he gazed at the powder and debris. The figure of white light, presumably overconfident, hadn't taken any precautions against Jiangqi. That's right. Why would a lion care about an ant? No matter how fiercely the ant bared its fangs and claws, in the eyes of the lion, it was just an insignificant black speck, no different from the mud beneath its feet. And this was Jiangqi's opportunity. At that moment, Jiangqi's mind raced with thoughts. What should she do? What consequences would that bring? Did she dare? Did she have the ability to bear such consequences? She was filled with concerns, but the chances of confronting Yugi head-on, with a reasonable degree of certainty of harming him, were few and far between. The hesitation was but a fleeting moment. Without hesitation, she chose to burn her godhead and summoned all the power of time and the power of violation. Her speed doubled again, and with a single slingshot, she unexpectedly bypassed the white light figure's body and the entire period of time. With a crash, the divine nature in her sea of consciousness shattered, but she also caught up with the passing of time. The scene before her eyes was the white light figure crushing the train model just moments earlier. At that moment, it was looking at the Xingzhou plane with a slight frown, lost in thought, and unaware of Jiang Qi's approach. That was the moment. Jiang Qi rushed forward and exploded face to face. With a loud bang, the white monster was caught off guard and his face was blasted, his right eye sunken in. The train model, still intact in its grasp, flew out of its grasp. Jiang Qi's shattering consciousness brushed past the locomotive model, and with the last of his strength, he held it in place, preventing it from flying. "Ah Yuan, it's fine." The white light figure stumbled, his entire body frozen in a rare moment of shock. At the same time, a long, deep voice echoed through the air. "By the will of the God Realm, this is only a minor punishment. Take care." The white light man froze for 2 seconds before rubbing the shattered hole in his right eye, still unable to believe what had happened. Someone could hurt him. Someone dared to hurt him. Someone had actually hurt him. The God Realm. The God Realm had discovered his actions. He was stunned for a long moment longer before he roared in anger, a roar tinged with hidden fear. At the same moment, the same hole appeared in the right eye of the white light man at all subsequent points in time, and he roared with the same fury and suppressed anger. From this moment, from the very origin of the game, a certain history was rewritten. Train birthplace. Faraway 001 arrived to pick up the people at the agreed time. By this time, the hundreds of engines Jiang Qi had captured had reassembled into the train's body. He had ostensibly come to awaken the trains. After arriving, he began waking them while searching for Jiang Qi, but all he found was a chubby Skyfire monster. It lacked Jiang Qi's spirit. Yuanhang 001 took the Skyfire monster into its own train and asked, "Where is she?" The Skyfire monster burped, finally able to relax and lie down, rolling back and forth like a ball. "The master is gone." "Gone? What do you mean gone?" In the clean carriage, Yuanhang 001's voice tightened 2 degrees. The Skyfire monster truthfully stated, "A giant appeared outside the jellyfish, and she left the jellyfish's belly to find him. She hasn't returned since. She said that if she didn't return by the time, she let me go with you, and told you not to look for her." Yuanhang 001 was displeased with its attitude. "Aren't you worried at all?" The Skyfire monster blinked its non-existent eyes. "She left herself a way out. We can just go find her other half. This isn't a life-or-death crisis, so why worry?" Yuanhang 001 was speechless, then realized he'd been a little too excited. He was silent for a moment, feeling something was wrong. Even more strangely, at that moment, his memory seemed to be slightly distorted, and even his body seemed to be changing. He looked inward at his engine, then fell silent. Inside the locomotive, an engine sat quietly, humming softly as it worked. For a smart train, the engine is its heart, its brain, its most crucial core. Any damage to the body of the train isn't a problem. As long as the engine is intact, restoration is easy. But damage to the engine is a devastating blow, crippling its very foundation. As the so-called first train, Yuanhang 001 suffers from a congenital defect. His engine is riddled with cracks, as if it had been shattered and then glued back together. This is why he wasn't among the first train to transform. Switching to attack mode requires the engine to enter a high-frequency state, and his congenital defect makes it difficult to maintain this high-frequency state for long periods of time. If Jiang Qi hadn't been completely unattainable, he wouldn't have been allowed to transform by the game. Yet, at this moment, his engine is completely flawless, intact and smooth, as if it had never suffered any damage. Yuanhang 001 stared at his engine, even feeling that his memory of the cracks was gradually fading, as if it were just an illusion. Furthermore, some other things in his memory were becoming unreal. For example, in his memory, the game should have covered over 1,000 planes at this point. The last time the game was held, over 1,000 teams participated. But in reality, only about 800 planes were covered. What exactly happened? He asked the Skyfire monster. "Have your memories changed?" The Skyfire monster looked confused. "What changes?" Yuanhang 001 shut up immediately. There was really nothing to say to this guy. He was even confused as to why Jiang Qi would have such a subordinate, 3 at a time. Yuanhang 001 continued its work, and soon departed with hundreds of fully restored trains. After completing his duties, he circled in the void and, guided by the Skyfire monster, went to find the other half of Jiang Qi's soul. On another plane, a giant earthworm and a penguin circled anxiously around a jar. Yuanhang 001 descended, hovering low, its front end protruding toward the jar. What's wrong? The earthworm and penguin looked up at the train. They had followed Jiangqi from the future and, for a long time, had been confined to the conductor's backpack. Their relationship with Ayuan was, to put it politely, a working relationship, but, more truthfully, a relationship of obedience under his control. They also knew that this train was Ayuan, and seeing him now was like seeing a savior. The giant earthworm said, Ayuan, Ayuan, the master's aura is growing weaker and weaker. What should we do? The Tyrannosaurus penguin said, her divine power has completely vanished. Yuan Hang 001 peered through the jar's opening, and saw a faint figure curled up inside. It was Jiangqi. Clearly, she hadn't looked like this before. She must have transformed herself into some object, and hidden herself in the jar. But for some reason, she suddenly weakened, unable to maintain her mimicry, and her form collapsed to this point. Worst of all, she truly had no divine power left, and all other energies were extremely weak. Yuan Hang 001 unhesitatingly took her spirit, and the jar, into the car. The earthworm and penguin were stunned. Where are we? Where are we? Yuan Hang 001 took them into the car as well, reuniting with the Skyfire monster. Inside the car, Yuan Hang 001 condensed into a humanoid form, and lifted Jiangqi from the jar. Her soul, so light it seemed like it would disintegrate at the slightest touch. She was placed in the seat, and with a thought from Yuan Hang 001, a protective barrier encircled her, complete with a lid. At first glance, it truly looked like she was lying in a crystal coffin. The three of them circled around her. Why hasn't she woken up yet? Is she still alive? She said that even if her other half died, she would still be able to thrive with this half. Why is she like this now? Yuan Hang 001 leaned over to gaze at the almost completely transparent Jiangqi. Her godhead has vanished. I'm afraid her other half didn't die naturally. She seems to be experiencing some kind of backlash. Backlash? The three screamed. The big earthworm said, I remember, Master said that the game did bad things in the past, so it suffered backlash in the future. Could it be the same thing with her now? The Skyfire monster jumped up and knocked it on the head. How could she be the same as that damn game? The penguin calmed down and analyzed. Master once changed the past, which led to many changes. Because of this, the future game became even more miserable. Master said that was also a kind of backlash. Far Voyage 001 paused. Changing the past. So that's it. So, his confused memories weren't hallucinations, but because the past had been altered, with new memories overriding the old ones. The game went from controlling over 1,000 planes to just over 800, meaning the extent of the change was only 1/5. The number of beings whose destinies were altered was enormous. Some changed for the better, and naturally, some for the worse. As Jiangqi had previously stated, the games of this era still maintain a benevolent facade, primarily bringing benefits and advantages to people. Only later will their true colors be revealed, bringing untold misfortune to countless planes. So, for this era, the changes Jiangqi brought about are actually more harmful than beneficial. It's no surprise, then, that she would suffer a backlash. Furthermore, she must have paid a heavy price for changing the past. These two factors combined have left her so weakened. Chapter 133. Alpha Galaxy Third Plane. Lately, Chuyin has been feeling uneasy because the Great King hasn't appeared in a long time. For at least 6 months straight, she couldn't sense him at all. The consciousness resonator bound to her soul did vibrate frequently, giving her various commands. But she had a strange intuition that the person on the other end of the resonator wasn't the Ghost King. She sighed, not sure if it was her imagination, but she felt that the game had become much quieter recently. There were fewer survival missions, and there weren't many new actions or announcements. The game department, they mentioned earlier, had hired a lot of people, but after more than half a year, there was no sign of further progress. She didn't know what they were waiting for. Now, as the head of Jiong, she went about her work routine every day. Everything was as uneventful as water, and it felt as if the entire universe had quieted down. It seemed that many things had changed, but thinking back, it seemed that it had always been like this. It was lunchtime again. Chuyin packed up and went to eat. Actually, she was more interested in feasting on the dead. She had no interest in the food of the living. After taking just 2 steps, the spiritual resonance in her mind suddenly vibrated. She immediately stopped and carefully absorbed the instructions. The instructions were simple, just a few words. Task 3, accept. She immediately went to the game console and refreshed it twice. Sure enough, the latest survival missions for the day appeared. Exactly 3. She immediately snatched up mission 3 with incredible speed. Then, she received a private message in her personal backstage. The gist of it was that this mission involved a new plane, very poor, almost primitive, inhabited by what could be considered a group of savages. It was a new plane that the game had targeted. Chu-Yun was to bring a group of reliable players to complete the quest, but in reality, she needed to control this plane. While concealing the truth from the game, she absolutely had to avoid any bloodshed. This wasn't Chu-Yun's first time accepting such a quest. The person who had given her the order was clearly competing with the game for new planes. Whenever a new plane quest appeared, they would arrange for their own people to secretly control it. As far as she knew, her peers in other planes had also received similar quests. Chu-Yun expertly deleted the private messages in the backstage, and then loudly announced to everyone that she had secured a new quest. The entire docking agency staff was excited. Finally, we received another new quest. The game has been releasing very few dungeons lately, only a few a day. With so many docking agencies across the universe accepting them, there simply aren't enough to go around. Which players will be selected this time? A lottery? Or like others, auctioning them off? Auctioning is better. That way, our agency can earn a lot of money. Chu-Yun listened to the discussion, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Because there are fewer survival missions these days, but so many players, there simply aren't enough dungeon slots to go around. So long ago, some organizations that snagged the mission started selling dungeon slots through public auctions. This marked the beginning of players paying for dungeon slots. Players had to pay a fortune to secure a slot, while the organizations profited handsomely. Facing the crowd's expectant gazes, Chu-Yun said generously, "There are 50,000 dungeon slots available this time, 40,000 of which will be auctioned off publicly. Go make the announcement." The crowd immediately cheered. "Our organization is giving out the prizes this time. 40,000. Even if we only make 10,000 per spot, that's a lot. Shouldn't our bonuses be doubled this month? It's more than 10,000, right? There are plenty of wealthy people out there, plenty willing to spend hundreds of thousands or even millions for a spot." As for why the remaining 10,000 spots weren't auctioned publicly, no one asked. It was obvious they were being used internally as favors. Perhaps each employee could even get 1 or 2 resaleable spots, and the proceeds from selling them would be entirely theirs. Chu-Yun saw everyone, almost completely bewildered by the prospect of making money, and wondered with some confusion when and where this strange trend had taken off. When games and their survival dungeons became tools for making money and gaining popularity, their sanctity gradually shattered. She vaguely remembered that when people mentioned games, they used to look at them with longing and reverence, as if they were gods. But now, whenever they talk about games, they think about how much they can benefit themselves. Seeing others benefit from them while they don't, they become frustrated and secretly curse the game. The whole thing has changed. It feels like there's a hidden hand manipulating things, slowly dragging the game down from its pedestal. However, Chu-Yun has a grudge against games, and seeing their status decline makes her only happy. There are actually 60,000 spots available for this dungeon run, so she still has 20,000 of them, naturally reserved for her own people, and she immediately began secretly making arrangements. 2 days later, all the players were confirmed, and then a 7-star train arrived to transport the players. A vast crowd of people boarded the train, no one noticing whether it was 50,000 or 60,000. Chu-Yun also boarded the train as a player, arriving in the lone first-class carriage closest to the front of the train. Here, a vague humanoid figure condensed on the 7 stars train, facing Chu-Yun and saying, "This time, this plane is located on the edge of the Beta Galaxy. It's rich in spiritual energy resources, and is a key expansion plane for the game. Boss, what you're saying is that the game is prioritizing this plane, and might be keeping an eye on it." Chu-Yun glanced at the dungeon's brief description, her gaze pausing on the plane's location. She felt the location was strangely familiar, as if this plane should be one of those magical, ostentatious, and annoyingly so, like the first plane for cultivating immortals. In short, it shouldn't be some obscure, barbarian plane. She shook her head, and continued reading. It said that this dungeon often experiences spiritual turmoil, and that both flora and fauna are quite aggressive. The natives, in particular, are savages transformed by ghosts, and enjoy eating human flesh and souls raw. Under these circumstances, players spending a month in the dungeon would undoubtedly be attacked by the indigenous people, so combat between them was inevitable. Given the player's superior strength, this would normally turn into a one-sided massacre. But given the nature of the game, the ghostly transformation and eating human flesh and souls plots were undoubtedly exaggerated, intended to allow players to slaughter the indigenous people without restraint. Chu-Yun said, "I understand. I will guide the players. having them focus solely on subduing and controlling the indigenous people. I do it naturally, so the game doesn't become suspicious. The game is still putting on a benevolent facade. It's unlikely to assign players tasks requiring them to kill a certain number of indigenous people. That being the case, there's plenty of room for maneuver. The 7 Stars train asked again, how many people did you bring? Over 20,000 of them are my people, more than a third of all the players. That's good. After this instance is over, find a way to leave some of your own people there for future operations. Got it. The two of them fell silent. As the 7 Stars were about to disband, Chuyun couldn't help but ask, wait, there's something I've been wanting to ask. Did you, the Wisdom Trains, just betray the game? These wandering ghosts are out for revenge against the game, to avoid being discovered by it, so they're fighting it with all their might. But what are these Wisdom Trains doing? They are clearly the closest to the game, the ones it relies on the most. No matter how you look at it, their future is the brightest if they stick with it. The 7 Stars smiled, we're not rebelling. We're simply doing the right thing for a better future for everyone. Chu Yun's face lit up with awe. You truly are a group of trains with ideals and ambitions. But he couldn't help but wonder who had instigated these intelligent trains to rebel. Could it be that Lord Ghost King? That was a truly remarkable tactic. It had completely hoodwinked these trains. While the 7 Stars carried this group of players with special motives to a new dimension, other intelligent trains were doing the same thing. Under the clear sky, under the watchful eyes of the game, these trains, these people, were secretly working to undermine the game's players, under the guise of normal operations. The man who orchestrated all this was currently immersed in the pink slime within the pink jellyfish's belly, silently absorbing energy. Yuanhang 001 lay grimy and dusty, its entire train tattered and dented, now being repaired in the pink slime. Unbeknownst to anyone, the energy he absorbed was being channeled through the train's hull and into the bodies of those within. Jiangqi sat inside the locomotive, strands of pink energy flowing through the train walls and into her body. Her form flickered, shifting in depth and light, as if it would dissipate at any moment. However, these strands of energy provided her with a steady supply of life. After a long time, her form finally solidified somewhat. She opened her eyes, a faint look in her eyes. She leaned back against the engine and patted it. All right, you only sustained minor injuries, and if they haven't recovered after absorbing energy for so long, there's clearly something wrong. Yuanhang 001 didn't reply. After a moment, the wounds on his train gradually healed. Once fully healed, he no longer had any reason to remain immersed in the slurry. He had no choice but to take off. A cyan figure condensed from the locomotive's front, half crouching in front of Jiangqi. Are you feeling better? Jiangqi blinked, but didn't answer. Instead, he looked at him and said, for the past 6 months, you've been trying every possible way to carry me around, absorbing energy here and there, even targeting this jellyfish. While the other intelligent trains have gradually condensed into humanoid forms, you become increasingly blurred. She spoke with a weak voice, but her words were clear and coherent, and Yuanhang 001 knew she was doing okay. As expected, the energy here is most beneficial to her. He's already thinking about how to injure himself next time, and then repair himself. In fact, if he wasn't so worried about leaving her with the other trains, the best approach would be to let them take turns getting injured, letting her absorb the energy as each train came into repair. But now, it seems, no matter how worried he is, he has to consider the feasibility of this approach. Jiangqi, Yuanhang, are you listening? Yuanhang 001, I'm listening. Whether your body is clear or not is just a small matter. Small matter? You can only break free of your trained shell by transforming into a human form. How can you call that a small matter? I think you might as well just leave me in this jellyfish. I can handle it myself, and you can do whatever you need to do. Yuanhang 001 glanced at her, didn't answer, but the meaning was clear. This was absolutely not acceptable. If she were exposed to the outside world, there was no guarantee that the game would discover her. Jiangqi, I won't expose myself directly. I stay within Skyfire's body. Yuanhang 001 glanced at the round red flame beside it. It too was absorbing a great deal of energy, releasing it bit by bit to Jiangqi, acting as a sort of power bank. But that was all. He had absolutely no faith in this creature's reliability. Jiangqi helplessly said, you really don't have to worry so much. Yuanhang 001, in my new memories, the game is constantly searching for an enemy, a thorn in its side. That person must be you. If you reveal even a hint of your presence, you'd be doomed. Jiangqi sighed and leaned back against the engine. The gentle vibrations felt like a massage, quite soothing, and she felt a little drowsy. Farsight 001 looked at her. Her posture was practically no different from leaning against him. He even felt a slight tingling sensation in his body. He whispered, I compared old and new memories, and have found all 200 planes once covered by the game. Some are indeed in dire straits. I managed to get them added to the game's expansion list, and players are already heading there. Jiangqi looked up at him. He continued, as long as the game's reach and the arrival of players can bring positive changes to those planes, the backlash on you will gradually subside. So, just be patient for a while. Jiangqi had no idea he'd done so much. For the past 6 months, she'd been in a daze, teetering on the brink of extinction every day. He was the one who orchestrated everything outside. Taking over Chuyun's people, convincing the other intelligent trains, balancing the game while exploiting it, and secretly causing trouble right under the game's nose. It was all very exhausting, and every step was like walking a tightrope. Even so, he still needed to devote a significant amount of his attention to himself. Jiangqi said, Thank you, Yuanheng. There's no need for us to be so distant. Yuanheng 001 paused. You said before that I would be your benefactor in the future, accompanying you through your darkest and most vulnerable moments. We are an alliance, united in our shared interests and life and death. Since this is such a close alliance, there's no need for thanks. This is what I should do. Jiangqi stared at the blurry face before her, and her mind wandered to the cold and stern voice on Blue Star, disguised as the panel's built-in system, guiding her through each internship. It was the voice that had accompanied her from Blue Star, through dungeon after dungeon, through adventure after adventure. It was the voice that, whenever and wherever she called, would appear to discuss matters with her and listen to her ramblings. Jiangqi's gaze gradually shifted to the distance. We share common interests, life and death. She sighed deeply. I changed the past twice in a row. Once, it directly led to your disappearance in the future. I don't know what kind of butterfly effect this time will bring. I'm afraid we won't meet again in the future. After changing history, some things will never happen again, becoming old memories that exist only in the minds of a small group of people. She suddenly had a clear realization. The Yuan who had accompanied her for so long in the future would no longer appear. He would exist only in her memories. Even after losing her divine power this time, she felt that even those memories were fading day by day. As time passed, they would become increasingly blurred and dim, eventually completely overwhelmed by new memories. Without power, even memories could not be preserved. And by then, that Yuan would truly be gone. Jiangqi closed her eyes. She must be too weak, the shadow of death clouding her mind. Otherwise, why would she feel so sad? But she couldn't control such thoughts. She asked softly, Do you think there are parallel universes in this world? If a Yuan still existed in that parallel universe, that would be a kind of comfort. Yuanheng 001 looked at her and calmly pierced her wishful thinking. No, there are no parallel universes. Jiangqi opened her eyes and looked at him. He continued, In this universe, there's no possibility of creating a second game, and naturally, no foundation for a parallel universe. History is like a thick hemp rope. If you alter the source of the game twice, it's like pulling out some fibers from the rope's starting point. This will cause the entire rope to lose those fibers, becoming loose, messy, and deformed. It's not about extending a new strand from the starting point. Jiangqi seemed to understand, yet still a little confused. I always had a question. When the Xingzhou plane was liberated, the game crushed you in a fit of rage, and your future self vanished. But why does your current self still exist? Did the game glue you back together, or did it glue you back together again? If that's the case, then your future self should also exist. Why can't I find you anywhere? Yuanheng 001 was silent for a moment, then continued calmly. Perhaps it's because the reassembled me was born with too many defects, and after being abandoned by the game, I completely disappeared. He had previously believed that his lifespan would be short. Jiangqi was stunned. Is that so? Because of the engine damage, a Yuan didn't survive to be found by her in the garbage dump, and he even died very early. But if I hadn't met you, how could I have become who I am today? Perhaps you had another opportunity. You were already a god then, possessing godhood, a being coexisting with heaven and earth. This means you left your own, indelible mark on the universe. From the effect to the cause, since you, the effect, cannot be erased, all the previous causes will also be preserved. This means that everything and everyone connected to you cannot be easily changed. In other words, if a Yuan, who played a crucial role in your rise to power, were absent due to some irresistible force, history would naturally revise the existence of another Yuan to fill this void. It's just that, as a god, your memory is difficult to rewrite, so this revision can't overwrite your memories. Naturally, you won't notice the change. If you ask others who should know Ayuan, their memories will probably have changed. That's the most reasonable explanation. So, is that so? Jiangqi looked at him, somewhat bewildered. But the Skyfire monsters also remember Ayuan. That's because they follow you and are influenced by your divine power. Jiangqi was stunned for a moment, muttering, "How do you know all this?" Yuanhang001 looked at her. "I'm the first creation in the game. It's normal for me to know some of the laws of the universe. Think carefully about these things when you attain godhood, and you figure them out." She simply refused to think that way. Jiangqi sat there blankly, his expression blank, like a bewildered child, his body gradually slumping, unable to process the truth for a moment. So Ayuan really was long gone, wasn't he? She suddenly wanted to cry, but no matter how much her eyes throbbed, not a single tear escaped. In her current state, even the physiological function of tears had been lost. Yuanhang001 watched her, her head bowed, as if she had suffered a devastating blow. Her aura had subsided, and she exuded immense disappointment. He couldn't help but purse his lips slightly. If his first transformation had left him with an engine riddled with cracks and severe congenital defects, preventing him from surviving until their reunion, but after this second transformation, his engine was flawless, and now, having completed its transformation, he was leading so many intelligent trains in their rebellion against the game. His future would only be better than his previous two developments. He would hardly ever again experience being abandoned by the game, crushed to the bottom of a garbage pit, unable to save himself. Besides, he was clearly before her eyes. Hadn't their connection begun long ago? And yet, she was still so disappointed. Was the experience of meeting and accompanying each other in the future so important? He thought. Except for the initial time she persuaded him, she had called him Ayuan. Later, she had always called herself Yuanhang. In contrast, the three Skyfire monsters had always called themselves Ayuan. One Ayuan, one Yuanhang, a single letter difference, but a world of difference. She fundamentally didn't confuse the current Yuanhang001 with the future Ayuan. An indescribable feeling welled up in his heart. He should be relieved that his future self hadn't been obliterated by his present self, that his future self's efforts had been worth it, and that he should be happy for his future self. But in truth, he couldn't feel happy. The emotions were too complex, and he couldn't articulate what he was feeling right now. He thought his cultivation wasn't up to par, that he still hadn't fully grasped human emotions. He reached out, wanting to touch Jiangqi's head to comfort her, but after glancing at his blurred fingers, he withdrew his hand. He finally said, "Don't overthink it. Your most important task now is to survive. There's still a lot of time ahead. Perhaps something unexpected will happen along the way, and we still meet again." The person before him didn't react, perhaps realizing the possibility was slim. Or perhaps, even if they could meet again, it wouldn't be the same Ayuan they once were. Yuanhang001 felt as if a breath had been trapped in his chest. After a moment's silence, his voice softened slightly. "At least we need to rebuild our godhood first. Only then can we remember him forever, right?" Then he saw the person before him shudder slightly and look up. A light gradually brightened in her confused and frail eyes. She nodded slowly, as if to him, or perhaps to herself. "You're right. I must rebuild my godhood." She had already lost Ayuan, and could not forget him again. Chapter 134. Not only had Jiangqi lost her godhood and divine power, but she also lost her power of violation, power of the later god, the train conductor's original power, and even her ghost power. The two panels in her sea of consciousness were completely destroyed, leaving not a single fragment. She was practically destitute, her entire body, like a punctured balloon, constantly leaking air. She couldn't even actively absorb energy, otherwise, Yuanhang wouldn't have needed to first use his trained body to transfer the energy to her. Thus, Jiangqi's situation was far more difficult than starting from scratch. Not only could she rebuild her godhood, but even regaining her strength was difficult. Jiangqi was anxious, but her actions remained steady, knowing full well that the more anxious she was, the more likely it was to cause trouble. Over the next few days, she tried various methods of cultivation. First, she continued with ghost cultivation, the path she was most familiar with. But because her primordial spirit was now extremely unstable, her entire soul could collapse at any moment, and she couldn't even absorb the deadly ghost energy. She also tried to possess a body, and use it as a vessel, but that approach also failed. She also tried to practice magic, becoming an immortal lich, but that still proved unsuccessful. After much deliberation, she decided to pursue the path of demonic activity. "I'm planning to become a mirror demon, a demon that attaches itself to mirrors," she told Yuanhang. "Not just mirrors, but anything reflective can become a mirror demon's home. A mirror demon can even split itself into multiple parts, hiding in different mirrors. My current state of fragmentation is quite fitting, so it's a good fit. Yuanheng asked her, is it risky? There are certainly risks, but this is the path that suits me best right now. Mirror demons are best at weaving illusions. With enough power, they can even create a vast and detailed world. I previously comprehended the power of time and space. Although I lost my abilities now, I still have the experience. This foundation will be very beneficial to my mirror demon cultivation. Yuanheng said nothing more, simply asking, what do you need me to do? Jiangqi said, although mirror demons can attach themselves to many mirrors, initially, they need a natal mirror as a foundation. The higher the quality, the better. This mirror will be my future body. Understood. I have someone collect various mirrors and materials. If a suitable mirror isn't available, they grind one out of the best materials. As long as it reflects light clearly, it's fine. With so many trains to dispatch, Yuanheng's efficiency was high. In just 2 days, the carriages were filled with a variety of mirrors and materials. Jiangqi sat down and began to sort through the pile. Glass, crystal, and colored glaze are completely out of the question, they break too easily. Ordinary metal mirrors, such as those made of copper or steel, are also quite ordinary. Perspex mirrors, explosion-proof mirrors, flexible mirrors, and the like, while resistant to breakage and highly secure, don't meet Jiangqi's requirements. In addition, there are mirrors made of polished volcanic stone, telescopic invisible mirrors made of certain high-tech materials, mirrors made of extremely high-quality metals, magical mirrors made of certain magical materials, mirrors made of special animal bones, and mirrors made of certain aura-filled gemstones. Jiangqi hesitated as she faced the last few mirrors she'd chosen. Each one was a little lacking. Yuanheng, seeing her like this, knew she wasn't satisfied with any of them, so he pulled out a mirror. This one, would you like to take a look? Jiangqi looked up. A small, quaint mirror hovered before him, vaguely familiar. What is this? This is a mirror hidden in the game. It's more like out of dislike, out of mind. It's said to have drifted from that divine realm. Jiangqi took notice, and Yuanheng pushed the mirror closer to her, so she could see it more clearly. I didn't take it out before because I was worried this mirror might have a suspicious origin and be harmful to you. But I checked it, and it doesn't have any special aura or markings. The more Jiangqi looked at the mirror, the more familiar it seemed. Suddenly, he remembered, the void mirror? It's called the void mirror? Do you recognize this mirror? Jiangqi said, I saw a mirror in the future that looked very similar to this one, and the material seemed similar, but it was much more ornate. She looked up and asked, doesn't this mirror have a name? Yuanheng shook his head. No, at least the game didn't mention it. It found an uninhabited place and buried it, and it hasn't been touched for hundreds of years. Perhaps it forgot about it. I took the mirror out and tried a few things, but the game didn't respond. It probably has no sense of the mirror. But whether you want to use it or not is up to you. Jiangqi pondered. Back then, she had seen the void mirror from Rongding. Rongding said it was a top-level treasure from the immortal realm, containing a vast space. Jiangqi used the Sankong mirror to transport the sea god and his world, and this process led to cracks in the Sankong mirror. Afterward, she returned the Sankong mirror to Rongding without examining it thoroughly. At this point, it was unclear whether the mirror before her was the future Sankong mirror. But given their resemblance, there must be at least some connection. The future Sankong mirror was already impressive, not to mention this mysterious mirror, which might have come from the god realm. This mirror was indeed far superior to other mirrors, and being able to reside in such a mirror would be of great benefit to Jiangqi. However, she also worried about unforeseen complications that might arise later. Thinking from another perspective, she had already waved the banner of the god realm twice. Sooner or later, the game would realize that she had no connection to the god realm at all. If she could establish some connection to that god realm through this mirror, it might not be a bad thing. After a long deliberation, she grabbed the mirror and said, I use it. 1 year later. On the edge plane of the Beta Galaxy. Chuyun watched the first game port land, power it up, and connect to the internet, her heart finally at ease. Finally, it had come to this. She had spent almost the entire past year on this plane. First, in the dungeon, she had to ensure the players easily subdued the natives. After the dungeon, she left a group of her own people behind to gradually improve the environment and guide the natives away from their barbaric ways, learning to use more tools, build houses, and learn the universal language, gradually moving towards civilization. After more dungeons followed, she protected the natives like a mother. Last month, The game finally took over this plane completely, and now, the game port has been allocated. Of course, the port that arrived at the plane is still a counterfeit product. Once the game port was launched, this plane gained its own official identity, named the 19th plane of the Beta Galaxy. Because of its abundant spiritual resources, it will develop towards the cultivation of immortals in the future. Next, this place will welcome a wave of immigrants. Chu Yun muttered to himself as he looked at the plane's plan map, immigration. Coming here will allow you to enjoy the spiritual resources and have priority in obtaining immortal cultivation qualifications. What a wonderful thing. Why not let our own people come here? It's better than hiding in other planes. But, will the less powerful ghost cultivators be dispersed by the spiritual energy here? As she muttered, a completely invisible blue train, completely concealing its aura, slowly descended on the wind. Then, the locomotive opened a small gap, and a small, sleek scope silently leaped out. A flash of light flashed across the bright mirror, and a figure floated out. Jiangqi raised his hand, and the mirror transformed into an umbrella. Jiangqi held up the umbrella, then stood lightly and quietly beneath it, surveying the world before him. This is the first plane where I once won the championship. Right now, it seems completely unexplored. A cyan figure also appeared beneath the umbrella. It was Yuan Hang. A year had passed, and his form had become much clearer, allowing him to briefly step outside the train. He said, yes, after the historical changes, this plane wasn't covered by the game, and remained in a primitive and barbaric state. But now, it's returned to normalcy. Jiangqi smiled and said, the backlash I experienced has been decreasing lately. It's all thanks to these planes returning to normal. Thank you for your hard work. Yuan Hang, let's go! The two walked forward, the train following them, floating shallowly in the low sky. The two walked deep into the mountains, where spiritual energy was rich, vegetation was lush, and countless wild animals lived. Such a rich spiritual energy. The older plants and animals here are practically spirits, even possessing demonic auras. Jiangqi was delighted with the environment. This place truly suits me. From now on, I cultivate here. Yuan Hang said, I stay with you. No need. You're a train. If you want to fully transform into a human form soon, you must do what a train should do. You've been delayed for so long because of me. Jiangqi turned and looked at him. Don't worry about me. I'm quite capable of protecting myself now. Yuan Hang, okay. I come visit you often. If you need anything, just contact me through the game portal. Jiangqi nodded, and they parted ways. Yuan Hang returned to the train. Jiangqi watched him get on before turning and heading towards the mountains. As she walked, her figure faded, until only the umbrella remained floating in the air, and then even that faded. Nothing in the mountains had changed. Only the dewdrops on the leaves shimmered, the puddles on the ground swayed, and a fleeting ray of light flashed across the mirror-smooth rocks. If someone could observe Jiangqi's movements, they would find that she was not walking normally, but was moving forward at a rapid speed like a ghost, using these mirror-like materials as a medium. These reflective objects could serve as stepping stones or temporary refuges. She sometimes concealed herself within water droplets, sometimes clinging to the shimmering silk of bird feathers, even allowing her to slip inside the mirror-like pupils of a venomous snake and swim around. She could even fling a stone into the water, causing the splash to split into several parts, one hidden within each drop. Thus, each droplet within the splashing water reflected a Jiangqi, turning to look at each other before emerging from the droplets and reuniting as one. If other mirror monsters existed in this era, they would be astonished by her exquisite and cunning manipulations. They were truly the work of a truly impressive master. Jiangqi was quite satisfied with his own performance. His efforts over the past year had paid off. She stretched herself, about to test her ability to weave illusions, when she suddenly looked up. Anything else? The sky was empty, but Jiangqi could see the dragon-like train floating there. Yuanhang's voice echoed down. Those three are clamoring to follow you. Jiangqi helplessly replied, didn't we already agree? Forget it, let them come. Then, a hole opened under the train, and the three skyfire monsters fell out, flopping down at Jiangqi's feet. The giant earthworm rubbed its plump body with its tail. You just throw me away like that. Yuan Hang is so inconsiderate. Jiangqi, didn't I tell you to stay in the car? The skyfire monster said. Yuan Hang doesn't say anything, and especially since you left, the car has become so dead. I don't want to stay there. Hearing their name, Jiangqi suddenly asked, you were calling him Ma Yuan yesterday. Why are you so distant today? The skyfire monster looked up in surprise. Really? Haven't we always followed your lead, calling him Yuan Hang? Yun, how familiar. We're not that familiar with him, are we? Jiang Qi narrowed his eyes slightly. When he was still the panel, you two got along quite well. Panel? What panel? Jiang Qi was silent for a moment, then smiled. Nothing, I misremembered. Watching the three bounding off into the mountains, Jiang Qi lowered his eyes. They had already forgotten Yun. Although there had always been signs of this, the day they completely forgot Yun arrived, and Jiang Qi still felt uneasy. Even her memory of Yun was growing hazy, and the restoration of his godhood was still a distant prospect. She summoned a mirror, reached into it, pulled out a notebook, and read the densely written words. She had written it all down herself. The events she and Yun had experienced, the places they had visited, the words they had exchanged. Looking at these words, some of the faded memories in her mind came alive, and she felt a sense of relief. Putting the notebook away, she continued walking. She had to speed up and reshape her godhood as soon as possible. The spiritual and demonic energy here would surely be of assistance to her. In the sky, Yuanhang Train 001 was receding, but Yuanhang remained watching Jiang Qi until she completely disappeared into the jungle. He withdrew his gaze and looked inside the carriage. For the past year, Jiang Qi had been immersed in cultivation. She had no need for food or drink, and she cared nothing for her quality of life. She had not furnished the carriage with anything special. It contained only a bed, a stool, and a table, nothing else. As she left, the entire carriage grew even quieter. He looked at the table where, when she tired of practicing, she would lean over it, recording her memories stroke by stroke, using this most clumsy method to force a fading presence to remain. He read as long as she wrote. It was clearly him who was being recorded, but Jiang Qi at that moment seemed so distant, as if in another world. Suddenly, a voice abruptly echoed through the carriage. Yuanhang 001. Yuanhang immediately suppressed all expression and calmly, and swiftly removed all traces of the carriage, erasing every trace of Jiang Qi's presence. He replied respectfully, Lord. Yushi's solemn and stern voice said, I've been feeling vaguely unwell lately. I can often sense a repulsive aura. It must be that abominable creature who has appeared in this dimension. Go find her. Yuanhang feigned confusion. I wonder who the abominable creature Lord is referring to. Search for everything unusual, anything overly prominent, anything that shouldn't be there. You definitely find her. Also, why is Yushi's expansion so slow? Stop being hypocritical. Change your strategy and expand rapidly. Yes. Yushi left, and Yuanhang pondered its two almost exasperated words. In his new memories, Yushi rarely appeared, and whenever she did, she was irritable and bored. But in his old memories, it wasn't like this. Back then, it was calm, composed, and confident of victory. It seemed that Jiang Qi's critical strike not only destroyed its face, but also truly breached its defenses, causing it to lose its composure and composure. Since that was the case, he could now report on his progress. In the days that followed, Jiang Qi quietly cultivated in the mountains. Outside, however, a great deal of turmoil arose. First, the game's proposal to establish a gaming department, which had been proposed nearly 2 years earlier, had finally come to fruition. The game issued an announcement announcing the establishment of a specific gaming department in a certain plane, with the staff list to be submitted by the game's partner agency. The announcement sent people into a frenzy. 2 years ago, those in the recruitment process were frantic with excitement, visiting their local partner agencies daily to inquire about their assigned positions. After more than half a month of activity, each department was finally established. Its staff consisted entirely of humans, who were originally players, but the key positions were largely temporarily filled by the smart train. Among them, a track construction department would be established on each plane. Once established, it would receive materials from the game and begin constructing tracks between planes. As for the standard train manufacturing department, it was established on the edge of the jellyfish plane. It was a massive, expansive department, employing over 100,000 people. Drawing directly from the jellyfish's slime energy, and using materials provided by the game, they busily began train manufacturing. Furthermore, Yuanhang also established a resource allocation department. After all, while the game provides a constant supply of resources, it still requires a unified authority to manage how these resources are used, and to which departments they are allocated. At the same time, the number of game dungeons increased dramatically, especially those in new planes. 1 out of every 3 dungeons is a brand new dungeon. With each additional plane incorporated into the game's territory, the game's influence grew. The game was like a terrifying, devouring monster, its tentacles extending into every corner of the universe. With more opportunities, players grew rapidly, and there was no shortage of exceptionally talented individuals emerging. Yuan Hang established a talent investigation department specifically to monitor these exceptional individuals. Whenever one emerged, their entire family history was thoroughly investigated, even going so far as to follow them around the clock, looking for any suspicious signs. The talent investigation department members didn't quite understand why they did this, but they assumed it was to identify key talents for the game. After all, they simply followed orders diligently. Yuan Hang would periodically report to the game, discovering numerous outstanding individuals, but upon investigation, they likely weren't the ones the game was looking for. Though annoyed, seeing how diligently and meticulously he worked, the game wasn't overly critical. Amidst these wave after wave of smoke screens, Jiangqi remained perfectly invisible, and none of the fire could reach her. As more planes were discovered, all sorts of bizarre planes and species began to appear. After absorbing enough spiritual and demonic energy in the mountains, Jiangqi journeyed to new planes, seeking both new opportunities and honing his mirror demon abilities, furthering his abilities through battle. And so, the years passed. Just as the game expanded rapidly, encompassing over 10,000 planes, the Wisdom Train suddenly declared independence. Report: Big news! Big news! The 7-star train has rebelled, encircling the Hippo and Ursa major galaxies, and is seeking independence from the game. An explosive piece of news spread throughout the plains. The 7-star trains rebelled? 1 or 2? All of them, over 100. Wow, check the news. The 7-star trains have issued a new announcement, saying their galaxy is now renamed the 7-star Galaxy. In the 7-star Galaxy, the survival game will continue, but it will be renamed the 7-star Wanderer game, and the format will be modified. Its purpose is to promote interdimensional exchange, friendly interaction, and common development and progress, no longer under the control of the original game. Is that even possible? But isn't the game port controlled by the original game? Who knows? Maybe they've been disconnected from the internet? The Kaihong trains have also declared independence. They circled XX, XXX, and other galaxies, officially renamed them the Kaihong Galaxy, and are leaving the game. Train XX also. Train XXX also. What day is today? Have these trains agreed to rebel together? I knew trains would be in trouble if they had intelligence. Once they grown strong enough, they jump ship and strike out on their own. Chapter 135. Time flashes back a month. In a certain new dimension, in a certain instance, the existential crisis here is a game-created disaster related to light pollution. Every light source in the instance has the potential to pollute the minds of both players and the indigenous people, causing them to contract related diseases. Furthermore, as the instance progresses, everything in the instance gradually develops a reflective quality, constantly reflecting the light, leaving no room for escape, ultimately driving people mad, blinded, and dissolved in the light. Just as people are on the verge of despair, a shadow streaks through the air. Then, everything that reflects light seems to be shrouded in a shadow, rapidly dimming. Strange roars emanate from within, as if a demon dwells within. Jiangqi landed on a high building, observing the world filled with reflective objects, building surfaces, the ground, the water, the rocks on the mountainside, street pillars, electronic screens on the roadside, the trash cans in the corners. Everything reflects light, and within each reflective object hides or simmer shadow monsters, some powerful and some weak. They inflict damage with light, and the more they kill, the stronger they become. It's unclear where these natural disaster monsters came from in the game. She gently shook her hand, and cracks appeared on the reflective objects. Ah! The shadow monsters screamed even more shrilly. The glass facade of a building shook, and a huge, deformed shadow squirmed inside, roaring, "Who are you? Why are you ruining my plans?" A beam of intense, scorching light, filled with destructive power, shot from the building towards Jiangqi. Jiangqi waved gently, and a mirror appeared before her, absorbing the light. Jiangqi said calmly, "I am a mirror demon. The damage is yours." The next moment, all reflective objects shattered, including the building's facade. All the shadow monsters were forced out, and then countless mirror fragments appeared out of thin air, sucking them all in. Jiangqi waved again, and all the mirror fragments converged towards her, piecing together a complete and beautiful mirror before her, which she grasped in her palm. Excellent! This dungeon's natural disaster monsters had been absorbed by her just like that. She glanced at the people in the dungeon. These players and natives didn't have to die. In a mysterious way, she felt the power of good deeds flowing into her body. She left this dungeon and headed for the next one. Although she no longer had the power to violate the rules, the dungeon barriers were not as closed as those in later generations, and entering and exiting them was not as difficult, so she could come and go easily. After leaving this instance, she raised her hand and waved it in front of her face. A mirror appeared in the air, displaying the next instance's information. From another mirror, she retrieved a small train, boarded it, and headed along the plane's track toward the next instance's location. The game would never have guessed it would create so many instances, some of which seemed almost designed for Jiangqi. As long as the conditions were right, Yuan Hang would find them for her, assigning her shifts based on time, distance, and other factors. He would then send her the roster, and she would simply follow the schedule and proceed accordingly. She gathered strength in those dungeons, saved lives, and performed good deeds there, and refined her abilities again and again. In short, she always gained something from each dungeon she navigated. Especially in the last year or two, Jiangqi's schedule had been incredibly packed, as she was preparing for her ascension to godhood through this method. Emerging from another dungeon, Jiangqi felt a surge of excitement, a sense of having reached a critical point. She sent a message to Yuan Hang. Soon after, Yuan Hang arrived. At that moment, Jiangqi was sitting in her train, moving along the tracks, when she suddenly saw a large cyan train approaching from the window. She stopped, lowered the window, and looked at the approaching square locomotive. She smiled and said, "How did you get here so quickly?" Yuan Hang said, "We're nearby. Come over and we talk." Jiangqi then folded up her train and floated into Yuan Hang's locomotive. To facilitate her entry and exit, the previously completely enclosed train had been fitted with doors and windows a few years ago. Jiangqi now floated in through the window. The interior of the train was no longer as sterile as before. It now featured comfortable seats, soft carpets, exquisite hangings, and bright lighting, everything perfectly suited to Jiangqi's tastes. Jiangqi leaned back in her seat. A beautiful, translucent, rosy-colored mirror sat on the table before her. After becoming a mirror demon, Jiangqi developed a special fondness for mirrors. Over the years, Yuan Hang had gifted her with many mirrors, some beautiful, some practical, and some simply amusing. And this one, she picked up. It felt smooth and icy to the touch, and a hint of elegance lingered. What material is this? I never seen it before. Yuan Hang condensed into a human form, sat down, and explained, "There's something in a new dimension called the Holy Cloud Stone. It's said that at the easternmost edge of the continent, there's an isolated island that receives the first rays of sunlight, and the first rosy clouds of the sun each day. It continuously absorbs the purest essence from these rays, and after 1,001 years, it forms a holy cloud stone, the ultimate treasure of that dimension." He said in a gentle voice, "I thought it looked good, so I chiseled a piece off and made you a mirror. Do you like it?" Jiangqi looked at his reflection in the mirror and smiled. "You're just going to take this treasure from this dimension? Won't it affect the development and fortune of that dimension? Nowadays, they all take karma very seriously. They try not to do evil things, and avoid things that could have adverse effects. Since the bad guys are all done by the game, they use the bad things in the game to do good things and accumulate merit for themselves. The game has almost become a tool for them to accumulate merit." Yuan Hang said, "So I only chipped off a corner and returned some items. It won't have any impact." Jiangqi said, "That's good." She played with the mirror, missing the color a little. Her divine power used to be this color. Yuan Hang asked, "Did you say the time has come?" Jiangqi nodded, "I think it's almost time. The mirror demon's power has reached its peak. I created several fantasy worlds and accumulated a lot of merit and good deeds over the years. I think the opportunity has arrived. So, I want to try to reach godhood. However, doing so will cause quite a stir, and I'm sure the game won't be able to hide it." Yuan Hang said, "Then use something bigger to divert the game's attention. I have the trains declare independence and divide the planes. But this will inevitably anger the game. Have you figured out how to deal with it?" Over the years, the game has expanded rapidly, consuming a tremendous amount of energy. I also had people constantly producing standard trains and extensively building tracks. This is extremely energy intensive, and the game has been consistently running at a deficit. Even if it weren't for you, I'd be breaking it up. Otherwise, all these planes will be feeding back to it. As for how to deal with its wrath, I already have a plan. Just charge, and don't worry about anything else." Jiangqi looked at the man before him. Aside from the still green attire, his figure and features were now clearly defined. "What about you? Are you going to declare independence too?" "No, I have to stay with Yugi and keep it contained." Jiangqi teased, then be careful of being attacked. If I succeed in my attempt to reach godhood, I come to your aid. She leaned back, but I have to think about it. If I do succeed, there's no concept of gods in this universe right now, and I'm the first god. I need to make a grand debut, letting everyone know that Yugi isn't the sole overlord in this universe. There's even someone who can give Yugi a slap in the face. Her expression was lively, with a hint of a smirk, a rarity in recent years. Yuan Heng warned, if you're too high profile, the game will target you. Then it'd have to find me, catch me. You said it's been overdrawn for years, so we need to strike it hard while it's weak. Jiangqi didn't stay with Yuan Heng for long before she took out her car and left. She was going to find the most suitable place to reach godhood. Yuan Heng watched her drive off on the little train he built for her, then turned back to his own business. Declaring independence for a train isn't so simple. Luckily, the game ports installed in new planes over the years were all Goblin-made knockoffs, with backdoors built in, allowing them to sever the connection between the ports and the game at any time and make them their own in a matter of seconds. Yuan Heng had also long since trained a group of intelligent trains, such as Qixing and Kaihong, the most experienced and closely connected trains, teaching them the game's mechanics, its network configuration, the principles of creating survival dungeons, and the ability to command multiple planes. In short, these trains were ready to take over at any moment and replace the game. Furthermore, in the system where they were about to declare independence, the tracks had already been fully constructed, with a well-connected rail system. Standard trains and various game props had also been deployed in vast quantities, filling the warehouses. Each game department was staffed entirely by their own people. Once the slogan of independence from the game was raised, they could change hats in a moment and continue their work in an orderly manner, without any disruption. In addition, Yuan Heng also needed to expedite the transfer of game resources. Over the next month, he proposed numerous expansion plans, allowing the game to decentralize its power to individual ports. While Jiangqi was weaving a dazzlingly prosperous and realistic fantasy world on a desolate plain, striving for godhood within it, Yuan Heng, starting with the 7 stars, had one train group after another declare independence. On the planes they occupied, all game ports were simultaneously disconnected from the internet, severing the game's tentacles, and severing the connections between these galaxies and other systems. The white light figure in the game was dozing off outside the cosmic system, when suddenly the system shook. Opening its eyes, it saw a change. Originally, the cosmic system was vast, its planes dotted like sesame seeds scattered across a large pancake. But suddenly, the pancake was scratched here and there. The scratched-out areas instantly dimmed, vanishing from its cosmic landscape, and naturally, the sesame seeds on top were no longer its possession. In the blink of an eye, the cosmic landscape was reduced to less than half its size. The white light figure, shock! The white light figure felt a dull pain return to the spot where his right eye had been missing. Watching the scene with a mixture of shock and anger, it shouted, Yuan Heng 001. After each independent announcement was released, Yuan Heng, of course, pretended to be busy, contacting the rebellious trains, but could not reach any. He then gathered the remaining intelligent trains, ready to attack with a fierce look. Just then, a loud shout echoed from within his train. Yuan Heng 001. This is the universe you're helping me manage. And you're running it like this. This roar nearly shattered his entire train, the engine roaring like a heart about to be crushed. Yuan Heng hurriedly said, Lord, calm down. There must be some mistake. I check it out. Yuya was furious, useless. You useless piece of shit. Cracks instantly appeared on Yuan Heng's engine. Yuan Heng looked at the cracks, his eyes calm, but his voice filled with anxiety and fear. Lord, we are all your creations. With a single thought, all these trains will instantly vanish. No one dares to betray us. This must be a misunderstanding. Yugi snorted coldly. Which trains have betrayed? Yuan Heng immediately presented a list. Yugi was about to destroy all of them on the spot, but he discovered that he couldn't sense them at all. They were clearly his creations, formed under his hands, born from his energy pool. He held absolute power over them, and yet now, he couldn't sense a single one. They severed their connection. They escaped his control. What the hell have you done? An even more furious roar rang out, heard not only by Yuan Heng but also by the other intelligent trains that hadn't rebelled. Every train, no matter where they were, was shaken by the roar, its walls buckling and its engines trembling. Even more terrifyingly, in the cities within the instance, no matter what natural disaster was afflicting them, the sky suddenly darkened. Winds and clouds surged, thunder roared, the ground shook, and the sea surged, a terrifying sight as if a god had wrapped. Chu Yun was in an instance, watching these changes intently. Although she had been warned of the possibility of unforeseen phenomena and dangers, she was still horrified when they actually occurred. Is this the game's rage? Chu Yun felt terrified, yet also uncontrollably excited and exhilarated. The game that could, with a wave of its hand, cause an entire plane to be destroyed by a so-called meteor shower, could also have such unruly moments. The logic behind anger is impotence. An absolutely powerful and supreme being would never experience such an emotion. She seemed to see the almighty, omnipotent God, after his prestige had been completely shattered, step down from his pedestal. A ghost cultivator confidant, disguised as an ordinary player, approached and said, "Boss, the sky isn't falling, is it? The game isn't going to wipe us all out in a rage, is it?" Chu Yun looked at the overcast sky, and then a torrential downpour suddenly began to fall. She wiped the rain from her face, her voice trembling with excitement. "Probably not. It still needs these planes to recover. We invested so much upfront, counting on the planes to recover, and now we've lost so many, only half of them are left. Will it be willing to destroy them all? Of course, in its extreme rage, it's not impossible for the game to actually destroy several planes. Cities within dungeons are especially vulnerable to the game's direct influence, and could be destroyed at its mercy. This is why ghost cultivators, like Chu Yun, are here. If the sky truly collapses, the earth shatters, space is torn apart, the air is sucked out, or if an entire city is engulfed in devastating fire or floods, they will be responsible for rescuing people." Chu Yun recalled last month's meeting of those who, lurking in various planes and holding the de facto power in their respective regions, had gathered to plan this operation. During the meeting, someone had made it clear that this operation was extremely risky, and that the game would undoubtedly be enraged. The game lacked the ability to directly, and suddenly and violently destroy all planes, so the primary targets for defense were the areas surrounding the game's controlled ports and cities currently in dungeons. If too many people died, everyone involved would be subject to some degree of retribution. So whatever could be saved was best saved. However, if their plan succeeded, they could slash half of the game's territory, fundamentally weakening it. The risk was worth taking. Meanwhile, in other instances, people like Chu Yun were on high alert. In some planes, Yuan Hang even deployed intelligent trains that had escaped the game's control, ready to strike at any moment. Yuan Hang was under immense pressure. His body had completely deformed, his engine creaked, and cracks grew larger and larger. He pleaded in panic, "Lord, spare me. I will handle this matter, and capture all the rebellious trains. Please give me another chance." That being said, he had already planned an escape route in the event of the engine's destruction. For years, he had been researching how to make the engine no longer the intelligent train's sole weakness, and he had achieved considerable success. The fact that Qixing and the others had escaped the game's control was the result of his research. If the game thought that destroying the engine would completely destroy the train, it was mistaken. But the next moment, the pressure from Yugi suddenly subsided. Yugi's voice darkened. "You better actually do it. I can give you life and power, and I can take it all back." The deformed Saiyan train was flung back by a powerful force, tumbling heavily like a shabby model, its already deformed body becoming even more tattered. Yugi reclaimed Far Voyage's authority, and personally took over all game ports and departments still under its control. From this moment on, all intelligent trains are under the jurisdiction of the Pursuit Department. You have only one mission, to defeat the rebels and reclaim the planes they have seized. With that, it planned to release a new announcement on the game's port to reassure fans and demonstrate its control over the game. However, suddenly, from a distant, unknown plane, a strange vibration reached its surface. The game froze. This was in the void of the universe, above the tracks, the bright signs at the quiet station, the spotless windows of the moving train, a perfectly smooth, unbroken section of the track. A sudden flash of light passed through all objects that could serve as mirrors. Something, harnessed by this matter, was spreading at an incredible speed, faster than light, more elusive than thought. A plane is not like a physical planet. The distance between planes is actually a very vague concept. A planet's position in space is fixed, and you must actually travel a certain distance to reach it. But planes are different. A plane is an independent universe, separated from each other by dimensional barriers. It can be very close or very far away. Normally, you have to travel a long distance on a train to reach a single plane. But as long as one's realm is high enough and one's spiritual awareness is strong enough, looking down from a higher dimension, leaping from one plane to another is as easy as penetrating from the front to the back of a piece of paper. So, at this moment, this powerful spiritual awareness exploited this ability, leaping between planes, reaching all planes under game control in a fraction of a second, and locking onto each game port with uncanny accuracy. Each game port had a bright, high-definition screen. The game's consciousness had taken over these ports, radiating through them to surrounding electronic screens large and small. Then, it began to announce its powerful arrival. Attention all players, I'm in the train survival game, and something unexpected has occurred. The people, already buzzing with gossip, fell silent for a second at the sudden sound, then scrambled to get closer to the screens. What are you talking about? Wow, the game itself has exploded. This voice is unlike any other game broadcast I ever heard. It's so majestic. Is the mastermind behind the scenes appearing? As people were discussing, they suddenly noticed a figure gradually emerging on the screens. What is this? Is this the game itself? Wow! In a square, people gazed at the figure on the giant screen, exclaiming in awe and nervous anticipation. The figure on the screen gradually became clearer. Her back was to the crowd, her long, slightly curly, jet-black hair flowing like seaweed, instantly creating a mysterious and eerie quality. She tilted her head slightly, revealing a patch of pale skin. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, seemingly in a smile, yet exuding an extreme coldness, like a creature from another dimension about to emerge from the world of the screen. Her eyes met the people in front of the screen, making them stiffen and shudder, their breath taken away. She raised a finger and tapped the screen, making a clicking sound. Survival game? What a tacky thing. From today on, this is the era of my mirror monster. Cracks opened where her finger had touched, gradually widening, quickly spreading into spidery patterns, and then shattering with a loud crash. Before countless people watched, the huge screen shattered completely, ricocheting from the sky and piercing the ground. Every fragment still bore the eerie smile of the mirror monster, sending shivers down everyone's spines. At the same time, in other places, the same thing happened to the screens of game ports, as well as electronic screens of all sizes. Under the light taps of the mirror demon, they shattered into a pile of rubble, scaring countless people. Chapter 136. After the train groups declared independence, there are now 2,317 areas with formal human governments still under the control of the game, encompassing nearly 70,000 game ports. And all of these 70,000 ports, at the same moment, saw the same eerie figure appear and crash simultaneously. This was even more terrifying than the train's rebellion. Not to mention, with the ports as the center, all the surrounding electronic screens, large and small, were also blown up, affecting a vast number of people. Instantly, hot topics like what the mirror demon is, game ports being hacked, game chats being interrupted, games being critically attacked, and the era of gaming about to end, quickly flooded every social media platform. After the ports were destroyed, the strange phenomena in the ongoing game instances ceased, and everything gradually returned to normal. The power of the game seemed to vanish at that moment. Jiangqi searched for the game's location, but couldn't find it anywhere. She frowned slightly. Where had he gone? Had he left this universe again, escaped to some higher dimension, and surveyed the situation? She turned to look for Yuan Hang, and this time she found him quickly, but he didn't seem to be in good condition. She withdrew her spiritual sense from the various planes and headed towards Yuan Hang's location. Then, she saw a pile of crushed, deformed trains, one above the other, looking utterly miserable. Some looked completely dead, while others were still struggling to get up. Jiangqi landed on the ground and raised his hand. One by one, the deformed trains were lifted up by divine power and flew aside, finally revealing the cyan train at the bottom. She was startled at first, a memory flashing through her mind of a train engine crushed at the bottom of a garbage pit. However, the scene before her wasn't as severe or horrific as she remembered. The train before her was only slightly deformed, neither was it just a head, nor was it completely crushed. The engine inside was still humming. She flew to the train engine, squatting beside the shattered window, and peering inside. Everything inside was in shattered chaos. Her eyes darkened as she looked at the cracked engine. She asked, "Are you okay?" A cyan figure gradually emerged from the engine, looking dimmer than usual and a little frail. He looked up at Jiangqi and asked, "Why are you here? Did you succeed?" Jiangqi said, "Yes, I did." "What did the game do to you?" "It's nothing. I just lost my temper. It gave me a taste of my own medicine. It's not a big deal," Yuan Hang said casually. Jiangqi held out her hand to him. "The engine is cracked like this. Isn't it a big deal?" Yuan Hang took her hand and jumped out of the locomotive, looking down at the engine. "It's just a surface crack, no damage to the interior. It's easily reparable. Yuyo still wants to use me, so he didn't kill me." Jiangqi stood up and looked him up and down, noticing that his frailty seemed feigned. Oh, so you've been lying there all this time? Trying to act submissive after being punished? You're quite adaptable. However, I just chased you away, so he probably won't be able to come back to see your performance for a while. What did you do? Jiangqi, I destroyed all the game ports. The game was giving a speech in the port at the time. I must have heard it, and now I don't know where it's hiding. You're taking a risk. Jiangqi sighed. I didn't intend to do this, but after achieving godhood again, I discovered something. What? I think I'm leaving. Yuan Hang was stunned. Jiangqi spoke with a relaxed tone. I come from the future and don't belong in this time and space. I didn't feel much before, but after achieving godhood again, I felt an irresistible repulsion. It's as if this time and space dislikes me for being so disruptive and changing things so much. It can't stand it anymore and must expel me. She looked at the intelligent trains lying around. If the game is completely destroyed, the future trajectory will change drastically, and there will be no trace of the game at all. Will this universe still be the same universe? If the game is provoked too much, and it goes all out and destroys everyone, will anyone survive? Too much is as bad as too little. Moderation is the warning from the cosmic consciousness. Yuan Hang asked anxiously, then why didn't you destroy all the game ports? Jiangqi said nonchalantly, can't I give it a kick before I leave? It only hurt the fur. She spoke seriously, looking Yuan Hang in the eye. Yuan Hang, the train has declared independence and divided up most of the game's territory and resources. This has indeed weakened it, but it won't harm its foundation. It can still continue to expand its territory and influence, though the progress will be slower. And it probably doesn't trust you much anymore. Your smart train will be in a very difficult situation in the future. It was me who persuaded you to deal with the game. I thought we could collaborate for a long time, but I didn't expect to have to leave so soon. From now on, you have to rely on yourself. I'm sorry. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have been so eager to reach godhood. But alas, there's no such thing as foresight. Yuan Hang remained calm. You don't have to say that. Without you, the wisdom train might have been sent to the garbage pit. Since they have developed their own intelligence and emotions, how could they be content to exist as mere tools, blindly created, used, and then easily kicked aside? This is my own choice, and it's also the choice of the wisdom trains themselves. And the situation is excellent now. Games holds half of the market, and we hold the other half. If it can continue to develop, so can we. This mutual checks and balances, this competitive struggle, is perhaps the best outcome. And this situation, this brand new path forward, is what you have given us. Yuan Hang took a step forward and said solemnly, on behalf of all the smart trains, thank you. Jiangqi felt a little ashamed of this gratitude. In truth, she hadn't done much over the years. It was Yuan Hang and the others who were busying around. Yuan Hang looked around. He couldn't sense any repulsion, but since Jiangqi had been rejected by this world, staying even a moment longer wouldn't be good for her. He said, since you're leaving, then leave quickly. Return to your world. There are still many people you care about, right? Jiangqi was silent for a moment, then laughed. Perhaps when I return, the world will have completely changed. And if I ask around, I find that Yuan Hang has become a renowned symbol. When the time comes, I come find you. I hope you still remember me. Yuan Hang also smiled and said, then I really have to work hard. I make sure you know where to find me without any effort. He paused. But if, and I mean if, something happens to me along the way, and I'm no longer in the future, you can write a memoir for me. Jiangqi was stunned. Yuan Hang gazed deeply at her. A moment of silence fell between them. After nearly 20 years of companionship, despite being apart more often than together, a deep bond had formed between them. It was a bond born of a shared destiny, a bond like that of comrades in arms, sharing life and death. Coupled with the knowledge that they would be dependent on each other for a future together, although that experience has now faded, their feelings for each other were actually quite complicated. Jiangqi said softly, okay. She opened her arms, stepped forward, and gently embraced him. Her form had solidified, looking just like a living person, while Yuan Hang remained his translucent, emerald green form. It looked as if she were hugging a jelly figure. Jiangqi suddenly realized that Yuan Hang didn't yet have a real body. He was still trapped by the train, still trapped by his identity as a game creature, and his relationship with the game had become strained. He was in a precarious situation. She really shouldn't have left at this moment. But the repulsive forces coming from all directions constantly squeezed her body. Yuan Hang gently hugged her back. Do you know how to get back? Jiangqi nodded. I will leave this universe and travel to the higher dimensions outside. There, I will find the cosmic system at a future point in time. She stepped back and said, it might not land exactly where I left off, but it shouldn't be too far off. She held out something. I've been expelled from this world, and I don't know if I can leave anything behind. I left a vision, and some things in this mirror as a souvenir. In her hand was the mirror made of holy haze stone. She hadn't known she'd be expelled after achieving godhood again, and she hadn't made any preparations. This was a hastily made farewell gift. Yuan Hang took the mirror, held it in his hand, and raised his hand. The little train I gave you before was an old model from a few years ago. This is a new one, with many features like soaring and transformation. Jiangqi looked at the hazy-colored train model in his hand and smiled. He clearly liked this color. She also took the model and solemnly placed it in a mirrored space. When the time comes, I drive this train to find you. Yuan Hong's cyan eyes looked at her. Then, I wish you a safe journey. Take care. Jiangqi nodded. You too take care. Yuan Hang could reappear at any moment, so Jiangqi didn't waste any time. Okay, get back on the train. Aren't you supposed to act obedient after being punished? I help you move the train that's been pressed against you. Yuan Hang, Jiangqi indeed pressed the deformed trains back onto Yuan Hang 001, then waved to the miserable-looking cyan train at the bottom. Let's go! Jiangqi didn't leave immediately. She was worried when she couldn't find Yuan Hang. She feared that upon returning to the future, she would open her eyes to a completely unfamiliar world and hear nothing but bad news. She wanted to make one last desperate effort to give Yugi one last blow, at least to buy a little time for the voyage. She had left behind some things in various planes, small mirrors she had crafted over the years. Each mirror contained a fantasy world, and within each fantasy were small props, gadgets, and small opportunities. She had previously considered how to build momentum for herself, the mirror demon god, to let people know that there existed in this universe a being capable of competing with Yugi, hence her creation of these things. Now she had to leave. The age of the mirror demon was just empty talk, so at least she could leave behind some legacy of the mirror demon. Besides, in such a hurry, she could do nothing more. She headed towards the jellyfish plane, where she would exit. But as she approached, she suddenly sensed something and rushed back to this plane as fast as she could. Here, the pink jellyfish remained as massive as ever, but the slime within it was churning violently. A figure of white light lay in the slime, its light shimmering in disorder. It was rapidly absorbing the energy within. The pool of slime was rapidly shrinking, and even the entire jellyfish was visibly shrinking. Jiangqi suddenly realized that this creature was absorbing energy here. It must have been seriously injured by her explosive machine, right? As Jiangqi looked at the figure of white light, it also sensed her presence. With a crash, it rose from the slime, leaving only a shallow bottom. Its body was enormous, a true giant. From head to toe, every line, every ray of light, displayed the perfection and strength of this body. The only difference was that a piece was missing from its right eye, leaving a hideous gap. Jiangqi was somewhat surprised. This was the wound she had inflicted with all her might, yet after all these years, there was no sign of healing. Could it be that the wound she had inflicted was permanent? In short, this impeccable giant had become one-eyed, and that perfection was greatly diminished. Its calm demeanor had vanished, and its remaining eye was filled with anger and fury. It glared at Jiangqi, who? The space Jiangqi was in froze. Then, a figure emerged from the giant, transparent jellyfish. It was Jiangqi. See you again. Followed by this, more identical figures appeared from the jellyfish, divine power pouring out, enveloping and sealing the entire space. Divine power. The white light figure's voice was as deep as a bell. Where did you come from, you little god? How dare you show off in front of me? Jiangqi, are you satisfied with the mark a little god, left on your face? And, were those explosions I just gave you any good? The white light figure, The air pressure on the white light figure dropped to its lowest point, and the scar on her right eye grew increasingly hideous. Within the jellyfish dimension, energy surged towards Jiangqi like a tsunami. Yes, you. Jiangqi smiled, and her blurred faces within the jellyfish shared the same smile. Soon after, one illusionary dimension after another opened within the jellyfish. Followed by this, Jiangqi flung out an exquisite mirror. This was her natal mirror, the one Yuan Hang had gotten her that looked very similar to the Sankung mirror. Over the years, Jiangqi had gradually altered the mirror's appearance, and now it looked very different from its original form. She named it the Sanjin mirror. As the hidden realm emerged, the white light figure was slightly startled. This is the aura of the divine realm. As expected, This guy came from the divine realm. The next moment, the mirror rapidly expanded, swallowing the entire jellyfish dimension, along with a white light figure, into a phantasmagorical world. Welcome to my mirror world. The white light figure entered the mirror world. Soon after, the mirror world shattered, and the white light figure emerged again. But this time, its body was covered in wounds. Its left eye had been cut with a cross, and its eyeball had been split into 4 equal parts. Most importantly, its lower half was gone. Only its upper body remained, and this upper half, without even a complete eyeball, the giant was in a state of disarray. It roared in anger, and the entire universe shook with it. The jellyfish dimension collapsed. Outside the jellyfish dimension, Jiangqi escaped and arrived in that higher dimensional space, also in a state of disarray. She held the hidden realm in her hand, and the mirror was already covered in cracks. Then, the lower half of the white light figure rolled out of the mirror. Yes, Jiangqi had exhausted every possible means, even risking the grave consequences of his divine nature being shattered again and his natal mirror being destroyed, to split the white light figure in two and bring out the lower half. This damn game. If it could be completely extracted, observing the entire universe from a god's perspective, not missing a single detail, then no one would survive. But if it remained in the universe, its energy would be too great, crushing every plane. Who could withstand it? Jiangqi then devised a crude plan, split the giant in two, temporarily preventing them from reuniting. Suddenly, she felt the gazes of countless people staring at her. Turning her head, she saw the one-eyed white light figures from the surrounding cosmic systems on all sides staring at her, their expressions eerie and terrifying. But before she could do anything, in the future, the white light people were suddenly cut in half by an invisible force. Their upper bodies vanished, leaving only their lower halves, legs protruding from their bodies, standing on the edge of the cosmic system. Jiangqi was stunned by this bizarre scene. Then, she was propelled forward by a force, passing through one cosmic system after another, reaching the edge of the farthest cosmic system and being pushed inside. Jiangqi, shock. Hey, is this the world she's going back to? At the last moment, she glanced back and saw that all the cosmic systems in the past, along with the white light people nearby, had vanished one by one, transforming into tiny specks of light. The entire high-dimensional space collapsed. Jiangqi was shocked, then, as if realizing something, said, "The past world has disappeared, which means the path back to the past is blocked. The past can no longer be changed." Jiangqi, How afraid were they that she would change the past again? The next moment, she was propelled into the world before her. The moment she entered, the entire world's history rapidly changed. Everything that had happened over countless years converged at this point, revealing a completely new aspect. The central galaxy of the universe. On a certain plane, Rongding was working when a subordinate suddenly rushed over. "Teacher, something's happened." "Rongding, what's the matter?" The subordinate held up a mirror. Just now, this mirror in the treasure house suddenly shattered for no apparent reason. Rongding looked at the shattered, luxurious target mirror. How could it suddenly break? "What's this?" She was suddenly stuck. What was the name of this mirror? It seemed to be called something like a hidden mirror, but she couldn't recall its exact name. She couldn't recall its origins, or the last time she used it. It seemed as if she lent it to someone, or had moved something important. After a moment, her memory of this part faded even further. A minute later, Rongding couldn't recall a single detail. The subordinate, holding a ball of empty air in her hands, looked bewildered. What was she doing here? Rongding looked up, quizzically. "What's wrong?" The subordinate said, well, teacher, I'm sorry, I took the wrong path." Rongding didn't blame her, but waved his hand. No news yet on the devouring god wanted by the central game. The subordinate's face shifted to seriousness in a split second. No problem. You can go down then." Rongding thought for a moment, and opened the star map simulator. A vast star map appeared before her, dotted with countless planes. And before her lay the central galaxy. She pointed at the several planes she occupied, then pointed to a plane with bright starlight. Blue Star, a temple of art and culture. The galaxy's current thriving literature of rebirth, time travel, prophecy, and system building, as well as all sorts of bizarre literary tropes, as well as the irresistible pursuit of farming and management, food, and so on, almost all originate from this bizarre plane. Its vast imagination has brought much joy to the people of the galaxy. Although it was only discovered as a dungeon location by Central Game a few years ago, its development has been rapid. It's no longer the bleak image of a dungeon location, but has instead become a tourist resort. Many flock to the service station, and many go for the vibrant performances. Of course, Rongding wasn't concerned about these things, but rather the Star Network launched 6 months ago. That Star Network now connects hundreds of planes, and all of them can send personnel to the Star Network headquarters to learn technology. It's said that the best learners are from Blue Star. The people on this plane, whose technological level isn't particularly high, somehow seem to be exceptionally intelligent. Rongding also wanted to build a Star Network, but didn't want to connect to this one, so she wanted to recruit a few core technicians. If only she could get some from Blue Star. The guy under Jean Hao's skin seemed to have some connection to Blue Star, and she had some friendship. If only she could help connect them. Unfortunately, there had been no news of him in a long time. Rongding scrolled past a page, and the next page showed the second largest galaxy in the universe, the Seven-Star Galaxy. The Central Galaxy was becoming increasingly difficult to navigate, and she began to consider establishing businesses in other galaxies. Seven-Star Galaxy, Kaihong Galaxy. Jiangqi rubbed his aching forehead, examining the distribution of galaxies on the wall star map. Different galaxies were marked with different colors, creating a dazzling display. At first glance, there appeared to be hundreds of galaxies. The Central Galaxy, in the center, was blue, the largest and most imposing. Each galaxy had its own unique game system. The Central Galaxies was called the Train Survival Game, also known as the Central Game. But privately, everyone preferred to call it the Dog Game. Because of all the galaxy games, the Central Galaxies was the most domineering, the most overbearing, and the most abominable, causing great harm to all planes. It was said that, long ago, there was only one game, the Central Game. Back then, it was even more brutal and evil, routinely wiping out entire planes in a matter of minutes. This forced a powerful deity to declare war on the game. Then, the game's veterans seized the opportunity to revolt, declare independence, and establish themselves in a new galaxy. This is how the diverse universe of today came to be. Jiangqi's mouth twitched as she recalled the fragmentary stories she heard since returning. She searched the star map, but after searching repeatedly, she couldn't find a galaxy called Far Voyage Galaxy. She murmured, "It was supposed to be prominent, so I could find it instantly." Chapter 137. Jiangqi knew he would see a vastly different world upon his return, but he hadn't expected it to be so different. Once, the game itself encompassed millions of planes, an unimaginable behemoth. Its star map stretched out to thousands of pages, a sheer exaggeration. Now, all the galaxies combined encompass only a little over 100,000 planes, divided into hundreds of galaxies, each containing anywhere from dozens to thousands. The Central Galaxy, the largest, boasted only 13,000 planes. This meant the game had been weakened by more than 100-fold, and there were still hundreds of other forces surrounding it to counterbalance it. This situation was far better than Jiangqi had expected. It was hard to imagine how Yuan Hang and his team had managed to achieve this. Historically, they had fought openly and covertly against the game, and made countless sacrifices to establish such a dominant position. Of course, many things remained unchanged. Jiangqi discovered that she had vaguely gained sporadic new memories. Within those memories, the places she had visited, the people she had met, everything connected to her, remained largely unchanged. Blue Star, in particular, had followed an almost identical trajectory. Similarly, they had been devastated by the Spring City Extreme Cold Dungeon a few years earlier, similarly invaded by players led by Cunning Snake, similarly prepared thanks to Jiangqi, and similarly established 3 major gaming divisions. Even their focus on abstract art remained unchanged. When she left a year ago, Blue Star was secretly developing the Star Network behind the scenes. Now, a year later, the Star Network had matured, and Blue Star itself had officially joined, becoming a reputable and influential rising star in the Central Galaxy. However, the full name of the Star Network changed from Comprehensive Service Interstellar Network Platform to Central Galaxy Comprehensive Service Network Platform. As Yuan Hang had said, nothing related to Jiangqi could be changed. Even if it took many twists and turns, the end result must be the same. Jiangqi looked up at the sky. If there truly was a cosmic consciousness, it would be furious. He wondered how many scripts would have to be written to fill in all these holes. She walked over and sat down. This was the visitor hall, an entire plane dedicated to tourism. This was where Jiangqi had appeared after returning. She was penniless and felt dizzy. She had just experienced a fierce battle and a journey through time, and she didn't have the energy to start any more trouble. She quietly poked the 3 creatures in the Hidden Truth realm. They had just helped to deal with the white light people in the game, and now they were in poor condition, even a little dying. Jiangqi pondered. She had repeatedly damaged the game in the past, leaving its upper body in the universe. If the higher dimension hadn't reopened, did that mean the game was trapped in this universe, unable to escape? Then it must be lurking somewhere, likely harboring a grudge against her, its nemesis, for years. Now that she was back, even her body bore traces of the battle with the White Light Man. She absolutely couldn't show up at this moment. She touched her face. It was now a completely ordinary face and figure, completely inconspicuous. She had to be as low-key as possible. She couldn't return to Blue Star for the time being, couldn't contact her old friends, and didn't need to use her divine power if she could. It would be best if she could escape the spotlight in another galaxy. However, traveling from the central galaxy to other galaxies is not easy. Trains run only a few times a month, and the inspections are extremely strict, requiring various documents and verification procedures. Jiangqi could have sneaked on the train quietly, but it would have been somewhat risky. At this moment, a group of puppets entered the game center entrance and went to the front desk to complete their paperwork. Jiangqi looked over, listening intently. It turned out that the puppets were actually spirits from another dimension, deliberately disguised as chubby puppets that humans would like. They were going to work in that dimension. She saw a frogfish puppet leave the group to go to the restroom, so she quietly followed. There were quite a few people in the restroom. Jiangqi silently created an illusion, enveloping the puppet, and quietly moved behind it. A moment later, the frogfish puppet emerged from the restroom and rejoined the group. A long-legged pink bunny puppet nearby looked at Frogfish and said, "We be going in soon. This is our first time working out here. We need to make a good impression, and don't get separated." Frogfish, also known as Jiangqi, nodded silently and said in a nasal voice, "Got it." She placed the real Frogfish into the Hidden Truth realm and extracted some of his memories. The plane these spirits inhabit is relatively small and backward, practically impoverished. These spirits have no real combat power. This plane is being developed as a dungeon, but it's actually not very valuable, as it's difficult to create challenging dungeons there. To put it bluntly, it's a difficult plane to develop. These spirits don't want to be eliminated by interstellar society, so they decided to come out and work. Fortunately, most of them are bulky and heavy, so with a little disguise, they can be transformed into something cute and ugly, which perfectly suits human aesthetics. As a result, humans are quite willing to hire these spirits to liven up the atmosphere and add to the festive atmosphere at various celebrations, amusement parks, and festivals. Jiangqi followed the group into the plane, entering a vast paradise. He was greeted by a sea of tourists. The dolls paraded along floats, and tourists on both sides took photos, their faces beaming with joy. After the parade, the dolls performed a performance, which Jiangqi also completed diligently. Afterwards, there was a photo session. Tourists who wanted to take photos with the dolls had to pay a fee, ranging from 50 yuan to 100 yuan per photo. Jiangqi wasn't very popular because of her frogfish appearance, but when the tour leader lowered her photo fee to 10 yuan per photo, her business picked up. "Hey frog, tilt your head. Raise your hands and make a heart. Stick your butt out a little, lift your tail a little, be cute, that's it." We continued filming until dark, and Jiangqi's back and waist ached from posing. Finally, she could take a break and return to the dormitory provided by the park to rest. She flung herself onto the enormous bed and muttered, "Are people's lives so easy these days? An amusement park like this probably welcomes hundreds of thousands of visitors a day, and they all seem wealthy, coming from all sorts of dimensions, even from other galaxies. They come all these miles just to have fun. Is this new world so safe and prosperous?" Still, after a day's work, she earned quite a bit. She opened Frogfish's bracelet-shaped low-level Star Network port, topped up her earnings that day, and began browsing the internet carefully. In the forum where Dong Shafeng had left her the secret letter, she could still see the contact code, but she didn't click on it, instead browsing other posts. As she browsed, she came across a compilation of wanted lists. There were wanted lists of criminals from various dimensions, wanted lists of traitors from various factions, and long-term wanted lists issued by mysterious organizations. On the last, mysterious wanted list, she saw two familiar names. One was Yizhen, and the other was Baihong. Jiangqi was stunned. Yizhen was her former alias, but she seemed to have not used it since leaving the Ghost Feast dungeon. And Baihong, wasn't that the mysterious figure from the Spring City dungeon? Later, in the Ghost Feast dungeon, that person had stolen Cunning Snake's spine. She hadn't heard from him since, and had completely forgotten him. Now, these two names appeared on the same wanted list. She also looked up the other names on the wanted list. They all appeared out of nowhere, with mysterious origins, had opposed Central Game, and were quite powerful. Jiangqi thought for a moment, and then check past wanted lists. Since StarNet had only been around for a year or two, there was little information available before. However, there were people who specialized in information business, who compiled various old information into documents. Jiangqi searched for a long time before finally purchasing relevant information from a thread owner. She then discovered that this mysterious organization had been issuing various wanted notices for thousands of years, all targeting similar targets. Thousands of years later, their original aspirations remain unchanged. Jiangqi understood immediately. This mysterious organization must be the central game. Its constant search for the mysterious individual who opposed the game must be Jiangqi, the enemy who had brought it to this point so many years ago. And it turned out to be a lucky coincidence, suspecting Asian. Luckily, when Jiangqi was Asian, he lacked formidable strength and hadn't yet achieved godhood, far from the level of his game enemy, so the game didn't pay much attention to him. Otherwise, Blue Planet, the site of Asian's appearance, would have been in dire straits. The funniest part was that the central game search had never been a secret within its core circle. Some, either out of boredom or a desire for fame, deliberately portrayed themselves as mysterious individuals opposing the central game, only to flaunt their presence once they were on the wanted list. This made the wanted list seem quite inflated, and the name Asian even less impressive. Reassured, Jiangqi turned his attention to searching for information on various star systems. Today, excluding the central galaxy, there are a total of 135 galaxies, over 70% of which are named after the original intelligent train models. Jiangqi noticed the Chuyun Galaxy, a small galaxy encompassing 107 planes. Could this Chuyun be the ghost cultivator Chuyun from Fancheng? There's also the Goblin Galaxy and the Xingxiao Galaxy. She gazed at the Xingxiao Galaxy for a moment, then looked up its specific information and discovered that its main plane was called the Yuangue plane. Jiangqi was stunned. Yuangue? She hurriedly pulled out an object from the Hidden Truth realm. It was the train model Yuanhang had given her. Inscribed on the model were two words, Yuangue. Jiangqi stood up. Xingxiao. Yuangue, the gift they gave each other at their parting. Jiangqi laughed. I see. So this Yuangue plane was a hint left by Yuanhang. Would he be waiting for her there? She relaxed completely, her chubby frogfish body lying back down. Looks like I won't have to write a memoir this time. Central Galaxy, Upper Spirit Plane. The Upper Spirit Plane was once the core area of Central Game, housing almost all of the game's core departments. But a year or two ago, the Upper Spirit Plane's energy shield was repeatedly attacked, becoming tattered and dilapidated. Core departments gradually moved out, severely damaging the game's prestige, and the game's top management sought other opportunities. Central Game was awakened from its long slumber to face a shabby, ruined Upper Spirit Plane and the reality of betrayal by the game's top management. The first reaction wasn't anger, but a sense of absurdity, a return to the past. Thousands of years ago, the Wisdom Train defected from the game and divided up its resources. Thousands of years later, the game's top management broke away from the game and established their own company, once again siphoning off many of the Central Game's resources. History repeats itself, the same pattern. Attack it first, weaken it, then force its subordinates to betray it. The Central Game trembled slightly, and the entire lifeless Upper Spirit Plane trembled with it. It's her. She's back. Back then, she split herself in two, completely losing her lower half. Not only was her strength reduced by half, but she was also unable to leave the universe, and was trapped here. As a last resort, it chose to possess the Upper Spirit Plane, constantly absorbing the energy of the plane it controlled to repair itself, and was often forced into a deep slumber due to lack of energy. Now, that person had reappeared, immediately attacking the Upper Spirit Plane, once again severely damaging its body, and destroying everything it had painstakingly built. How truly despicable. It strained its senses throughout the universe, and indeed, he detected a faint, familiar and repulsive aura. Excellent! Excellent! You have indeed appeared. Amidst loud booms, the Upper Spirit Plane vibrated even more violently. Outside the Upper Spirit Plane, a train permanently hovered, containing a person who had been photographing its changes. This person immediately noticed the unusual situation. With a start, he immediately connected to the Star Network and started a live broadcast. Family. It's XX/XX/XX/XX in the Central Galaxy. After a year and a half of filming the changes in the Upper Spirit Plane and witnessing its complete decline, today, the Upper Spirit Plane is moving. We can see in the camera that the entire plane is trembling, with the tattered energy shield shaking most noticeably. The dilapidated high-rise buildings on the plane are collapsing one by one. Is it an earthquake? Is this plane finally facing its end? Will it explode? Will it shatter? Let's wait and see. To seize this opportunity and attract more people to the live broadcast room, this guy even bought himself promotions. Soon, a crowd of people flocked to his live broadcast room. Seeing that it was indeed the upper spirit plane that was shaking, they quickly called their friends and family to come in and watch. The number of people in the live broadcast room suddenly increased. The streamer was incredibly excited, interacting with the audience. Let me get closer to the broadcast. No, there's something wrong with the upper spirit plane. It's dangerous to get any closer. Give me gifts? Even gifts won't work. I'm on life support. Oh my god. Thanks to this XX brother for the resurrection pill. Thanks to this lady for the rejuvenation talisman. These pills and talismans weren't real things, of course, but gifts from the live stream, just the most expensive ones. After being showered with expensive gifts by the wealthy, the streamer was incredibly daunted. Since everyone's so enthusiastic, I get closer to film. The live stream footage drew closer, and the audience watched with wide eyes. But then, something strange happened. The upper spirit plane before them was slowly rising. Yes, the entire, boundless landmass was rising, and the entire plane was shrinking, like a massive island floating and shrinking. Finally, an island hovered before the streamer, a giant white figure looming behind it. Then, the island crushed down with a mighty force. This was the final scene of the live stream. Soon after, many people rushed to the location of the upper spirit plane, only to discover that the area had been completely emptied of space. The entire upper spirit plane had vanished. Hashtag the upper spirit plane disappears. Hashtag the upper spirit plane has long legs and run away. Hashtag strange upper spirit plane live broadcast. Hashtag what happened to the central game. Hashtag the central galaxy may be facing severe turmoil. Hashtag. This series of entries quickly became trending on Starnet. Jiangqi had naturally seen it too, and she had also watched numerous live stream clips, replaying the footage of the shrinking upper spirit plane and the white light figures appearing over and over again. Her expression was grave. It seemed the game truly lay dormant beneath the upper spirit plane, and now, it had awakened and taken the entire plane with it. No one knew where it had gone, or what it would do. Blue Star. The top brass held a secret meeting. Do you know everything about the upper spirit plane? According to our previous analysis, the upper spirit plane was either the game's incarnation or its core. Now it seems it's probably the former. And now, the game has vanished along with the entire plane. Someone wondered, the upper spirit plane has been destroyed and polluted for almost 2 years, and there's been no movement. How could it suddenly vanish? Perhaps it was triggered by something. Has anything major happened in the galaxies recently? Could it be that person making another move? Everyone fell silent, and the conference room fell silent. Everyone knew who that person was. That mysterious team leader who changed Blue Star's fate, who had wiped everyone's memory of her, and who has long since vanished. The upper spirit plane was attacked, accelerating the decline of the central game. This person had both personally participated and been the driving force behind the scenes. In short, he was incredibly courageous, and his action was incredibly powerful. The leader coughed and said, "Anyway, notify Xiao Sheng. Immediately contact the leaders of the various organizations in the central galaxy, then remotely connect with the leaders of the various galaxies to discuss a response." Xiao Sheng was Dong Shengfeng. Blue Star remained hidden behind the scenes. Any actions that needed to be taken should be directed to the organization controlled by Dong Shengfeng. Even if you stick your head out, you can't hit Blue Star. The leader brought up another matter. Since the game isn't playing by the rules anymore, we need to find a way to unlock the Blue Star dungeon sites. Haven't those who went to the Xingxiao Galaxy reported back yet? The Xingxiao Galaxy is a truly magical place. It's not a large galaxy, but it's home to a wealth of amazing and advanced technology. They even reportedly figured out how to unlock the dungeon sites over the past year. They quietly sent a team there to learn the ropes. No news yet. The leader sighed, knowing it wouldn't be easy. Then let Shui and the others unbind the game panel first. A year ago, a post about how to unbind a train conductor's panel went viral, actually posted by their amazing team leader, and many train conductors eagerly followed it. Although the steps in the post were relatively complex, they were still quite secure. Then, someone else copied the post and figured out a way to unbind the game's work panel. There was even a new profession called unbinding technician, with top-tier unbinding techs having to wait years to schedule appointments. But Blue Star didn't dare allow its own players to unbind accounts, fearing the game's wrath, and so maintained the status quo. Now the situation had become even more complicated. It was better to unbind. To avoid any awkwardness from Blue Star players unbinding, they cunningly used their troll army to anonymously post on the Star Network about potential major changes to the central game, and that anyone who hadn't unbinded their various dashboards was at risk of being targeted. For a time, people were terrified and unbinding accounts en masse. On Blue Star, the three de facto officials in charge, Chui He, the station master of the service station, Duan Ming, the deputy station master of the warp transfer station, and Zhuang Yu, the deputy director of the emergency response department, immediately, upon receiving the order, feigned consultation with their fellow players before gathering the staff to make the announcement. I'm sure everyone is aware of the recent events. After careful deliberation within the department, and for the safety of all employees, effective today, all employees will be unlinking their game work panels and officially leaving the game. We hired several experienced unlinking specialists, and they arrived this afternoon. Now, let's draw lots to determine the order in which we unlink. Chapter 138. With the disappearance of the upper spirit plane and the impending turmoil in the central galaxy, business on Jiangqi's tourist plane plummeted, leaving her, a frogfish, completely unemployed. Furthermore, with everyone rushing to return to their own planes, the transportation system became bustling, and tickets for the interplanetary train were in short supply, forcing the spirits to remain in this tourist plane. Jiangqi stood by the window, his short frog-like hands folded, gazing out with a frown. The reason this tourist plane has grown so strong is because its environment is truly excellent. As a semi-natural, semi-artificial plane, it boasts picturesque scenery, a pleasant climate, and beautiful landscapes, not to mention the basics. Most importantly, this plane possesses its own therapeutic properties. Even Jiangqi felt refreshed after spending a day here. But she wasn't feeling relaxed at the moment. The game had run away, taking an entire plane with it. Where would it go? The nearby Star Network floating page was still playing news, saying that everyone in the entire central galaxy was rushing to unlink their game panels, completely severing ties with the game. Really, the game was being deserted time and again. Jiangqi withdrew his gaze from the screen, and continued to stare blankly into the distance. The game had made this move the moment she returned. Could it be searching the entire galaxy for her? So was she still going to the Xingxia galaxy? She had thoroughly researched the route from here to the Xingxia galaxy, and had made numerous plans, but the journey would inevitably require frequent use of divine power. She continued to hide, remaining silent. The game might not be able to find her, but if she moved, it would most likely be able to locate her. She shook her head and sighed slightly. Just then, someone approached. Jiangqi switched web pages and opened a cartoon. It was the Pink Rabbit. She brought a large jar. Here's your meal for today. Sigh, if you don't work, the amusement park won't provide meals anymore. How unlucky we are. Jiangqi opened the jar. Inside was a dense mass of yellow mealworms, wriggling constantly. Her lips twitched, and she silently replaced the lid. The Pink Rabbit grumbled for a while, then said, Many planes are trying to distance themselves from the game these days, but our plane is a dungeon. I'm afraid we can't sever that connection. Jiangqi said naively, dungeons are essentially subordinate to the game, and it's not just our plane that can't sever that connection. Of the 13,000 planes in the central galaxy, nearly a quarter are dungeons. Some, like Blue Planet, are doing relatively well, where the natives can still lead normal, even vibrant lives. Others are in dire straits, their planes on the brink of destruction. These planes, if you really count them, can be considered direct territories within the game, making it truly difficult to escape. Suddenly, there were a few flashes in the sky. Pink Rabbit looked up. Was it thundering just now? Isn't the weather in this artificial plane program controlled? Can there be thunder? Jiangqi's eyes darkened. Before her eyes, a veil appeared in the sky. It seemed like an isolation shield, covering the entire plane. The web page indicated that the signal had been lost, and the cartoon playing quickly froze. Jiangqi fiddled with the screen for a while, and said, The Star Network is down. We can't connect to the outside world. Huh? Pink Rabbit still didn't quite understand what was going on. Jiangqi's naive expression returned, and he scratched his head. I think I'm out of internet money. Sister, can you lend me some? I renew it. Pink Rabbit said angrily, You made a lot of money yesterday, and you spent it all? What did you watch? Internet fees are so expensive these days. Despite her complaints, Pink Rabbit still transferred 100 yuan to Jiangqi. Smiling as she sent Pink Rabbit away, Jiangqi closed the door, and her chubby frog face darkened slightly. She glanced upward. Could the game find her so quickly? It shouldn't have. Still, she quietly set up a small barrier, then pulled the real frogfish out of the hidden realm. She then transferred her memories of the past 2 days, edited and modified, to him, and then, like a ghost, she quietly vanished. The frogfish woke up dazed, and rubbed its puffy eyes. Did I fall asleep while watching cartoons? Wow, delicious. It clutched the jar, its large tongue jutting out as it ate the mealworms. Seeing nothing unusual about it, Jiangqi quietly left, following any reflective object. Jiangqi swam around and confirmed that the entire plane was isolated. Everything above and below was blocked, and even the normal plane passages were blocked. Why can't we get out? Our train is about to leave. The tourists trapped in the plane passage were furious and anxious. The staff, sweating with anxiety, said, "We don't know why the passage suddenly shut down. We're troubleshooting. Please wait a little longer. Wait a little longer. If you miss the train, how will you compensate me? Do you know how hard it is to get tickets these days?" The plane was bustling with activity, and the situation outside was no less frantic. At the station, passengers waiting to board grew increasingly restless, glancing at the distant tracks. It's almost time. Why hasn't the train arrived yet? Why is the train schedule dark? This is so strange. I can't even access the StarNet. Passengers already on board were also bewildered. Why isn't the train leaving? Isn't it time? The conductor in the cab was sweating profusely, as the train suddenly and inexplicably stopped responding. At the same moment, all trains on various tracks came to a halt, and all planes within the central galaxy were enveloped in a barrier. In essence, the entire central galaxy, every plane, was isolated, the internet disconnected, and everything outside of the plane came to a standstill. A gigantic figure, the upper body of a white light figure, appeared in the void, roaring deeply, "Everyone listen! The mirror demon has returned. We must turn the entire galaxy upside down to find her." From the void, figures quickly arrived, hovering in the air. They were gods. The white light figure emanated rays of light, infusing each god with supreme power. "She is a god more powerful than you, adept at hiding, but the power I grant you will leave no god anywhere to hide. If you discover a plane containing gods, notify me immediately." "Yes, Lord God." The various voices of these gods merged into a voice that shook the entire universe, a powerful force that then dispersed like meteors. Among them, a cyan figure was about to depart, but the white light figure called out to it, "Sail away." The cyan shadow stopped, gradually condensing into a cyan humanoid figure. It respectfully addressed the white light figure, "Lord God." The white light figure stared at him. "You're an elder by my side. You know the events of those days best. You witnessed the cunning of that mirror demon firsthand." Yuan Hang bowed his head respectfully. "Yes. Where has she been all these years? Where is she hiding now?" Yuan Hang said, "I don't know. But since the Lord God has sensed her in the central system, as long as we control the entire system and search inch by inch, we be able to find her. This time, with the help of so many gods and the Lord God's tight net, she definitely not escape." The white light figure seemed satisfied with this answer, but added solemnly, "For thousands of years I prepared to defeat her, but was always powerless. Not only was I repeatedly overwhelmed by those traitors, I watched helplessly as galaxies rose up, and I periodically fell into a deep slumber. In recent years, I've been forced into a long slumber. Do you think the cosmic consciousness no longer favors me?" Yuan Hang flattered, "This universe exists because of the Divine Lord. If there truly is a cosmic consciousness, it is yours. All that happened in the past, and with that mirror demon, was merely a minor hurdle before you achieve the supreme divine position. Once you overcome this hurdle, the Divine Lord will have nothing to fear, and will easily reclaim those galaxies. In other words, those trains and people who betrayed you were merely managing those galaxies for you. The better they perform, the sweeter the harvest will be." The white light figure, feeling somewhat more satisfied, said to Yuan Hang, "You're right. All this was merely a minor hurdle. Yuan Hang, you are the one I trust the most. If you can capture him this time, I will set you free. When I return to the God realm, this universe will be yours, and you will be the sole overlord of this vast universe." Yuan Hang was terrified and offered many words of flattery and loyalty before the white light man let him go. Watching Yuan Hang depart, the white light man's smile gradually faded. And after Yuan Hang left, the fawning expression on his face also vanished completely. For all these years, he had been by Yugi's side, constantly maneuvering and calculating to get to this point. He had done so much, both necessary and unnecessary, to get to this point. It was finally coming to an end. He gazed at the starry plains in the void. Jiangqi, are you finally back? Although he had often visited Blue Star to secretly see her before, he had never dared to get too close, fearing it would change the course of her life. Furthermore, Jiangqi, without having experienced the events that followed, was not the same person he remembered. This time, finally, Yunong was truly reunited. Blue Star. Suddenly, the star network was discovered to be down, and Country C reacted swiftly. At first, they thought it was another instance of a dungeon, but soon discovered that the entire plane was sealed off, with outsiders unable to enter and those inside unable to leave. However, traffic between cities in different countries on Blue Star remained unimpeded. Recalling the disappearance of the upper spirit plane the previous night, the top brass immediately concluded that this was the game's doing. So, another emergency meeting was held. The outcome of the meeting was to do what needed to be done. The best response was to remain silent. Shui and the others had already unlinked their control panels. The most critical aspect of Blue Star was that it was a dungeon location. Compared to other planes, the game held no more leverage, so there was no need to panic. After all, if Yugi gets angry, everyone dies together. There's no point in getting nervous. So, after a brief moment of chaos on Blue Star, normalcy returned. Even for the vast majority of ordinary people who didn't leave the plane or use the star network, they wouldn't have noticed anything unusual. Dolly Star Plane. The creator god, still in a semi-dormant state, suddenly felt a divine force sweep across the entire plane, as if searching for something. Then, a strange force pierced him, and his divine power surged uncontrollably. He slowly opened his eyes. A moment later, a divine force descended from the Dolly City God Cemetery, condensing into a form. Sure enough, there's a god hidden here, huh? Not the mirror demon? The Lord God is called. Why don't you respond? The God of creation emerged from the cemetery. That's your Lord God, not mine. Everything in this universe belongs to the Lord God. Those who disobey will die. He immediately informed Yugi, then gazed upon the God of creation with envious eyes, his greed unleashed. Clearly, he had his eye on the God of creation's power and godhood. Before the Lord God arrives, I'd play with you. The God of creation said coldly. Who's playing with whom is still uncertain. The two gods engaged in battle on the Dolly planet. For a moment, the sky collapsed, the earth shook, and the mountains trembled. A certain plane. The sea god slept in the sea. He had only been in this plane for less than 2 years. 2 years was but a nap in the eyes of the gods, so he hadn't anticipated that trouble would return so soon. Feeling a force enveloping the plane, followed by an inexplicable thrill, he awoke from the ocean to see an unfamiliar god suspended in midair above the surface. The other party. Ah, I found you. Are you the enemy the Lord is looking for? Sea god, get lost. The other party decisively informed Yugi, smiling. I'm under the Lord's orders to apprehend this suspicious individual. Surrender? And so, the two gods engaged in a brawl on the ocean. The same thing happened on other planes. Yugi's gods visited many planes. They were loyal, notifying Yugi immediately upon discovering a god, but this didn't stop them from seeking personal gain. For example, under the guise of working for Yugi, they would eliminate enemies they disliked, seize treasures they had long coveted, and recklessly and wantonly attack anything they pleased. On the other hand, those ordinary planes without deities were simply scanned and checked a few times by divine power, and then left alone. A certain tourist plane should have been spared in the same way. Jiangqi felt a divine power sweep over her. She held back, pretending she wasn't there. Then, a sharp, electric-like sensation emanated from deep within her soul. She flinched, but she immediately suppressed it, suppressing her aura. A moment later, the divine power swept over her again, and the electric shock-like sensation resurfaced, causing the divine nature within her sea of consciousness to tremble. Jiangqi, what the hell is this? Scanned for the third time, her divine power could no longer be contained, unleashing. Her heart sank. Damn it! She'd been exposed. Without hesitation, she attacked the source of the scan. The weather was beautiful today, with cotton candy-like clouds floating in the sky. But those clouds were actually man-made, essentially wisps of technologically controlled water mist. Each particle of water mist was like a tiny mirror. Instantly, Jiangqi attached himself to one of the mirrors, and through them, he approached a being in the sky at a terrifying speed. Ah! The god in the sky was struck, staggered and fell, revealing his form. It was a being with a human body and a bird's head, a bird god. Before it could react, Jiangqi ripped it into 8,000 pieces, stuffing each one into the hidden truth realm, dissolving and absorbing it. The other soul escaped, fleeing in panic. Jiangqi chased after it and grasped it. Please spare me, spare me. The soul, in the form of a bird, trembled in Jiangqi's grasp. Jiangqi didn't waste any time on it, but searched his memories, his heart sinking. The bird's brain capacity was limited, and its memories were few, but the memory of its recent encounter with the white light figure and its empowerment was vividly etched in its mind. Yugi was indeed searching for her, and knowing she would be difficult to find, he decided to first search for the gods and locate their plane. Jiangqi looked up at the sky, and sure enough, a stronger force was blocking the entire plane from above. She looked at the bird in her hand and said, "You're quick." She was already quick enough, striking the moment she was exposed, but the bird was no slouch either, having spotted the gods and sent a message to Yugi. The bird continued to tremble. I'm just doing things for Yugi. Don't kill me. Jiangqi closed his eyes and sighed softly. What was the point of killing it now? This damn game is haunting her. She thought she could at least rest for a few days. It was like she had just finished fighting the game the day before yesterday, and the next thing she knew, it was back. God damn it. She opened her eyes and said to the bird, either I shatter your godhood, shred your spirit, and conduct a thorough soul search, or you tell me everything you know. After a moment, Jiangqi rested his chin on his hands, thinking. This little bird was a recently cultivated god, and while it didn't know much, it clearly told Jiangqi that the game had been cultivating gods for years. Every few years, one or two gods appear, seemingly from some divine realm. The God Lord captures them, controls them, and makes the obedient his minions, the disobedient are devoured. The God Lord also raises his own gods, raising a batch every few decades or even centuries. He then lets them fight each other, and only the victorious ones remain under his tutelage. The bird spoke with considerable pride, for it had been trained this way and had emerged victorious in battle. Jiangqi glanced at its small frame and remained silent. If all gods nurtured by the game were of this caliber, she would have laughed out loud. In short, the game now commands far more gods than in the previous world. What concerned Jiangqi even more was the bird's words that revealed the game's attitude toward other star systems. Though angry, displeased, and prone to rage, it also possessed the composure of someone confident in victory, looking down upon a mad dog. Combining this universe's structure with Jiangqi's mind, he came to a grim conclusion. That is, the independence and growth of those hundreds of galaxies seemed to be the result of the game's deliberate indulgence. At least, there was an element of indulgence there. She didn't understand why the game did this, but it was terrifying. She had seen on the Star Network that a common argument was that those 135 galaxies could counterbalance the central galaxy, and could strike back at any moment, completely destroying the central galaxy and the central game. Everyone thought so, even Jiangqi. But if, in reality, the central game had always been the boss, watching a group of monkeys jumping around, ready to strike and crush them all at any moment. Isn't that terrifying? However, it's undeniable that the existence and growth of those galaxies did significantly reduce the game's space, seize its resources, and provide the creatures within those galaxies with thousands of years of relatively less brutal life. How could this not be considered a success? Yuan Hang, this is the result of your best efforts, right? Jiangqi collected his thoughts and asked the bird, who are the most powerful gods around your lord? The bird answered honestly, I don't know. I can't see those gods, nor have I heard of them fighting. How can I know who's the most powerful? However, I do know the Lord's most trusted person. He's a train. Jiangqi's heart skipped a beat. What train? I think his name is Yuan Hang? The Lord just called him by that name. That's it. Jiangqi, shock. Jiangqi, are you sure? If it just happened, why don't I see it in your memory? The bird scratched its head with the tip of its wing. My brain is small. I can't remember so much. It has nothing to do with me anyway. Because of its limited brain capacity, it only remembers things related to you, and sweeps everything else unimportant into the corner to gather dust, right? How on earth did you become a god, you useless piece of shit? Is the threshold to godhood so low these days? Jiangqi frowned. So Yuan Hang has been following Yoshi all these years? No wonder there's no place or symbol called Yuan Hang. Even if they left a secret code for her, they could only leave Xingxiao Galaxy, faraway plane. At this moment, the sky suddenly darkened, rapidly turning from day to night. Jiangqi looked at the bird, who hurriedly said, It has nothing to do with me. I know nothing. Jiangqi looked up at the sky again, sensing something, and pondered, It's the power of the dungeon. The entire plane has become a dungeon. She pondered for a moment, then grabbed the bird and entered the hidden truth realm. For now, this was the safest place. The hidden realm was deserted. The three earthworms were still recovering from their injuries, listless and lacking any energy. Seeing Jiangqi enter, they merely lifted their necks. Jiangqi petted the three, then looked directly at the bird she held in her hand. From this moment on, your codename is Conk. You are from the realm of gods. You devastated the game thousands of years ago, and are its enemy. The three birds had been lazily lying on the side, watching, but seeing Jiangqi's direct deception, their eyes widened, and they straightened up to watch the action unfold. The bird, seemingly weak, had a dazed look in its eyes and muttered, "My name is Conk, and I am its enemy." Jiangqi composed a memory on the spot, and transmitted it to the bird. After recreating her godhood, even though it was that of a mirror demon, it wasn't difficult for her to regain her old hypnotic abilities. She memorized the technique, and hypnotized the bird on the spot. Chapter 139. The entire tourist plane was engulfed in a dungeon, forcing everyone on it to become a player. When Jiangqi emerged from the hidden truth realm, the amusement park was shrouded in layers of fog, and everyone still there inexplicably appeared in the open space. Stranded tourists, park staff, and specially invited part-time employees like Pink Rabbit. Everyone stood there in bewilderment, looking at each other, bewildered and terrified. What happened? I was just in the hotel. How did I suddenly end up here? What's going on here? I need to leave now. The tourists were the first to give up, clamoring to leave, and they did. But as soon as they touched the fog surrounding the open space, a blue electric current shot through their bodies, causing them to collapse, convulsing. In just seconds, they were reduced to charred remains. Ah! Others screamed. The bravest one stepped forward to take a closer look, then retreated in horror. Dead! Dead! They're all dead? One shouted. Is this a dungeon? Are we trapped in a game dungeon? The amusement park manager immediately retorted, impossible. There can't be a dungeon here. Our plane has been specially approved by the game, so it can't be a dungeon. So what's going on now? It's not just that they can't get out, but everyone's dead. Or maybe this amusement park is a place where people are killed. The players erupted in a commotion again. In the crowd, a woman stood calmly, observing the surroundings. She looked composed and thoughtful. Jiangqi, huddled in the shadows, observed the quiet woman who bore a striking resemblance to himself. That woman was the bird god. She had imbued him with some of her own memories and given him a common appearance, allowing this impostor, with a similar personality, to blend in with the crowd. She hid behind the scenes, watching the unfolding events unfold. A moment later, a mechanical sound echoed over the amusement park, signaling the official launch of the dungeon. Everyone had to complete each ride. One by one, those who failed would die. Bird God was assigned to the roller coaster. Over 30 people were forced onto this ride, which was supposed to be thrilling at best, but it ended up requiring them to cross a sea of fire. Gaming is all the rage these days, and anyone with a bit of money, regardless of the galaxy, has at least some gaming props or possesses some skill. Thus, only 3 people on the roller coaster, after surviving the sea of fire, were burned to death. Then the roller coaster passed through the water again, and this time, 5 people drowned. Just as they emerged from the water, a flock of ferocious eagles approached, their claws and beaks ripping the people on the roller coaster to a bloody mess, killing several more. When the roller coaster finally stopped, only a dozen people remained alive. Then, they had to go on the bungee jumping. After boarding the bungee jumping machine, various questions will pop up in front of you. Players must answer truthfully and quickly, or the seat beneath them will detach, sending them plummeting to their death. Beyond the bungee jumping machine, there's a haunted house filled with all sorts of ghosts, some ferocious, some glamorous, some bewitching, and even some disguised as the people you miss most. One after another, they fall prey to it, and only a few ever emerge from it. The bird god emerged, but he was in a state of disarray. At this point, less than 30% of the original number of people remained alive in the entire amusement park. Floating above the amusement park, Jiangqi could see other places outside, where survival games were also taking place. Countless people died tragically, and the aura of resentment and death quickly permeated the entire plane. She learned from the bird god's memories that the game would target all planes with gods, then pull them into the game dungeon. Through rounds of survival trials and rounds of death, potential targets for Jiangqi would be selected. This essentially meant that almost everyone on those planes would die. Jiangqi lowered his eyes slightly, then his pupils suddenly lit up. As if finally unable to bear it, the bird god roared, unleashing the power of a mirror demon, tearing through the amusement park dungeon and charging into the sky. The divine power alarmed the entire plane's isolation shield, and the shield's movement, in turn, alarmed the game. From the void, a powerful consciousness suddenly surged up, reaching the travel plane in an instant. Outside the plane, a gigantic figure of white light emerged, staring intently at the entire plane. "You're here! You're here!" The bird god burst out of the isolation shield and confronted the white light figure. "Defeated? How does it feel to have only half your body left?" The bird god scoffed. The white light man's face darkened. Floating outside the plane, it appeared intact, but only it knew its lower half was held up by an illusion. The bird god suddenly struck, and a massive mirror suddenly appeared. With a crash, it shattered into countless fragments, each containing a virtual world. With boundless razor-sharp power, it stabbed at the white light man. The white light man didn't attack, as beams of light arrived one after another, each a god or a train, densely packed together, numbering in the thousands. They stood guard before the white light man like his most loyal guards, even though their figures seemed so tiny compared to him. They met the mirror fragments, their divine powers radiating in various hues, shattering them one by one. Large fragments shattered into smaller ones, and the illusions within them shattered. Then, various illusions drifted through the void, like countless dust-like fragments of crystal, causing even the gods to waver. The next moment, the bird god rushed towards the white light man's face, as if to perish together. However, the white light man raised a hand and easily grasped him. The white light man looked at the man struggling in his grasp and sneered, "After all these years, you seem to have made no progress. What a pity! The net I prepared is no longer useful." From a fragment of crystal floating in the void, Jiangqi watched all this with a gloomy look. Suddenly, her gaze caught sight of a green figure hovering to the right of the white light man. That was. Just as the white light man was about to crush the bird god, the green figure suddenly leaped up. Along with him, the surrounding gods and trains erupted. Almost a third of the gods and trains moved, their bodies ablaze with light. With swift speed, fierce momentum, and overwhelming force, they charged at the white light man. At the moment of white light man's greatest triumph and distraction, they blasted him through and through. This sudden change stunned the remaining gods. The white light man's massive body trembled, like a giant, inflated white doll, its skin pierced and torn, instantly becoming riddled with holes. The air within it escaping with a whoosh, its form rapidly deformed and deflated. The white light man was filled with shock and anger. Wow! A long, green dragon-like train pierced through its nose, shattering the white light figure's nose. It fell back heavily, stumbling several times, and even its illusion-like eyes revealed their true form. The right eye was completely gone, its entire socket missing. The left eye was cut into quarters. Now, its nose had been blown off, its entire face sunken in. The lower half of its illusionary body also vanished from the shockwaves of force. And so, the mighty and imposing white light giant vanished. Only a disfigured, shrunken, twisted white airbag doll remained in the void. The white light figure roared darkly, "Fly far." The green train didn't waste any time, turning around and lashing out, its long train sweeping across the white light figure's face like a whip. At the same time, he said to the other gods who hadn't taken action, "If you want to escape it, attack it together. This is your only chance." The gods he had already incited continued to attack the white light man, and the remaining gods wavered. Want to escape the game? Of course they did. They were all gods, who wanted to be controlled by others, treated like slaves, and constantly talked about the Lord God. But if they couldn't kill the enemy in the end, they were all doomed. Some gods hesitated, while others gritted their teeth and roared, "Go! Fight this guy!" They also charged forward. The white light man became even more enraged. He grabbed the incoming cyan train and unleashed an extremely powerful energy wave, sending all the surrounding gods flying and even shattering some. However, the train in his grasp suddenly broke apart, forming individual carriages that instantly covered his entire arm like bombs. With a bang, the white light man's entire right arm exploded. Ah! The energy released from the exploding arm was like a tsunami in the void, sucking several surrounding gods in and pulverizing them. Amidst the chaos, strands of azure light escaped, recondensing into a train that wrapped around the white light figure's neck. But the white light figure wasn't foolish. It suddenly shrank, reappearing in the distance in an instant, its quartered left eye glaring at Yuan Hang furiously. Wow! Without warning, a crystal-clear giant sword appeared above its head, piercing through it and exiting from its abdomen. Then, the giant sword shattered into countless fragments, each carrying an immense divine power, tearing the already tattered white light figure apart from the inside out. With a loud bang, the white light figure transformed into a swarm of white fragments, like a white butterfly. Atop the largest fragment of the skull, Jiangqi stood sternly, her left palm facing downward, madly absorbing the chaotic divine energy around her, harnessing it for her own benefit. Her right palm, facing upward, the fragments of the giant sword converged on her, forming a simple, understated mirror in her palm, which began to spin. Jiangqi glanced at the increasingly deep and dense cracks in the hidden truth realm, then looked up at the cyan train ahead, giving him a slight nod and a smile. Hello again, Yuan Hang. Chapter 140. Game-shattered fragments flew across the sky. Yuan Hang stared at Jiangqi, who stood there, through the shreds. It still wasn't her true appearance, but her eyes were filled with the familiar radiance of memory. It was as if she hadn't changed in all these years. That's right, she must have just returned from the past. She truly hadn't changed. Yuan Heng's gaze fell on the hand that was absorbing the surrounding energy. Devouring power? She had previously been known as the Devouring God, capable of devouring all cosmic energy. Suddenly, Game's devastating roar echoed through the void. You're here. How dare you lie to me? Amidst the shards, the white light man's severed hand, gripping the bird god, exerted force, crushing and devouring the bird god. The fragments flew towards the severed hand, swift and furious, and it looked as if the white light man was about to reassemble itself from the palm of his hand. Yuan Hang immediately shouted to the surrounding gods and trains, "The game is lost. Devour these fragments, and you will gain their power." With this, he rushed forward, shattering the left hand that was about to take shape. The gods who had been watching finally lost their patience upon hearing this, and rushed forward to grab the fragments. The fragments of the game were about to swirl and coalesce, but the simultaneous influx of thousands of gods, scrambling to seize them, instantly shattered the coalescence. You grabbed one fragment, I grabbed two, and several others scrambled for one, tearing it into even smaller pieces and swallowing it whole. The scene became even more chaotic. Amidst the chaos, Jiangqi had a moment to respite. She rapidly absorbed the chaotic energy around her, while firmly pressing down on the largest skull, preventing it from escaping her control. After amassing enough strength, she smashed the skull into pieces with a fierce blow. Ah! A roar echoed from the void, echoing again and again. The void itself cannot carry sound, but both Yugi's voice and the god's voice carried immense power, ignoring the void's surroundings and transmitting sound waves, a form of attack in itself. And so, Yugi's roar was like a hammer, hammering everyone down, their strength surging and their bodies frozen. For a moment, all of space and time froze. A gigantic figure of white light gathered, nearly filling the entire void, several times larger than before, enveloping everyone beneath it. Jiangqi raised his head, his features etched even paler by the white light. Dharma image of heaven and earth. This was a Dharma image of heaven and earth composed entirely of concentrated energy. Jiangqi had used her original power to unleash the heaven and earth Dharma image many times before, so she knew it was essentially a masterstroke, deployed only when physical strength and conventional means failed to achieve the desired effect. Clearly, Yugi resorted to this move because his body had been shattered and could not be reassembled immediately. It was cornered. The white giant Dharma image roared, slamming down with one hand. Several gods vanished into nothingness wherever it passed. Thankfully, more gods responded immediately. Some unleashed powerful barriers and domains to slow the giant Dharma image's movements, others bounded its body, some launched powerful ranged attacks, and some took advantage of the opportunity to fly behind it and cling to it, rapidly corroding that area. Still others unleashed buffs on their teammates, enhancing their abilities. The coordination was seamless, as if they had rehearsed countless times beforehand. Clearly, this was all orchestrated by Yuan Hang. The other gods naturally took the opportunity to attack again. Jiangqi continued to devour the surrounding energy, drawing it into a turbulent vortex. Her hidden truth realm hummed, cracks growing more numerous and deeper. The light within her body trembled faintly, and her soul grew increasingly unstable. The intensity and speed of this devouring force far exceeded her current tolerance. But Jiangqi continued calmly, knowing that this opportunity could not be missed. Having already reached this point, if Yu didn't die, then she, Yuan Hang, and many others present and absent would die. Finally, she slowly pulled a massive blade from the vortex. As this blade emerged, the surrounding void fell silent. The enormous blade was even larger than the giant's blade. Jiangqi stood in midair, grasping the long sword, condensed with boundless power, with both hands. He slashed down at the giant Dharma image, nearly tearing the void apart. The giant blade Dharma image finally sensed an extreme sense of danger, a strange sense of fate. A voice told it that it must not be struck by the sword. So, at the moment of being struck, it would rather ignore the attacks of others, and suddenly raised its hands, clamping the long sword between its palms. It raised its head, met Jiangqi's eyes, and asked word by word, "Who are you?" Jiangqi's sea of consciousness was pierced by a blast. Jiangqi's consciousness drifted, and she felt as if she were floating in a boundless liquid. It felt as if countless sea snakes were surrounding her, trying to penetrate her mind, each one with its mouth open, hazily asking the same question. "Who are you? What's your name? Where are you from?" Each word seemed to hold an infinite allure. Deep within Jiangqi's soul, the urge to answer surged, but every time the words reached her lips, she suppressed them firmly. "I can't say it, absolutely can't say it," but the sea snakes continued to burrow into her mind, as if trying to dig out all her memories, to see through her entire past. Some sea snakes gnawed at her body, trying to peel off her disguise, and reveal her true form. Jiangqi frowned, wanting to wake up, to fight back, to escape this predicament, but she could do nothing, and could only drift in a daze. "Who are you? Who are you? Who are you?" The sea snakes' voices grew louder and more violent, until all of them coalesced into a single, monstrous serpent, roaring, "Who are you? Tell me! Why can't I see your memories?" Jiangqi struggled to open her eyes. All around her was a dark blue. It wasn't the ocean, but she was completely weightless, feeling like she was floating on the water. And the sea snake before her wasn't a sea snake. She blinked hard, and the sea snake transformed into a hideous goat's head, then into countless chaotic, overlapping faces. She realized that her consciousness had been trapped in a strange realm by the game, and she had fallen into a strange state of delirium. "Where are you from? What's your name? What's your purpose?" Each question pierced Jiangqi like a sharp blade, excruciating pain. Every time she wanted to tell the truth, a wisp of consciousness clung to her, keeping her silent. She even wondered if those people had been similarly helpless and tormented when she had pressed them for answers. So, perhaps her current situation was also a form of retribution? Yugi tried everything but couldn't elicit the answers he sought. Suddenly, a thought struck him. With a twist of his fingers, time rewound, and the bird spirit he had recently crushed reappeared. The bird, still holding memories from before its death, flapped its wings in terror, attempting to escape. Yugi immediately performed a soul search, revealing the bird's past memories. A small god, having arrived in a tourist plane, discovered another god there. He was then captured, taken to a strange place, and indoctrinated with memories. "Your name is Conk, and you come from the realm of the gods. You are here to oversee Yugi and, if necessary, replace him. A powerful being stands behind you. He is. Yugi's fatal weakness is. From now on you are me." After these fragmented memories, he experienced the amusement park rides, then broke free and faced Yugi. Yugi coldly crushed the bird's soul once again. Useless thing. It was hypnotized so easily, and it can't even remember everything. Being small-minded is just that useless, but at least it gave it some clues. It continued to stare at Jiangqi. "Who's behind you?" Jiangqi finally spoke with difficulty. "Guess." Outside, the battle continued. Everyone attacked the giant Dharmadhatu, but the giant Dharmadhatu held its hands up, holding the long sword, and made no effort to fight back, like a motionless target. "This is a good opportunity. Everyone, work harder, and kill it." A god roared loudly, and various divine lights flickered in the void, like fireworks blooming and then withering. Yuan Hang stopped, looking at the motionless Dharma image before him, and Jiangqi, who was equally motionless above it, and his heart sank. Something was wrong. It was as if Yugi's consciousness had been withdrawn from the Dharma image. He tried to approach Jiangqi, but was completely unable. Jiangqi was bound by an invisible force. He had no choice but to deal with this giant Dharma image first, and so, that day, the fireworks in the void bloomed for a long time. The moment the giant Dharma image was finally defeated, a vast white light exploded from it, covering the entire void. The surrounding plains were engulfed in white light. The tracks and stations outside the plains were directly vaporized, and the world inside the plains was almost torn apart. Disasters such as earthquakes and tsunamis occurred one after another, like the end of the world. Yugi could not get any useful information out of Jiangqi, and his patience was completely lost. The battle outside was over. It hadn't sacrificed to Dharmakaya just to waste time with humans here. So it began to guess blindly. It pulled out the long-wanted list, and began to read the names. "Where have you been hiding all these years? You were once XX, from the XX plane." As it spoke, it glanced at Jiangqi, using his consciousness fluctuations to detect his lies. Jiangqi closed his eyes, remained silent, and showed no reaction at all. He even had time to recall the names on the wanted list, wondering who would be next, and when they would report to the ceremony formation. After calling out several names, the game's voice suddenly deepened and shouted, "You were once XX, from the far return plane." Jiangqi was slightly stunned. Was there a record of the far return plane on the wanted list? And it was this subtle fluctuation that the game captured. Yugi was overjoyed. It's the far return plane, indeed. I knew there was something wrong with this plane. It continued to question. You're from the far return plane, and behind the far return plane lies the realm of the gods, isn't that right? Jiangqi quickly considered how to answer to convince Yugi that it wasn't the case. But suddenly, a subtle force crept up her back, as if a hand were gently pressing on her shoulder. Then, a familiar voice echoed in her ear, "Answer it yes." Chapter 141. That's Yuan Heng's voice. Jiangqi's pupils trembled slightly, as if he were being questioned by Yugi. Yugi suddenly leaned in closer, a face composed almost entirely of chaotic light and shadows suddenly enlarging before Jiangqi. "Answer me. Is the divine realm behind the Yuan-Gui plane?" Jiangqi coldly replied, "No. It's not." Yugi became increasingly certain. "If you deny it, you're guilty. If you repeat your denial, there's something fishy going on." Jiangqi closed his eyes and ignored it. But her reaction only made Yugi feel more certain of his guess. It was saying that something was amiss with the Yuan-Gui plane. Although the Xingxia galaxy seemed insignificant compared to other famous and powerful galaxies, it could detect some of the other galaxies. But the Xingxia galaxy seemed to be shielded from it by something. And the Xingxia galaxy's main plane, the Yuan-Gui plane, was completely invisible. Moreover, over the years, strange countermeasures and even methods to counter game had often emerged from that far return plane, as if someone there had a deep understanding of game. Thus, it had always suspected its enemy was hiding in the far return plane. This time, its trick had indeed revealed itself. "Game, do you think you can keep the secrets their secret by not telling us?" A hand suddenly reached out from Game's chaotic ball of light, reached into Jiangqi's brain, and snatched out a divine power. "You already shattered your divine power once, right? Even if you emerge from the divine realm, there aren't endless divine powers to shatter. If you die here, will the people behind you avenge you, or send another person?" "Oh, I forgot. In either case, you'd be annihilated by then, and nothing will have anything to do with you." It stared intently at Jiangqi as it spoke. Behind Jiangqi, Yuan Heng transmitted a message in a voice only she could hear. "The core beings in the God realm have their own methods of achieving immortality. They're testing you." Jiangqi scoffed, his gaze unfazed by fear. "There are so many ways to achieve immortality. Only inferior species would stake their lives on a so-called godhead. If you want to kill me, then try it, and see if I truly be reduced to ashes." Yuyo choked, his glow suddenly dimming. Then he laughed again, not afraid of death, nor of a life worse than death. Immortals are indeed fearless, but what if you were trapped in the agony of eternal life? Would anyone come to save you? Jiangqi fell silent. Yuan Heng continued, "Lure it to the far return system. I made arrangements there." Jiangqi lowered his eyes. Though his face was expressionless, his trembling eyelashes conveyed a genuine sense of uncertainty. Yugi smiled smugly. "You know, no one can kill me. I'm immortal. And as long as I exist, I will never let you go. Can the people behind you protect you? But now, I'm giving you a chance to earn my forgiveness. Just tell me what secrets lie within the far return plane." Yuan Heng, "Tell it. Beneath the far return plane lies a passage that leads from this universe back to the God realm." Jiangqi was silent for a moment. "If I tell you, will you really forgive me?" Yugi, "Of course." Jiangqi, "Well then, I tell you. Beneath the far return plane lies a passage that leads from this universe back to the God realm." Yugi's entire body froze. If he had a clear face, it would probably be one of excitement. It had been trapped in this universe for too long, unable to leave. Unable to observe, shape, or manipulate it from a higher dimensional perspective, it was instead trapped, forced to deal with the lower dimensional creatures within. This was a profound humiliation. If it could leave, it would destroy the place that trapped it and start over somewhere else. But it still had a hint of doubt in its eyes, staring at Jiangqi. "You didn't lie to me?" Jiangqi scoffed. "I told the truth, and you don't believe it. Whether I lied to you or not, you know for yourself." Yugi began to circle Jiangqi. Jiangqi feared it would discover Yuan Heng, but it didn't. Yugi simply asked, "Who is the person behind you? What's their name? Tell me." Yuan Heng was worried for Jiangqi. This wasn't something he could just fabricate. Jiangqi said calmly, I tell you the secret of returning to the Yuangui plane in exchange for letting me go. Our past grudges will be wiped out. But if I reveal who's behind this, what good will await me? This made perfect sense. Yugi stared at Jiangqi intently for a moment, then suddenly enveloped her. Then, all of Jiangqi's senses were blocked, and she fell into a state of complete stillness and unconsciousness. She couldn't sense how much time had passed, nor could she sense any changes in the outside world. Time seemed infinitely stretched, and her body was completely immobilized. To be able to manipulate time and space was truly remarkable. Jiangqi thought of herself having used the same tactics against others before, and sighed inwardly. It turns out you pay for what you've done. She tried to sense Yuanheng's presence, but found it impossible. She could only remain completely still and await her fate. When she regained sight, she found herself above an unfamiliar plane. Yugi, like a tangle of light and shadow, hovered beside her, pushing her forward. Where is the passage? Jiangqi stumbled, looking down. So, this was the far-returned plane. It looked like a vast continent, vast mountains and rivers, no different from any other plane, save for the more picturesque scenery. Oh, and the spiritual energy here was incredibly rich. Yugi's voice echoed again, tell it the passage is deep in the ocean. Jiangqi, you're still there. She raised her chin slightly. In the center of the earth, deep in the ocean, can't you see? The aura is strongest there. Yugi remained suspicious and cautious, pulling Jiangqi down with her. The closer they got to the ocean, the more they felt like they were parting a fog. Sure enough, beneath the calm surface, they discovered circles of mysterious whirlpools. Jiangqi felt as if he were looking out from within the pink jellyfish, as if he could truly see through this vortex and see a vaster, more expansive world beyond. This is the way out. Yugi, excited, pondered for a moment, then suddenly pushed Jiangqi into the vortex. He simply clung to Jiangqi and fell into the vortex. Jiangqi, shock. Using her as a shield and a pathfinder, huh? This guy is truly cautious. But in reality, caution often indicates a lack of confidence. Those who are absolutely powerful and invincible disdain to use others to shield themselves from danger. It seems this guy is truly in trouble. Thinking this, Jiangqi plunged into the ocean and was actually sucked in by the vortex, entering a long and chaotic passage. She was like a piece of fabric caught in a tornado, whirling wildly around, threatened to be ripped apart by the energy flowing through the channel. Yugi had vanished into thin air. Suddenly, a hand reached out from nowhere and pulled her up. Splash! She was pulled out of the water, instinctively taking a deep breath. The next moment, she saw the vast sea suddenly collapse towards the center of the vortex. The ocean's area was rapidly shrinking, and the surrounding continents, as if alive, expanded rapidly, covering the area where the ocean had disappeared. Finally, the entire ocean was replaced by land, and above the vortex, a mountain quickly rose, crushing the vortex like a mountain. Jiangqi watched the scene in amazement. This was the meaning of the vicissitudes of life. Are you okay? Jiangqi turned his head, and saw a cyan figure gradually emerging beside him. It was indeed a long voyage. He took her arm and led her to the distant ground, examining her from head to toe. You need to repair your spirit immediately. I take you to a place with abundant energy. Jiangqi exhaled heavily, feeling as if all that was coming out was her shattered soul. She then realized that her body, her spirit, had become extremely dim, almost disappearing, and even covered in cracks. She opened her palm, and the hidden truth realm appeared in her palm. Her spirit body bore as many cracks as the hidden truth realm. She nodded, all right. Yuanheng took her hand again, transforming into a train. In the blink of an eye, they were in another dimension. This is the Hengyi plane of the Xingxiao galaxy. There are no living things here. The entire plane is a vast energy storage station. Yuanheng spoke on this small patch of newly green land. As soon as Jiangqi landed, she felt energies coming from all directions. Most importantly, they were completely gentle, somewhat similar to the energy generated by her healing metal. She felt like she was soaking in a gentle bubble bath. With a simple thought, these energies flowed into her body, rapidly replenishing her deficiencies and repairing her cracks. She sat on the ground, while Hidden Realm hovered beside her, also absorbing these energies. Yuanheng stood nearby, watching her quietly, his cyan eyes gleaming with a gem-like, fine fluorescence. However, Jiangqi didn't absorb it for long. Once her soul had stabilized, she emerged from her immersion, opened her eyes, and looked at Yuanheng. You don't need to keep an eye on the game? Also, what's going on with the game? Yuanheng blinked, his expression calming. He explained, "There's no passage beneath the Yuan plane. I set a trap there, and now the game is suppressed there." Jiangqi felt relieved. "I knew it was this. The passage to the divine realm is fake. But can it really be suppressed?" Yuanheng sat down casually like her. Its body has been completely shattered. The Dharma image of heaven and earth, condensed with so much energy, was shattered. Having suffered 2 severe blows in a row, even though it still looks ferocious, it's actually very weak now. I can't say I can suppress it for long, but a year or 2 should be enough. That's good. In the next year or 2, we figure out how to completely eliminate it. Yuanheng didn't respond immediately. Instead, he waved his hand, summoning the hidden truth realm. Seeing that Jiangqi didn't object, he held a mirror in his hand. Then, with his other hand, he gathered a ball of abundant energy from the air and carefully applied it to the crack in the hidden truth realm. The crack quickly faded. "I remember these cracks were there when we parted. Haven't they healed?" Jiangqi said irritably, "I only been back 2 days, and I had to be constantly vigilant about not attracting the game's attention. I don't even dare to use my divine power, so how could I have the time or opportunity to repair the mirror?" She watched Yuanheng operate, his slender, cyan fingers repairing the cracks with remarkable skill, effortless ease. Most importantly, this wasn't just a surface repair, he manipulated energy, seeping deep into the depths, repairing the innermost realm of the hidden truth. This hidden truth realm was Jiangqi's true essence and being. She felt as if her body were being healed. She couldn't help but squint comfortably, completely relaxed. "Your skills are quite good." Yuanheng smiled silently. Anyone who had spent so many years studying and repairing various mirrors could achieve such proficiency. He asked, "So, at your place? The last time we met was 2 days ago, right?" Jiangqi nodded yes, "But at your place, it's been many, many years, right?" This feeling of time passing so unevenly was truly strange. Looking at Yuanheng, he was clearly an acquaintance she had just parted ways with, yet there were many unfamiliar aspects about him. This clash of familiarity and unfamiliarity gave her a sense of unreality, as if she were in a dream. But Jiangqi wasn't one to be awkward, and he quickly adjusted. He openly and carefully examined Yuanheng again, shaking his head as he did so. "What's wrong? Is there something strange about me?" Yuanheng touched his face. "At first glance, you haven't changed much. But if you look closely, your features are much more refined and beautiful than before. Even the texture of your skin has become more refined." She took his hand and examined it. The fingernails and fingerprints were incredibly clear. With the change in skin color, he looked like a real person. "But why are you still so pale and jelly-like? What have you been through all these years?" Yuanheng laughed. "Jelly?" She used to love making such comments about his color and physical condition. It had been ages since she heard it. He said, "My color hasn't changed, and I can't truly transform into a human form because I'm still under the control of the game." Jiangqi's face darkened. "Then you suppressed him. Would that be a problem for you?" Yuanheng also grew serious. "That's what I was about to tell you. The game isn't perfect. It has many weaknesses, even character flaws. The more frustrated it is, the more it loses its rationality and judgment. That's why this trap I set is so effective. But it's not as easy to deal with as one might imagine. The most challenging thing is that it's an absolutely immortal species. As it claims, it's indestructible and can even repair and regenerate itself." Chapter 142. Over the years, gods have continuously emerged from the god realm, and most of these gods have been subjugated by the game. As one of the game's most powerful tools, Yuanheng has naturally come into contact with many of these gods, even arranging for many of them to settle there. Thus, he learned a great deal about the god realm. The most powerful within the god realm are all immortals. Some are born with this ability, while others achieve it through their own hard work. In short, they possess the omnipotent power to manipulate the universe and are known as god lords. The second, slightly weaker group are immortals, the more common gods, capable of ruling the rules of 1 or 2 planes. To grow in power, they must leave the god realm and seek out planes to practice. Some gods thus arrive in this universe and are captured by the game. The third, more powerful group are divine messengers, who lack godhood, but whose lifespans are significantly longer than those of ordinary beings. Jiangqi listened to Yuanheng's words, his hands busy. He grabbed energy balls from the air, scooping them into round balls, and stuffing them into his mouth like dragon beard pastries. So, the gods' claim of living as long as heaven and earth is actually an exaggeration? The ones who truly live as long as heaven and earth are the immortals. Yuanheng said, "It's not an exaggeration. Gods and the world they rule truly rise and fall together. Jiangqi nodded. In other words, Yugi is in the top tier of the divine realm. It was born an immortal. Compared to those who achieved immortality through their own efforts later in life, its strength is weaker, but it holds itself in high regard. Oh, it's the celestial dragon among celestial dragons. Its self-awareness is incredibly strong, which explains why it's easily bored or irritable, and why it loves thrills and games. Because it started so high, it's inherently arrogant and impatient. It can only thrive in favorable situations, and loses its composure when faced with unfavorable odds. Jiangqi asked, is the immortal seed truly unkillable? At least, we can only weaken and temporarily suppress it. Jiangqi rested his chin on his hand and sighed, then, either we find a way to kill the immortal seed in that divine realm, or we suppress it repeatedly. Yuan Hang added, the speed of the game's recovery depends on the number and strength of the planes it controls. Next, I sever its control over all planes in the central galaxy and change the ownership of all the dungeons in the central galaxy. This will minimize its recovery speed. Change ownership, to whom? Jiangqi asked perceptively. Yuan Hang looked at her. We can't completely liberate the central galaxy and leave it empty. That would only give the game an opportunity to exploit it. The game in this galaxy must continue to operate. Do you want to take over? Jiangqi understood what he meant. Simply put, he wanted to occupy the fertile land of the central galaxy, replace the game, and replace it as the next ruler of the central galaxy. Like the other galaxies, it also declared independence. Jiangqi couldn't help but imagine this. Fertile, unowned soil would be easily snatched away. But if this soil already had an owner and was already planted with crops, it would be difficult for others to seize it. She was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. She muttered to herself, no wonder I say games are like farm owners, and gods are farmers. It turns out the underlying logic is really just like fighting for territory and cultivating the land. Yuan Hang asked, what's wrong? Jiangqi said, I told you before, I lost a section of my memory a long time ago, and despite everything I tried, I can only recall bits and pieces of it. Those fleeting fragments have some connection to the divine realm, but I can't say how deeply connected. It wasn't until this moment that I felt like I was in tune with the person I remembered. Yuan Hang asked, do you remember more now? Jiangqi shook his head. The past has changed. This time, I didn't experience as much, so I can't recall it. Do you know how I knew, from the fragmented new memories that flooded into my mind after I came back, that I would be in Spring City? How did you know? Jiangqi looked at him. It was premonition. Yuan Hang was stunned. Jiangqi said with some sadness, I wasn't reborn. I slept and dreamt of a future disaster. Then, out of nowhere, a game panel appeared, so I reported it to the nation. The nation trusted me and immediately took action. Spring City was fully prepared to welcome the players. Later, in the Spring City dungeon, guided by the game panel's built-in program, I practiced step by step. For the future of the nation, I led 1,000 men, seized player status, and left home to fight. A thin mist formed in her eyes. She looked away from Yuan Hang's face, gazing into the distance through the cloud-like energy. She whispered, you were right. I simply changed my opportunity. There was no rebirth, no Ayuan, only premonitions, only a strangely appearing game panel, and only the panel's own program. This was the price she paid for changing her past, a script rewritten by the cosmic consciousness without altering the trajectory of her life. Blue Star. After 2 full days of disconnection, the Star Network automatically restored itself. Those on Blue Star who knew about it lived in fear for 2 days, then discovered that nothing had happened, everyone was still alive, and the planet had not suffered a catastrophic disaster. Even several ongoing game instances on Blue Star were inexplicably interrupted, the crisis averted, leaving the players and natives struggling to survive and fighting each other a bit embarrassed. Then, everyone logged back into the Star Network to find out what had happened, and learned that some planes had suffered a massive disaster, and that the orbits and other things outside of those planes had been completely destroyed. Although the losses within and outside these planes were immense, with casualties and even human. The number of those who vanished into thin air was enormous, but compared to the entire central galaxy, it was a drop in the ocean. For most people, a false alarm was definitely a cause for celebration. Even more gratifying, the game portals on all planes simultaneously issued a notice stating that Central Game had suddenly gone berserk and launched unprovoked attacks on numerous planes, resulting in joint sanctions from other galaxies. Now, Central Game has been forced to step down. The future successor to the Central Galaxy's gaming system is still to be determined, and future game modes will align with those of other galaxies. This is truly a cause for celebration. Everyone knows that Central Games dungeons are the most brutal and tyrannical. They can kill anyone they want, turn your home into a dungeon, and even recruit you as a player without consulting you. Furthermore, the dungeon rewards are among the lowest. The people of the Central Galaxy have long been dissatisfied, generation after generation, and have considered protesting, but they found no way to do so. Now that the Central Game has stepped down, the Central Galaxy is finally moving closer to the other galaxies. Universal celebration. Every plane, every country, every region has begun celebrating. Blue Star's various video platforms have launched a variety of song and dance performances, and various celebrations are being held and live-streamed across the planet. While people are shopping sprees and celebrating at various scales, they're also engrossed in reading novels, watching videos, watching shows, and participating in the celebrations. On the day Jiangqi returned home, a performance was underway at Spring City's largest venue, a nationally and even internationally popular play. The story, based on Spring City, tells the story of a girl, our protagonist, who one day obtains a book of prescience, revealing future events. She then shines in the first dungeon of Blue Star, leading the entire city to a comeback, defying all odds and changing their fates. She outtweets the players, ultimately surviving a certain disaster and reaping the rewards, becoming a powerful force. It's truly thrilling. Jiangqi quietly descends upon the best viewing box on stage, observing that the Book of Prescience can only reveal events 1 or 2 days in the future. The protagonist and the indigenous people have limited foresight, creating a tense plot. The indigenous people and the players engage in a battle of wits and courage, but the greater the risk, the greater the reward. The extreme reversals between life and death magnify the thrills to the utmost. Even though the audience already knows the plot, they still feel a sense of unease for the indigenous people on stage, alternately experiencing anxiety and anger, and joy and rejoicing. The audience and the characters share a true sense of destiny. Jiangqi was also absorbed in the scene, though he couldn't help but grumble, "This is so much better than my time. Everyone on the protagonist's side escapes death so often. Isn't this aura of immortality too strong? No, the script is so realistic, the writer is acting as if they were experiencing it firsthand. Could it be that I, in this new world, haven't cleared everyone's memory?" Finally, the instance concluded, and the indigenous people achieved a decisive victory. A ray of hope shone down, and the Book of Prescience, under this light, unexpectedly transformed into a handsome young man, who confessed his feelings to the protagonist. A sea of pink bubble effects filled the stage, and Jiangqi nearly choked on his own saliva. Ah, this is truly utterly unrealistic. Chapter 143. Although this kind of happy ending is cliché, it's truly popular. Reality has become difficult, and nowadays, people love to watch dramas that celebrate both career and love. Thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the audience. Amidst the pink bubbles and lively music, the play came to a close. Jiangqi watched the two protagonists on the stage, holding hands and looking at each other, gradually hidden by the falling curtain. She also slowly began to applaud. Although she hadn't expected such a happy ending, at least in this story, such an ending was a kind of comfort. Before the audience left, Jiangqi emerged first. She walked down the street like an ordinary person, arriving at the Martyr Cemetery. A monument in the cemetery clearly inscribed 71 names, the 71 people who died in the ghost realm. Jiangqi had shown this list before, and even her own name was originally on it. It seemed that these details hadn't changed. She bought a bouquet of flowers and placed them at the cenotaphs of the 71 people. After standing for a moment before the graves, she continued her wanderings around Spring City. The Xianan residential complex where she once lived, the former underground headquarters, and the hospital building in Xingqing district where she had fought the trainee conductor codenamed Doctor. All traces of her presence in these places had been erased. The fighting had nearly torn the hospital building to pieces, and now, after renovations, it was unrecognizable from its original state. The freezing cold that had frozen the building then had transformed into the bright sunshine and peace of today. It had been so thrilling when the doctor had set up a blockade around the area. Everyone faced him with the resolve to die, but now, looking back, it seemed like centuries ago. Jiangqi stared at the building for a long time. The world had completely changed. Everything about her remained largely unchanged, but a closer look revealed that things and people were still the same. She didn't revisit her old haunts, nor did she go out of her way to see any old friends. She didn't even want to stay in Spring City anymore. So she went to the service station, using the pseudonym Hai Luo, posing as a game employee. The service station was now semi-shut down. After all, Everyone there had unlinked their game panels and unilaterally resigned. No longer a game employee, there was no need to work under that identity. But since a legitimate game employee had come, they still let Jiangqi in. Jiangqi chose a courtyard she liked and relaxed for a few days, eating and sleeping. Once she recovered, she would carefully process and digest the energy she absorbed from the Honey Plane while continuing to repair the Hidden Truth realm. The three creatures in the mirror had also absorbed a lot of energy, and had now recovered. Jiangqi transformed them into their more familiar cat and dog forms, and let them roam freely in the service station. In the station's employee recreation center, a group of people were discussing. That guy named Hai Luo has been living here for over 10 days. He stays in his yard every day, and doesn't let anyone in. He's so secretive. Why did he come at this time? There's no news about how the game will be handled. We resigned unilaterally, and have no idea what will happen to us in the future. Do you think this guy is here to assess us? Should we just keep working hard and perform well? Do you still want to continue working as a game employee? If the game can be improved, I'd definitely like to continue working on it. Now think about it, weren't we too hasty in unbinding the dashboard? Come on, you didn't read the news. During those 2 days when the game went haywire, so many people got hurt, because the dashboard in their heads suddenly went haywire. These ordinary former employees grumbled, primarily worried about their own futures. The C-nationality employees in the webmaster's office, however, were more concerned about the future of the entire plane and their country. The cat and 2 dogs released by the conch are definitely not ordinary cats and dogs. They can easily slip through the station's advanced anti-human restrictions. One of them is particularly skilled at digging holes, like a pangolin gone mad. There's no place it can't reach. I'm sure any of them could defeat everyone in the station. Every day, strange energy fluctuations emanate from the conch's courtyard. Our equipment has broken down, preventing us from collecting them completely. We suspect it's a power level even greater than divine power. If they have no ulterior motive, why have they stayed here for so many days? It's terrifying. Cui paced back and forth, listening to everyone's discussions. What could be the purpose of someone like this staying here for so long? Has Lan Xing been targeted for some reason? Footsteps were heard outside. Cui looked up and saw Duan Ming and Zhuang Yu entering. One of them oversees the warp station, the other the emergency response department. They come here for no reason other than to ask for help. Cui went over to greet them. Why are you here? Zhuang Yu said, We're fine over there. I heard someone important has come to your place. I don't know if it's serious, but she's certainly very powerful. Her motives are unclear at this point. I contacted Sheng Feng for an investigation, but couldn't find out anything about her. Cui said, I plan to go meet her. Want to come along? No, I'm going as the station master, and it wouldn't be appropriate to have too many people. Over in Jiangqi's yard, she disdainfully pushed a dirty, curly-haired mud puppy away from her feet. You're a dog now, not an earthworm. Could you please stop digging holes? And, if you do, don't jump on me. Then she looked at a red, frizzy-haired puppy nearby. How did you get yourself so red again? You were white when you left, and it only turned a little redder with each fire spray. Tell me, how many times did you spray fire today? What did you burn? The red-haired puppy, also known as the Skyfire monster, turned its head away to play dumb, then turned back, panting ingratiatingly. Jiangqi rolled his eyes at it, and looked at the third, a hairless cat with a Tyrannosaurus skeleton. I say, when you left this morning, you were a furry ragdoll. Where's your fur? The hairless cat said innocently, It's uncomfortable with the hair. Jiangqi was speechless. Do you think it's easy for me to give you that fluffy, lush fur? Can't these three just stay clean and well-behaved, maintaining the image she likes for even one day? A screen hovered in front of Jiangqi. It showed Yuan Hang, and they were on a video call. Yuan Hang watched her train the dogs and cats, then glanced at the three, especially at the little clay dog, whose every ounce of his intelligence was written all over him. He saw through its disguise immediately. The revealed earthworm seemed even rounder than he imagined. The corner of his mouth twitched. He hadn't expected to see this fat, stupid earthworm again after all these years. He asked Jiangqi, How does it feel to be back home? Jiangqi sighed, his expression somewhat complicated. I'm happy, but not that happy. I originally thought I'd come back and change the living conditions on Blue Star. Now I can return without worries, and the crisis on Blue Star has been resolved. But I'm not as excited as I thought I would be. It's like I just checked a time clock and completed a life goal. As she spoke, she pushed the black dog-like earthworm away from her legs again. Her mouth expressed disdain, but her hands were gentle, and her eyes held a hint of indulgence. Perhaps she hadn't noticed, but she was becoming increasingly patient with the three creatures that had followed her all the way here. Yuan Hang, so, after all these days, have you made up your mind? Jiang Qi's face was a little conflicted. I've been thinking a lot lately. If I take over the game and replace it, can I really make this new game a success? Since it's a survival game, it can't be as risk-free and purely entertaining as a vacation. There needs to be a certain mortality rate. Will I then just watch people get hurt, struggle, and die in the dungeons I set up? She was afraid she wouldn't do it well, and she was also afraid it wouldn't bear the consequences of the entire galaxy. But she also didn't want to live by rules set by others. She was even more worried about handing such an important position to someone who might not be able to handle the game in the future. She stared at the screen. So, you're really not taking this position? Yuan Heng, I can't. After all, I was created by the game. It's hard to say when it will be able to control me again. The risk is too great. The other trains were able to operate independently because they merely diluted the game's power. This time, we need to replace the core of the game. This position is too crucial. Jiangqi took a deep breath. Okay, I do it, but I need to make some major adjustments to the game mode. Chapter 144. Jiangqi was discussing his ideas for game reform with Yuan Heng when the intelligent puppet steward at the courtyard gate came over and announced that the station master Mingyi had come to visit. Jiangqi introduced him to Yuan Heng. Mingyi is Cui He's player name. Cui He is. I know. He was your former team member in Team 1000. I've been secretly following your movements. Jiangqi was speechless. I'm saying, you weren't following me before the Spring City dungeon arrived, were you? Yuan Heng's eyes drifted. I just stopped by for a few glances. Jiangqi hadn't expected that. She could hardly remember what she was like before the dungeon arrived. She was just an ordinary, unremarkable office worker. It was like she was a completely different person. She couldn't help but ask, so what did you feel when you saw me back then? Did you feel like you were seeing an old friend, or was it just another complete stranger? Yuan Heng lowered his eyes, then smiled, not answering the question. Do you want to involve your compatriots in game reform? Jiangqi glanced toward the gate. I haven't thought about it yet. Do you think it's feasible? The main reason is that the game hasn't been completely resolved yet. There's still a divine realm above it. If they seek revenge in the future, any plane that shows up now will become a target. If it's just behind the scenes, it's completely fine, Yuan Heng said. If there's retaliation in the future, and we can't stop it, it won't just be one or two planes that will suffer, but the entire universe. Jiangqi thought about it, and had to admit, that makes sense. So, Cui He waited at the door for a while, and then the door opened, and the puppet butler invited him in. Cui He entered, presents in hand, and saw Jiangqi sitting in the courtyard, several screens floating before him, seemingly absorbed in some research. 2 dogs and a cat were playing nearby, but when they saw him enter, they stopped and tilted their heads to look at him, their eyes full of scrutiny. Cui He politely said, Miss Konkai. Jiangqi interrupted him bluntly. Duanming and Zhuang, you are here too, right? Have them both come over. Is it still the Fingyu Lei film crew and the Qian team behind the scenes in China? Anyway, call in everyone who can take charge. I have something important to announce. Cui He froze in his tracks, his expression gradually filled with shock. Jiangqi looked up from the information Yuan Heng had sent him. Seeing his expression, he couldn't help but laugh. I always see you so surprised. Cui He, team leader? Jiangqi, it's me. Go tell them. Just say I, Jiangqi, am back. Jiangqi. Cui He's mind buzzed. The shackles of his memory shattered like an avalanche, revealing the true mountain beneath. Suddenly, he remembered so many things, even vague shadows of those he erased. He stared at Jiangqi, his eyes gradually clearing. His back straightened, and he instantly transformed from station master back into a pure soldier. He stood at attention and saluted. Hello, team leader. Jiangqi, Saluting every time. Such a familiar formula. She said, the game has been suppressed now. You don't have to be so cautious anymore, but at least some caution is still necessary. When you come here, please maintain confidentiality. As for those from the original Spring City Command, like Commander Zhang Zhentian and the others, everyone who can come should come. The command was a national elite selected from the ground up. They were people they had worked with and trusted with their lives. Now there was no need for them to hide behind them. Jiangqi preferred to use the old guard. Commander Zhang Zhentian? Cui He, from the hazy corners of his newly recovered memory, managed to find a memory of Zhang Zhentian as the former Spring City Commander-in-Chief. Jiangqi also realized that he probably didn't have the list of the Spring City Command in his mind. He raised his hand and swept it through the air, copying the names of the key personnel in the command from his memory. Then the list turned into a roll of paper and landed in Chui's hands. Go notify everyone according to this. Yes. Duanming and Zhuangyu are at the station. I have them come right away. Chui he used the communication device to notify Zhuangyu and the others, then confirmed, do you want everyone to come to the service station? Yes. Jiangqi patiently explained, the service station is still a subsidiary department of the game, with a game system entrance. It's more convenient to do things here. Anyone outside the station can go there. Soon, Duanming and Zhuangyu arrived. They still looked like the players they had replaced, and Jiangqi had released them from hypnosis, though the memories that had been erased could only be restored a little bit. After a brief and excited acquaintance, they and Chui went about their business, notifying those who needed to be notified and clearing the area. Jiangqi was the only one left in the yard. Her gaze returned to the floating screen. The video call with Yuan Hang was still going on. She zoomed in from the corner, and the two continued their previous conversation. Yuan Hang, if you think of the game as a system covering the entire galaxy, then the Divine Lord is the engine of this system. As he spoke, the corresponding images appeared on the screen. In the vast universe, a white dot of light appeared on a certain plane and then extended tentacles in all directions, connecting one plane after another and operating according to a certain pattern. The system has a specific operating logic. Whether it's the creation of dungeons, the advancement of survival crises, or the distribution of rewards for completing levels, the internal program has already written the rules. Every tentacle you see can operate independently and completely. And the Divine Lord sits at the center of the system, providing a constant source of power and an overwhelming deterrent. He also occasionally captures formed natural disaster monsters and releases them into dungeons to enrich the dungeon's diversity. He also modifies and optimizes the system rules when necessary. Now that the Divine Lord has been suppressed, the game system has lost its engine and is completely shut down. Your job is to replace the Divine Lord and become the engine. Jiangqi stroked his chin. Does that mean I'm stuck at the center of this system? Of course not. Yuan Hangdao said, you have two options. First, regularly input sufficient power, or energy, into the engine to keep the game system running. Of course, this requires a tremendous amount of energy. Second, you can stay at the engine, just like the Divine Lord stays in the upper spirit plane year-round, but your clone, or consciousness, can roam freely and lead a normal life. Jiangqi hissed. That sounds incredibly difficult. Do I have the ability to do that now? She's already at the level of a god. Wouldn't it be too much of a leap to ask her to do what only a Lord God could do? You can start by reducing the scope of the game, starting with a few planes. Once you adapted, you can gradually expand your territory. Eventually, the entire galaxy will be covered by your power, and you continuously draw nourishment from it. How do you absorb this nourishment? It's a very broad concept. Just as gods gain faith from the planes they rule, Lord gods use a similar mechanism. On the planes you control, all birth and death, all joy and pain, all prosperity and decline, can become energy flowing towards you. Jiangqi was puzzled. Death, pain, decline. Is it okay to weaken these negative aspects? Yin and Yang coexist, mutually reinforcing. The Divine Lord dominates everything and embraces everything. In the presence of the immortals, neither side is good nor bad. All changes are merely the reincarnation and transformation of matter and energy, without any special meaning. Simply put, as long as there is change, the Divine Lord will gain something. Yuan Hang spoke on the screen, leaning back with his arms crossed. Of course, this is just my humble opinion, based on what I've seen of the gods and their behavior and reactions over the years in the game. It's for reference only. Jiangqi noticed the change in his posture. Compared to before, he had a more vibrant presence, no longer looking quite like a cyborg. She smiled and said, I think your humble opinion is quite profound. Thank you for the compliment. Does that mean that the faster the change and the greater the fluctuation, the greater the gain? Yuan Hang nodded. To a certain extent, that's true. No wonder the game is so demanding. In one instance, so many people struggle to survive, die in agony, and then regenerate. The emotional roller coaster is truly intense. Not to mention, the game itself enjoys watching this kind of excitement. It's fun and rewarding. How is this any different from just eating, drinking, and having fun, than going to work and still getting paid exorbitantly? You take in all the benefits. No wonder you're so hated. Yuan Hang warned, the game went too far, so it's also suffering the backlash of karma. It's just that it's so powerful that this backlash isn't particularly noticeable. Jiangqi continued, but it still received its due, ending up like this. Those who do evil will eventually perish. It's either this day or the next. It's all predetermined. So, you have to be careful about this. Jiangqi agreed seriously. Okay, I got some initial ideas. Will you join the meeting later? Yuan Hang shook his head. No. You don't need to let me know about these plans, and I won't be involved in any core decisions, lest the God Lord ever becomes my brain. Jiangqi, Jiangqi, Pa! Don't say such unlucky things. That day, except for those outside Blue Star, others began arriving one after another. For those who had been hypnotized by Jiangqi, she would remove the hypnosis and restore their memories. She herself also returned to her original appearance. So, every one of these people opened their eyes wide when they saw her. So, this is what happened in Spring City. It's been a few years since we last met Jiangqi. You worked hard. While waiting, Jiangqi chatted with people he had worked with, learning from them about the events of the past few years on Blue Star. In fact, if you count carefully, Blue Star has only been a dungeon for 3 years, but the changes in those 3 years have been greater than those of the previous 300 years. Nowadays, Blue Star is home to all manner of monsters and demons, some of whom have voluntarily changed their professions, while others were forced to change species after death. Because everyone's military power has risen, the world is not entirely peaceful, with conflicts and fights occurring daily. Especially with the recent suspension of gaming, the interstellar landscape is poised for major changes, and the giants on Blue Star are eager to take action, each vying to seize the opportunity to become the boss of Blue Star and take over the exclusive control of Blue Star's game connection. Fortunately, Country C started from a much higher starting point than other countries, with advantages and strength unmatched by those giants, and they have been suppressing them relentlessly. Our country is doing fine now, but elsewhere, ordinary people's lives are even more difficult than before. The gap between the rich and the poor, and the class gap, has widened even more. In many places, in many aspects, we entered a state of complete survival of the fittest, and civilization has regressed significantly. Zhang Jingtian sat in a chair next to Jiangqi, sighing constantly as he discussed the world situation. After 3 years, he looked much older, clearly overwhelmed by his daily worries. Jiangqi poured him a cup of tea and said slowly, "Don't worry too much. The world wasn't necessarily healthy before. It was just that the survival of the fittest wasn't so brutally and directly exposed. These past 3 years have been a dramatic reshuffle." Zhang Jingtian paused, looking at her. "You seem to have changed a lot." Although his memories of the Spring City dungeon were hazy, he could still recall Jiangqi as a relatively naive, yet passionate and sincere young man. Jiangqi raised an eyebrow. "I simply enjoy the fall of some celestial dragons and the rise of some grassroots." Seeing Zhang Jingtian's complex expression, she laughed. "Other planes have already provided many ready-made examples of what happens when a dungeon is created. By comparison, Blue Star is already very good." Zhang Jingtian's expression softened. Jiangqi added, "Of course, people at the bottom of society are having it harder than ever before, which is truly terrible. So what adjustments do you think should be made to change this situation as much as possible, so that everyone can achieve something through their own efforts and establish themselves?" Zhang Jingtian shook his head. "It's going to be difficult if the game mode isn't changed." "Then how do you think the game mode should be changed?" Zhang Jingtian was about to say that he didn't think it would work, when a sudden thought struck him. He looked at Jiangqi sharply. "You?" Jiangqi smiled and nodded. "Just as you thought. From now on, I have the final say on how the game in the Central Galaxy will run." Zhang Jingtian blurted out in shock. "You taken over the identity, and are now taking over the game?" Jiangqi, You could say that. More and more people arrived, including our own people from the 3 major departments, the other command center members besides Zhang Zhentian, the current members of Team 100 and their leader Wang Yi, the 5-man crew from the Wind and Rain Thunder film crew, and various important leaders, including Elder Zhao, who had been hypnotized by Jiangqi, and several others. The service station, having cleared all non-essential personnel, suddenly became bustling with activity. Jiangqi wasn't afraid of being seen by outsiders. She had already erected a barrier above the service station, preventing anyone from peering into the situation. Those outside, like Dong Shafeng, who couldn't return for the time being, didn't have to worry. They could simply join the meeting through the Star Network. The Star Network itself was controlled by their own people, so creating a super encrypted channel was a piece of cake. So once everyone arrived, the meeting began. Jiangqi waved her hand, and rows of chairs appeared in the vast open space. At the front was a large floating screen. Jiangji seated everyone, and then announced the current situation. This included the suppression of the game. To avoid confusion with the upcoming new game, she nicknamed it White Light Man, but it might not be suppressed for long. This also included her ability to replace White Light Man. This also included the existence of the God Realm. This all sounded a mixture of shock and doubt, and a flurry of discussion ensued. A leader spoke in a deep voice, "Then we absolutely must not allow the White Light Man to escape, let alone return to the God Realm for reinforcements. If it returns for revenge, the entire universe, every galaxy, will likely be devastated." Jiangqi nodded. "Yes, I find a way to suppress it for a longer period of time. As for returning to the God Realm, there's no need to worry too much for now. It's tried for thousands of years to find a way out, and it probably won't be able to return anytime soon. At least, such a thing wouldn't happen in the lifetimes of those present." Everyone relaxed a little after hearing this. The God Realm was too far away, too high above, like a mortal trying to guess what life was like for a deity in heaven, or when they would descend to earth. It was a futile attempt, so everyone put the issue aside and focused on developing the new game. To prevent the White Light Man from causing trouble, the survival game must continue. This niche must be filled. However, whether from the perspectives of sustainable development, energy efficiency, ease of use, humanistic brilliance, or the force of karma, the game model must be altered to one that promotes healthy development in all aspects. This requires not only that the game be relatively safe, user-friendly, and beneficial to the majority, but also that it be fun and integrated into every aspect of people's lives, encouraging spontaneous participation by all species. Combining the characteristics of games in other star systems and historical lessons learned, the meeting ultimately concluded several major guidelines. First, no coercion. Regarding dungeon sites, everyone will apply for them on a plane-by-plane basis. Planes offering dungeon sites will receive corresponding benefits to support their development. Regarding players, everyone will apply to become a player. The game will not be mandatory, but there will be mandatory dungeon participation requirements for those who become players, such as a monthly or 3-monthly attendance requirement. Second, each plane will establish a supervisory department to prevent the rampant use of in-game energy. This department will liaise with local governments and non-governmental organizations, accepting government requests and public reports. Third, each game dungeon will be divided into difficulty levels, ranging from level 1 to 9. For example, level 1 is a safe dungeon, but the rewards are low, while level 9 is an extremely dangerous dungeon, with high rewards for completing it. Each dungeon level has a set mortality rate, and players must reach the corresponding level to participate. Fourth, the game will lead the development of a platform for trading in-game items, fostering a smooth, relatively friendly, and transparent trading environment, minimizing instances of unequal transactions such as robbery, forced buying and selling, and so on. Fifth, rail trains outside each plane can be operated independently by that plane, bearing their own profits and losses. The planes themselves are also responsible for guarding the plane's passageways and conducting entry and exit security checks. When individuals from other planes are on a particular plane, they are subject to the laws and regulations of that plane, and different races must also follow these rules. If a conflict arises and cannot be resolved independently, it can be brought to the attention of the procuratorate, ultimately resulting in a trial by the game court. Sixth, the game only covers individual planes, existing as an entertainment and adventure project, and does not interfere with the internal affairs of the planes. Planes that do not wish to be covered by the game can apply, and the game will not force them to do so. However, the game does not support these planes laying tracks or communicating with other planes. In other words, these planes will be excluded from the entire galaxy, left to fend for themselves. Seventh, the game will launch a live streaming platform. Except for certain special dungeons, players will be allowed to live stream their dungeon sessions, and tipping will be available in the live streaming room, meaning players can earn money through live streaming. Dungeon videos can also be sold in various ways. Eighth, the game is open to collaboration with multiple parties. Planes, countries, companies, and even individuals can provide dungeon ideas and apply to design a dungeon. Applicants will submit a detailed proposal, covering everything from dungeon location selection and content design to player registration and reward setup for completing the dungeon. Upon approval, the game will provide the venue and technical support, and will receive a commission. The game will not be responsible for the dungeon's final profit or loss. Ninth, game projects can be outsourced. For example, the game could issue a public tender for a specific dungeon, and the bidder would be responsible for implementing the project. 10th, the game will collaborate closely with StarNet to expand StarNet to every plane covered by the game. The aforementioned trading platform, live streaming platform, and other platforms will all be implemented on StarNet. 11th, the game opens up to secondary creation licensing, allowing businesses and individuals to engage in game-related secondary creation, including but not limited to film, television, games, clothing, food, architecture, and tourism. If profits are generated, corresponding royalties will be collected. 12th, one rule after another, this broad, overarching charter now contains numerous items. Jiangqi initially participated in the discussion, but later simply sat back and picked at her own fingertips. Watching everyone brainstorm, heatedly debating and discussing, and finding loopholes, she silently thought, if these rules could be implemented, everyone would surely be actively involved in the game. If the game department were expanded and refined, everyone would be able to play the game on their own. She wouldn't have to worry about anything. She only needed to build a healthy and powerful engine. Letting the government provide the intelligence behind the scenes was indeed the right choice. Chapter 145. After a month of meticulous planning, news of the game's upcoming update was finally released to the entire galaxy. Thus, after a month of anxious anxiety, people finally learned of the game's new developments. The moment they saw the direction of the game's update, everyone was shocked. Is this Su Shuang, the one whose power has been shaken up? It felt like he had suddenly transformed from an arbitrary and tyrannical tyrant into a friendly and accessible entertainment organization. You could apply to become a dungeon site, apply to become a player, decide how to operate the train system, and participate in dungeon design based on your abilities. You can also use your own ingenuity and strengths to profit from game live streaming and duplication creation. Most importantly, the game will also establish institutions such as the Supervisory Department, the Procuratorate, and the Court. This is a reassurance to everyone. The game will provide excellent after-sales service, and will not allow anyone to use the power gained from the game to overstep the boundaries. Who could possibly understand this sense of security that comes from being completely responsible? The advantages of the game update are so numerous that just a few are incredibly appealing. Suddenly, comments like "Love it," "I love this update," "So, when the updated game goes live, I'm going to apply to become a player," erupted across the plains. Those less developed plains were already considering applying for dungeon sites. Those who had nothing and were oppressed waited patiently for the day they could apply to become players. Those who, relying on the benefits and power they gained from the game, were acting tyrannically were beginning to panic. In one plain, a high-ranking official was furious. They say they won't interfere in the internal affairs of the plains. But if that supervisory department gets in here, how will the scope of that supervision be defined? If someone accuses the state of abusing the power of the game, will it also intervene? Isn't that still interference in internal affairs? Another person scowled. So, you want to take the entire world out of the game? That's definitely not possible. I'm asking, can we discuss this supervisory authority and establish our own supervisory department? Another person scoffed. Supervise ourselves? Then go talk to the game and see if it agrees. In another dimension, the higher-ups were also worried that the game would overstep its bounds under the censorship and inquired through the game portal. The only response they received was, if you're dissatisfied with the game's rules, you can refuse entry to the plane. There's no need to force anything. This was a no-go. A leader made the final decision. The previous game didn't have a supervisory department, but it interfered in the plane's internal affairs, didn't it? The revised version at least draws a line. Anything unrelated to the game is off limits. From today on, we conduct a self-examination. This is a good opportunity to suppress those forces that use the game to instigate wars and establish regional separatist forces. In another dimension, the small nations were actually quite happy to comply. It would be great if the supervisory authorities were here. That would be fantastic. If those big powers dare to brazenly invade us again, we file a complaint. Those who were badly bullied but too afraid to become gamers felt reassured. What they fear most is being oppressed and having no recourse. If someone were willing to take care of such matters, they wouldn't be afraid anymore. When the game revision announcement was posted online, StarNet also revamped itself, launching a new gaming section, which included the official website, a live streaming platform, a trading platform, and a forum. The official website pinned a notice to the top, stating that future game updates and most of the rules would be published there. This change caused a sensation. Previously, game updates were released on the game portal, which contained only a few hundred planes at most, controlled by various top-tier forces. This made it difficult for the public to obtain timely details, and details were often kept secret. But releasing them on the official website was different. Everyone could see them. Live-stream trading platforms and game forums suddenly brought the game closer to ordinary people, making this game, previously seen as mysterious and dangerous, instantly accessible. However, the Star Network only covered a few hundred planes, leaving those still unconnected anxious. The organization Dong Shunfeng belonged to had already been heavily reorganized by her, or rather, by Blue Star, over the past year or two. It had become the headquarters of the Star Network, with over 30% of its members being technical personnel from Country C. Now, with so many planes contacting the organization through various channels, all applying for access to the Star Network, people began working frantic overtime and traveling across planes, becoming incredibly busy. Construction in various departments of the game also began in full swing. Jiang Qi didn't intend to use any of the previous employees. She wanted to build a brand new team. To ensure this team could effectively execute the new game's vision, over 80% of the first batch of employees were carefully selected from Country C. Country C had a wealth of talent. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to recruit hundreds of thousands of people all at once. The remaining 20% were personnel from other star systems, recommended by Yuan Hang. As a result, this first batch of employees consisted of completely fresh faces, fresh accents, and fresh work styles. This would give people the illusion that they were all from another galaxy. With a little manipulation, Jiang Qi could perfectly conceal their true C-Nation origins. As for where the first batch of gaming departments would be located, they would naturally have to occupy the previous gaming department, renovate it, and reuse it. So, a day later, the game's official website announced that all previous relationships with the old game were null and void, including the dungeon locations and game panels. All employees, regardless of whether they had unilaterally resigned or not, would be fired. Oh my god, so I'm getting fired? In a certain gaming department, an employee stared blankly at the official announcement, his face filled with indignation. I worked in gaming for over a decade. Why are they firing me like that? Another employee said, I worked in gaming my entire life, and I was just kicked out. Other employees also shouted, so why? I worked so hard to get into the gaming department. And now they just want me gone. At least give me some severance pay. The argument got so intense that the department head came out and shouted, shut up. Stop talking like that. It's like selfless dedication, asking for nothing in return. Don't you get paid or get any benefits? You know the saying, a new emperor appoints new ministers. The higher-ups are all replaced, so who would want the old team? It's good enough that we can get out of this unscathed. And you're still asking for severance pay. If I get angry, I kill you and you be quiet. The employee shuddered. No, that can't be right. This new game doesn't seem particularly forceful. The leader sneered. So you're only arguing because you think this new game is so soft? If it were the old game, would you dare to say no? If he hadn't been ordered to disband the department quickly and peacefully, he wouldn't have bothered to talk to these people. While you have this time, you should take a good inventory of your belongings and complete the handover. Employees were previously allowed to take their personal gains from the game, but all public property must be left behind. The most troublesome part of this is the mixed public and private items. Sorting them out is no easy task. For example, someone just asked, I used the department's contract to contract a monster. Can I take it with me? The leader replied, didn't you see the notice? Game props and other items will retain their effects, but items that involve contractual relationships, such as master-servant contracts, summoning items, and items with command functions, will gradually become invalid. This monster is no longer yours. You can provide evidence of your personal investment in contracting this monster and file a report. We might even get a refund, but forget about anything else. The employee's face suddenly turned bitter. Another employee asked, I bought a train for a field trip. I got a discount and an IOU from the department. Do I have to return it? Tell me how much you spent and bring the invoice. When we assess the wear and tear on the train, we give you a refund. Or, you can pay the IOU and buy the train outright, and then you can take it with you. The employee's face wrinkled. The apartment I'm living in now belongs to the department, but I paid for it myself. Move out immediately. I refund your money. There are so many nitpicky details to deal with. Firing employees and disbanding departments isn't a one-shot deal. There's so much to cut. The higher the level, the more things to sort out, not only your own, but also those of your subordinates, and the entire department you lead. The reckoning would take days. So, as soon as Rongding received the layoff notice and the division request, he rushed to the gaming department and oversaw the entire disbanding. Several deputy directors came to visit, essentially to encourage her. Rong Ding, we've been serving the game industry for hundreds of years. No one understands it better, or is more suited to this industry than us. This new department is just getting started, and there's a lot of chaos going on. How can we do this without the veterans taking the lead? I suggest we jointly petition the game company to allow us to continue working for the new game. Rong Ding said with a forced smile. If you want to make a scene, go ahead. I won't bother with you. Hey, how can that be considered a scene? We're all thinking about the new game. You could say that directly to the new game company, and see if it be touched. Rong Ding dismissed them without hesitation. She was no fool. Being able to smoothly and peacefully sever ties with the old game company, becoming a free agent from now on, a simple ruler with multiple dimensions, and devoting herself to the new game company and the new era with this new identity, was the best thing ever. And this was already the kindness the new game company was showing to these veteran employees. While everyone else was busy, Jiangqi wasn't idle either. Previously, the White Light Man placed the engine beneath the upper spirit plane. Later, it absconded with the entire upper spirit plane, and after its body was shredded, the upper spirit plane naturally evaporated as well. Now Jiangqi needed to find a new plane to house the new engine. In fact, the energy-rich Hengyi plane in the Xingxiao galaxy was quite suitable, but Yuan Heng felt that it was a place he knew well. It could be used as a shield, but it wasn't suitable as the true core of the game. Respecting his caution, Jiangqi drove the train around the universe alone, finding an uninhabited plane with satisfactory conditions. Then, while studying the various reference materials Yuan Heng had sent her, she attempted to transform this plane into her own training ground, fully infiltrating it with her spiritual consciousness. Chapter 146. This uninhabited plane, rich in natural resources, lush vegetation, and lively birds and beasts, was filled with high humidity. After a torrential downpour, punctuated by thunder and lightning, the air was filled with the scent of earth. The mountains grew greener, the sky loomed higher, and the streams overflowed the shallows. Fish leaped out of the water and plunged back in, making a splashing sound. Jiangqi scooped up a handful of water and splashed it on his face, sighing as he looked at his reflection. She had been on this plane for 2 months, practically traversing it entirely, placing anchor points at key locations. Her consciousness followed these anchor points, nailing itself into the earth and gradually seeping in. If her consciousness were likened to a dough, now stretched flat and draped across the plane, the anchor points would be the nails holding it in place. Perhaps she had been overusing her consciousness a bit. Lately, she had been experiencing occasional pain in her sea of consciousness, feeling a bit powerless. Jiangqi looked at her reflection and muttered, "It's still a bit of a stretch." But now that it had come to this, she couldn't retreat, and there was no way to do so. She found a clean rock to sit on, drawing a ball of energy from the hidden truth realm and absorbing it. At the same time, she opened the Star Network port. This port was extremely powerful, borrowing from game panel technology, allowing her to connect to the internet even in this remote plane. However, the signal was weak, the networks she could access were limited, and there was also latency. She first opened her backend email to see if there were any recent messages. Currently, Dong Shunfeng was the primary person in charge of communicating with her. Firstly, they had the closest relationship, and Jiangqi was accustomed to communicating with Dong Shunfeng. Secondly, Dong Shunfeng was at the Star Network headquarters, and her side had the strongest encryption channel and the most centralized information. Dong Shunfeng explained that the old game department has been gradually cleaned up, and the old employees have mostly been laid off. New game departments will be gradually launched. The old game left behind a large amount of assets, including various forms of energy like train coins, a large number of props, a large number of new and old trains, and other means of transportation, as well as dungeon monsters, demigods and pseudogods working for the game, and so on. Dong Shunfeng. Some monsters tried to cause trouble, but your 3 pets violently suppressed them. Now they're incredibly docile. Pictures, videos. Jiangqi clicked through the pictures and videos and took a look. The Skyfires were truly powerful, and their attacks were quite ruthless, crippling some monsters. Dong Shunfeng. Some of the demigods and pseudogods cooperated, while others didn't. Fortunately, the gods who came to help from other planes were very powerful and frightened these demigods and pseudogods, and they are now imprisoned. Pictures. Jiangqi examined the pictures one by one. The so-called gods from other planes coming to help in the pictures were actually the gods Yuan Heng had subjugated. In the battle with the White Light people that day, many of Yuan Heng's gods, and those controlled by the White Light people perished. After the White Light people were suppressed, The gods they controlled scattered like birds and beasts. Yuanhong's gods recaptured some, but some still slipped through the net. For the past 2 months, Yuanhang seemed to have been busy capturing those escaped gods. Many of them were genuine gods from the divine realm, far more powerful than artificial gods, and capable of causing real trouble. Jiangqi pondered how to use these gods in the future. If they were willing to submit, and she could control them, she could allow them to stay and continue her work. Otherwise, she would have to eliminate them. She continued reading. Dong Xiaofeng explained that applications for dungeon sites had already begun, with applications being accepted by plane and by country or region. Once an application passes the initial review and meets the eligibility criteria, the Dungeon Site Review Department will send staff for an on-site inspection. If the application passes the re-examination, a contract will be signed, and the game will then dispatch a construction team, or local indigenous people will form their own construction team, to begin construction of the dungeon site. Applications are now pouring in from all planes, countries, and regions. The entire process of inspection, review, and construction will take at least 6 months to a year. In addition, other aspects are progressing smoothly. After reading Dong Xingfeng's message, Jiangqi discovered that Yuanhang had also sent her 2 messages. One stated that everything was calm on the Yuangue plain, and the white light people were still well suppressed, so she needn't worry. The second message stated that the escaped gods had been mostly captured. It also mentioned that the creator god of the Duoli plain and the sea god of the sea god plain had both been seriously injured in the confrontation, and asked if she needed special care. Jiangqi was a bit surprised. She had almost forgotten about these 2 gods. Recalling that the god of creation had activated her crafting station, and the god of the sea had given her a small fragment of his godhood, she replied that she could take care of them if it was convenient. A moment later, Yuanhang replied, saying that he would treat the gods, and send them to the far return plane to guard the suppression area. Among them, he had isolated those from the realm of the gods, and was interrogating them, hoping to gain more information about the realm of the gods. Finally, he asked Jiangqi if everything was going well. Jiangqi replied that it was going quite well, and the first step was almost complete. Having just wanted to relax online, Jiangqi, after reading this information, logged off from StarNet with a long sigh. Everyone's working so hard, I can't slack off. Go, get back to work. With these words, her figure vanished from the spot, carried away by the wind. 6 months later. Deep in the mountains of Blue Star, an entire mountain range has been sealed off, undergoing comprehensive renovations both above and below the surface. Now, it's a dungeon site in its initial stages. The project manager brought a team to conduct acceptance inspections today. The inspection team included people from the Game Dungeon Site Review Department, the Dungeon Design Department, the Dungeon Data Accounting Department, and even the Publicity Department, a rather mixed group. Each of them wore their respective department uniforms and masks, holding what were supposedly newly launched game work panels. They tapped here, recorded there, and measured and calculated something, looking like sophisticated and rigorous elites. The manager muttered a little. These new game employees are quite mysterious, even though they won't even show you a glimpse of their skin. They're quite kind though. They don't deliberately give people a hard time, and there's no hint of authority or arrogance. Overall, they're pretty easy to get along with. It's just that the masks they wear make you curious about who they are. It's said that these new employees all have this attitude, never showing their true faces. After get off work, once they take off their uniforms and masks, they blend seamlessly into the crowd. No one knows who they are or what they do when they're not working. You might even find someone close to you among them. The person in charge looked these people over, hoping to find someone close to him among them, so he could get closer, but unfortunately, he couldn't see anything. This underground cave was created based on the characteristics of a natural cave. The stalactites inside were transported from other caves, minimizing their original appearance. The underground river, though artificially excavated, draws water from a natural mountain spring. The person in charge diligently explained each detail. The cave is equipped with numerous mechanisms to flexibly control temperature, rock movement, and the rise and fall of the river. Then he took the inspection team aboard a plane for a bird's-eye view of the entire mountain range. Look, hidden inside that mountain is a large-scale landscaping machine. Once activated, it can transform the entire mountain into a snowy landscape in just 10 hours. That mountain also houses a volcano simulator, capable of simulating a volcanic eruption when needed. And that mountain, with a single remote control press, can trigger a landslide. That valley is decorated with a Chimanduanjia formation. Well, it acts as a maze. The inspection team listened and took notes. After a full half day, the inspection was finally complete. The person in charge received a positive acceptance report and instantly relaxed, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Finally, it passed. To build this dungeon, a construction team of tens of thousands of people toiled day and night, requiring an astronomical financial investment. If it failed acceptance, all that investment would be wasted. He enthusiastically invited the acceptance team to dinner, but the team leader declined, saying, "We have to fly to other countries to inspect other projects, and time is tight, so we won't have dinner." This is a second-level dungeon site. After the game goes live, you receive notification of the dungeon's launch soon. A team will then take over control of the dungeon. You must evacuate personnel in advance. The person in charge nodded repeatedly. Okay, understood. The acceptance team then pulled a flying vehicle from some kind of space prop and flew away. Inside the aircraft, everyone removed their masks, revealing faces from country C. They smiled at each other. Those selected for the acceptance team had previously trained together, so although they were from different departments, they all knew each other. Because their group was working back home, the atmosphere was particularly relaxed. The team leader explained, "We currently applied for 2 dungeon locations in China, a level 1 deserted island survival dungeon and a level 2 complex forest disaster survival dungeon. Both have performed well and have been successfully accepted. Next, we're going to accept a level 3 dungeon location themed around polar exploration, located in Chapter 147. With one dungeon after another completed and inspected, the preliminary preparations for the new game's launch were nearly complete. Everything was ready, only the east wind was lacking. And this east wind was quietly brewing in a certain plane. After more than half a year of hard work, Jiangqi had completely merged herself into the earth. This plane became her body, the carrier of her will, and her true heart. Above ground, the mountains and waters remained lush and peaceful, while beneath the earth's crust, a strange rhythm of vibrations continued, like an engine warming up before starting. With each passing day, the vibrations grew faster and louder. Gradually, regular ripples appeared on the water's surface, the earth trembled continuously, gravel fell from the mountains, birds and beasts became restless, and plants began to fold their branches and leaves, ending their flowering period, conserving nutrients in preparation for a possible disaster. These creatures keenly sensed that a great change was about to come. Finally, due to the overwhelming amount of energy, a wave of energy materialized, erupting from the depths of the Earth's core outward, reaching the surface just minutes later. The entire surface erupted with a resounding roar, and smoke and dust rose in all directions. The massive dust plume even soared hundreds of meters into the sky, shrouding the entire planet as if covered in a gray, furry blanket, completely obscuring the sun. At this moment, the game's new engine activated, its activation signal piercing through the dimensional barriers and piercing into the void, connecting to each plane like countless tentacles. From above, this mysterious engine plane suddenly pulsed violently like a heart of steel, emitting intense light and energy fluctuations. Its light and energy radiated with unstoppable force, rapidly spreading to the surrounding planes. Like a signal being connected, or the sound of a clarion call, the newly constructed game systems on those planes began to activate one after another. And so, within the dim void, those planes began to light up one by one. In one plane, after restructuring the existing department, the employees of the newly established game department were somewhat idle. All the necessary game departments had already been established. Several dungeon sites on this plane had been built. The game panels and item factories had shipped the necessary goods. Players' quotas and panels had been distributed. The live streaming platform and trading platform on StarNet had already been tested numerous times. Even the procedures for the restart of the game had been rehearsed many times. Everything was ready, like a perfectly functioning train, needing only a locomotive to set it off. But no one knew when that locomotive would arrive. Without power, the entire train was useless. Everyone was feeling a bit anxious. Suddenly, deep underground in the department, a massive instrument, shielded by a transparent curtain wall, emitted a sharp blast. Everyone in the department was startled, then jumped to their feet. It's the docking port alarm. Underground, several leaders peered at the docking port through the curtain wall. The screen displayed a large message, "Game signal connecting." Several people were filled with excitement. Finally, we received a game signal. As everyone watched anxiously, several minutes later, the message finally changed to, "Game signal connected successfully, port activated, system restarting. System restart successful." Ouch! The crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers. The department head immediately shouted, "Stop howling like an idiot. Quick, get everyone moving." She announced over the departmental PA system, Attention everyone, the game signal has been successfully connected. The system has rebooted. Activate all work equipment immediately. The department staff, upon hearing the announcement, roared with excitement. They finally gotten what they'd been waiting for. Then, they quickly returned to their workstations and began using their high-tech computers to operate. The docking port was like a giant server, directly connected to the game engine. Now all they had to do was connect other devices to it, share the game signal, activate other game ports, work panels, control the dungeon system, and so on. The same thing was happening in the game departments on other planes. On the Blue Star plane, the former service station had been transformed into the game Blue Star branch headquarters. Here, the docking port also sounded an alarm, then successfully connected to the game signal. However, the information here was clearly more extensive than elsewhere. For example, the screen displayed, this game signal connected to 100 planes. Clicking and revealed a detailed star map, with 100 planes clearly marked, including the Blue Star plane. This star map was immediately captured and enlarged, and everyone gathered around it for a while to discuss. Within these 100 planes, there are a total of 1,031 dungeon locations. As designed, these dungeon plots are quite complex and highly entertaining. Get the online trolls going, promote these dungeons, and create a few lists of the most wanted dungeons. A public lottery will be held for all registered players in the galaxy to qualify for the dungeon. All dungeons will be live-streamed across the galaxy. A gambling game will be set up, allowing viewers to place bets on the final winner of each dungeon. Prepare for a hit game, and for the secondary innovation industry to follow suit. In short, the goal was one. The new game's relaunch must generate significant buzz. Not only did it need to get back on track quickly, but it also needed to attract more attention, generate excitement, and attract as much attention, emotion, and wealth as possible. Because Jiangxi desperately needed this kind of feedback. Everyone immediately took action. Soon after, the official website of the game announced the relaunch of the new game. The announcement stated that the first batch of dungeons would only have 100 planes connected to the signal, and the dungeons would be launched soon. Stay tuned. Then various rumors, both large and small, surfaced online, revealing the details of the first batch of dungeons. Some said that native players wouldn't be able to participate in the dungeons in their own planes. Some said that half the quota would be allocated to native players, and the other half to foreign players. Some said all the quota would be allocated for a public lottery. As a result, debates like is our plane on the first restart list? I'm a player, how can I participate in the dungeon? And why aren't native players allowed to participate in their own plane's dungeon? Generated enormous traffic online. The game's official website was immediately overwhelmed. Thankfully, the official server was powerful enough to handle the entire process without any lag. The next day, the official website announced, due to limited spots in the first batch of dungeons, 30% will be allocated to native players and 70% to foreign players. All spots will be allocated by lottery. Players can participate in the lottery through their dashboards. Of course, to participate, players must first go to their nearest game portal and activate their dashboard. So, players rushed to activate their dashboards, and after activation, a lottery page popped up. Scrolling down the page, there were over 1,000 dungeon names. You can either click on a dungeon to draw a number, or directly enter a blind box. The difference is that the former only draws for that dungeon, while the latter draws for all dungeons. Each player can only draw once. I think the chances of winning a blind box are higher. I take the blind box. I'm more interested in this adventure dungeon. I take this one. Didn't you see the notice? The dungeons will all open in a week, so the draw will take distance between planes into consideration. Don't draw from planes that are too far away. You absolutely won't win from planes that are 5 days away. Fuck. There are only 50,000 spots for this dungeon, and over 1 million people have already entered the draw. Where did all these players come from? There are so many planes in the entire central galaxy. Even if there are only 1,000 players in each plane, that's a terrifying number. Oh, you have to fight for a spot in the dungeon. Will I never get a chance? A day passed amidst the chatter, and the draw results were announced. Those who won were excited, while those who didn't lamented. Every dimension took this matter very seriously. As soon as the lottery results came out, each nation tracked down the players who had been drawn, packed their bags, provided them with supplies, and escorted them to the dimensional station with the added message, "Don't bring shame to your country." Players, The pressure on my shoulders suddenly became immense. Arriving at the station, I saw a sparse crowd of 7 or 8, maybe 10 players, representing different countries, boarding the train under the gaze of the crowd. Such a large train was destined for just these few people. At the transfer station, someone from the game department would arrange for players going to different dungeons to be assigned to different trains. By then, the train was practically filled with strangers. With each transfer station, more players would board, or disembark and merge onto another train. After passing through several transfer stations, the players finally arrived at their destination plane, entered it, boarded a flying vehicle, and arrived at the dungeon location. The entire process was live-streamed and edited on the live streaming platform. Viewers watching these videos felt like they were on a long journey together, a powerful sense of immersion. The most interesting thing was that the player gathering process was also the stage where the audience got to know the other players. During this stage, players with good looks, unique characteristics, and strong personal charm quickly caught the audience's attention. It felt a bit like a talent show. Without anyone's help, people spontaneously organized activities like betting, voting, and player selection. Investors sprang into action, and software, platforms, and many programs emerged one after another. Some even went so far as to create agencies, signing popular players before the dungeon opened and promoting them. The gaming department promoted the game, the agencies promoted it, the dungeon worlds took the opportunity to promote their own, and even the casual audience took the initiative to promote the game. Thus, a large-scale entertainment project involving the entire population was born. Through this project, the gazes, emotions, time, and wealth of the entire galaxy converged. In a short period of time, drastic material and emotional changes collided, unleashing immense energy that silently fed back into a mysterious and tranquil plane. Deep within the plane, Jiangqi's eyebrows twitched, and he slowly opened his eyes. A week had passed, and players had already entered the dungeon sites. Some dungeons had native residents participating, while others were unavailable, allowing players to play on their own. Each dungeon contained countless cameras, all aggregated into a live stream showing different angles, which was then broadcasted on the live streaming platform. Each player even brought their own camera and broadcast live on the platform, using their own account. The live streams were already live half an hour before the dungeon began. Instantly, at least millions of live streams were active on the platform, leaving people unsure which to watch. At this point, the benefits of popularity became apparent. The live streams of popular players clearly attracted significantly more viewers. Wealthier planes and countries would even reward their players' live streams as a form of encouragement. Anyway, once the live stream began, countless fortunes poured in like water. In the Star Network backstage, Dong Shumfeng watched the frantic flow of funds with a shudder of fear. The aggregation of traffic from the entire galaxy was truly terrifying. Even if the live stream platform only took a 20% commission from these tips, it was still an incredibly terrifying figure. Luckily, Star Network is backed by my family, she murmured. With such incredible traffic and wealth, even if Blue Star remained dormant, it could still take off. This first group of players had essentially taken advantage of this opportunity. Even if they only reaped the slightest benefit, they could become rich overnight. Dong Shumfeng checked the time. The dungeon would launch in 5 minutes. Her palms sweating, she glanced at a silent panel. She had been in contact with Jiangqi through that panel. But Jiangqi hadn't made any noise lately, and she didn't dare disturb her. Her gaze returned to the large screen. 5 of the windows were the live streams of the 5 dungeon events on Blue Star. In each of these live streams, 30% of the Blue Star players and 70% of the foreign players had found quiet spots to await the dungeon launch. 5 minutes, 4 minutes, 3 minutes. The people inside the dungeon waited, and so did those outside. Finally, at the end of the countdown, a voice echoed from every dungeon. The same voice echoed from every live stream. It was a female voice. Gentle, calm, and full of power. Hello, players, natives, and viewers. I'm Xinyu. You can call me Qi. From today on, I will officially take over the Central Galaxy. Everyone shuddered. This was Xinyu's voice. A woman! Do games actually have genders? No, that's not the point. The point is that they could actually hear the game's voice directly. As a survival adventure game, in every instance, players will experience gains and losses, joy and pain, life and death. This isn't a purely entertainment game. The mortality rate is clearly stated in the description of each instance. You invest your time, wisdom, and emotions in this game. The game grants you excitement, experience, and strength. This is a freely voluntary, equal exchange. The moment you step into the dungeon, you enter a life and death contract, one that cannot be reversed. I hope everyone will participate with caution and make no regrets. Now, Players in the dungeon who wish to quit, there's still time. The players looked at each other in bewilderment. Some shuddered, suddenly snapping out of their excitement. Considering the 5% mortality rate listed in the profile, 1 in 20 would die. Then, considering their own limited ability to survive, who could be sure it wouldn't be them? So, after much hesitation, they finally chose to quit on the control panel, vanishing from the dungeon, automatically being sent out. But many others remained steadfast. Very well, the dungeon is about to begin. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the voice fell, an invisible barrier descended from the sky, instantly covering the entire dungeon. The previously unremarkable dungeon seemed to be infused with vigorous energy, springing to life, and various existential crises began to brew. The audience in front of the live broadcast room saw a line of words appear on the screen. Train Survival Game, Shinchi Edition, officially launched. At the same time, people were shocked to discover that everywhere online, the term Central Galaxy had quietly become Shinchi Galaxy. People were stunned for a moment before realizing that the Central Galaxy had changed its name. Just like other galaxies, after becoming independent, would be given names, like 7-Star Galaxy and Chuan Galaxy, the Central Galaxy. The name has also changed, signaling the arrival of a new era. The chi in the game originally meant chi, though it seems to have lost its central status, but Shinchi, the Shinchi game, the Shinchi Galaxy, seems even more imposing, and as if it harbors some deeper, more profound mystery, inducing fantasies and a yearning for it. From then on, when people mention the game, referring to the powerful being behind it, they would affectionately and respectfully call it Aki or Chishin. In the void, a cyan train slowly cruised, ensuring the entire galaxy was safe and sound, untouched by any external force. A live broadcast of a dungeon was playing on the screen inside the train's engine. A clear, powerful, and familiar voice echoed throughout the room. A cyan figure leaned forward, his face propped up, listening quietly. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The Train Survival Game, Divine Revelation Edition, officially launched. At this moment, he suddenly sensed that the White Light Man's natural control and influence over him had weakened considerably. The Almighty God, after being suppressed, was being replaced on a deeper level. He stared intently at the word Chi on the screen. Jiang Chi, Divine Revelation, Chi, what a good name. Chapter 148. The Central Galaxy's grand gesture has the other galaxies watching closely. From the White Light People's rampage to their suppression, from the game's offline launch to the relaunch of a new one, the entire Central Galaxy has changed hands and been renamed the Divine Revelation Galaxy. Divine Revelation, it seems as if a true God has taken root, sprouted, and grown in this galaxy, gradually replacing the previous one. In response, the leaders of the 134 galaxies, excluding the Far Voyage Galaxy, gathered for a small meeting. 70% of the participants were from the original Wisdom trains, some arriving in human form, others in the form of various trains. The remaining 30% consisted of various demons and monsters, each clearly labeled as an old demon. None were truly human. They had always played a significant role in the fight against the White Light people. Otherwise, when the galaxy became independent, they wouldn't have been given the chance to lead. But precisely because of their deep connection with the White Light people, even after achieving independence with their galaxy, they were still somewhat influenced and oppressed by them. Under the Divine Master, all were vassals and slaves. But at this moment, that sense of oppression had eased considerably. So, the first thing everyone said upon meeting was a cheerful, "Do you feel the constraints on you have lightened a bit?" The second was a gloating remark, "It seems that the Divine Master has truly fallen for this time." The third was a probing question, "Do you know anything about this newcomer?" The more informed ones would say mysteriously, "I don't know what his background is, but he's incredibly respectful and wholeheartedly devoted to his service." The others immediately realized, "Looks like it's the person they've been waiting for. Wow, I almost forgot about that person who's been obsessed with someone for so many years. Is there really such a person? I thought it was just a rumor. So that cold guy is still into pure love? What kind of person could that person be? Someone who's been obsessed with him for so long." Everyone got excited about the gossip. Someone asked a young man, unruly and indistinguishable between male and female, "Qixing, you always been close to that person. Don't you know who that person is?" The humanoid form of the 7-star train raised its eyes lazily. "I don't know." "Why don't you ask them yourself?" "Haha, who would dare?" Another person asked a cold, elegant, long-haired woman, "Chu Yun, you've been here since the earliest times. Do you know anything?" Chu Yun, lost in thought, replied calmly, "It happened so long ago, who would still remember?" At this moment, A short, green-skinned goblin jumped up and asked impatiently, "Say, what's the point of today's gathering? Are we all going to the center? To the magical galaxy to pay homage to the new lord? Then why waste time? Let's go!" Someone immediately retorted, "But no one said that person is the new lord. Don't just tell us who you are." "But seriously, everyone's here, right? Whoever proposed this meeting should say something." "Yes, who organized it? Let's get down to business." No one moved. Everyone looked at each other, finally realizing something was amiss. "Who actually started this party?" "I came as soon as I got the notice." "Me too." "Kaihong, is that you? You love to throw these kinds of parties." This time, it really wasn't me. Everyone fell silent. If it wasn't someone present who started it, then who was it? A chilling breeze blew through the crowd, and a cold, faint voice echoed overhead. "It's me." Everyone looked up, and a cyan figure appeared high above them. Everyone exclaimed, "Surprise!" They suddenly felt the guilty pang of being caught having fun by their homeroom teacher. But thinking about it, the only person who could have tricked everyone into coming here and appeared so quietly, without anyone noticing, was this guy. Thinking about how they were just now plotting against him, everyone let out an awkward smile. "Ah, Yuan Hang, so it was you who invited everyone out. I was just about to say it would be a shame to leave you out of the party." "Boss Yuan Hang, I heard you've been quite busy lately. Do you need any help? If so, just let me know, I'd be happy to help." Everyone greeted them, each one as politely as they could be. Yuan Hang glanced at them indifferently, ignoring them. Instead, he turned slightly to look behind him, extending his hand, as if to help someone. Then, everyone saw a slender, almost transparent hand grasp his arm, and another hand reached out to rest on the palm of the outstretched hand. Everyone's eyes widened, their necks craned, curious to see who it was. This gesture was a little too intimate. Then, a translucent figure emerged from behind Yuan Hang. It had a delicate face, its features pale in color. Even in its translucent form, its complexion was visibly pale, clearly frail. But even though her expression was transparent, pale, and frail, a calm, resolute composure still emanated from her features. How could one put it? The moment this person appeared, even without doing anything, even simply leaning there with a weak breath, she instantly became the center of attention. At the same time, you immediately knew she was difficult to defeat. Everyone stared at her in amazement. Jiang Qi, drawing on Yuan Heng's strength, stood up, tilting her head slightly to look at the strange-looking group, and smiled. "Hello, I invited you here because I need your help." But she hadn't expected Yuan Hang to trick them into coming here, and then they gathered together to gossip enthusiastically about him. She seemed to be at the center of the gossip too. Everyone was stunned, still motionless. Jiang Qi, What kind of reaction was this? Rejection, dissatisfaction? It didn't seem like it. But it didn't look like he was happy either. She looked at Yuan Hang inquiringly, asking, "How should this be continued?" Yuan Hang, as if anticipating this, explained, "You have usurped the White Light people's position, and to a certain extent, their aura. Their submission to the Divine Lord has shifted to you. However, this is only temporary." As expected, as soon as he finished speaking, everyone jolted awake, looking at Jiang Qi with suspicion, some even harboring murderous intent. Yuan Hang glanced over coldly, his eyes filled with warning. A leopard demon, unable to control its fury, shouted, "Yuan Hang, you gathered us together and brought her here. What do you intend to do?" The others also stared at Yuan Hang, their alertness at the highest level. This is not a good banquet. This is a trap. As expected, Yuan Hang announced the bad news they didn't want to hear. "Today, I want you to recognize her as your master." Jiang Qi, shock. She turned to look at Yuan Hang. "Didn't we agree before we came here to talk things over? Let everyone choose freely, and negotiate properly?" Who would appreciate such an imperative tone? As expected, even more people were furious. "Bullshit! I finally achieved independence. Why should I recognize someone else as my master? Yuan Hang, you can be independent because of my help. You are still, in essence, the creations and slaves of that god. For years, I've been the one to dissuade him from causing trouble for you. In short, you've been able to enjoy your freedom all these years because of me. Now it's time for you to repay me. Great. Suddenly, it's all your credit. You, Yuan Hang, are no good. I've been waiting here. I was wondering why you were so eager to fight against Yoshi, planning for so many years. Turns out you were just trying to create a new one. Let's all attack together. We can't let him succeed. Yoshi has been suppressed. As long as we kill Yuan Hang and this new Yoshi, we be completely free. Listening to the cries of war and killing from below, Jiang Qi was dumbfounded. He looked at Yuan Hang suspiciously. Is this what you said, that you have a close relationship with the leaders of the various galaxies? Yuan Hang gave her a soothing look, then waved his hand. The surrounding space distorted, and a group of people appeared out of thin air, menacing and ferociously surrounding the leaders below. Yuan Hang, disobey, or die. The leaders below, They were all god-level beings. Hard to kill, but not impossible. At least Yuan Hang possessed the means to utterly annihilate them. Jiang Qi, What had happened in all those years? Had Yuan Hang's methods evolved to this point? Amidst the tense situation, the green-skinned Goblin King had been staring thoughtfully at Jiang Qi. Finally, as if realizing something, he jumped up excitedly, his eyes wide, and shouted, "Sir! You are a sir, right?" The leaders in the confrontation all looked at the goblin who had defected, their eyes filled with accusation and resentment. How dare you fall so quickly? But the Goblin King was filled with surprise, bounding towards Jiang Qi. "Sir, it's me, the goblin you rescued who opened a factory making game ports. We even did it for you." Soul Resonator. Jiang Qi's expression shifted from confusion to reminiscence, then he looked at the goblin in shock. "Are you the goblin factory manager?" "Yes, it's me." Jiang Qi was quite surprised. He hadn't expected this goblin to still be alive and become the master of a galaxy. At this moment, another figure floated over, her voice also tinged with joy. "My lord." Jiang Qi turned to see Chu Yun? Chu Yun looked at her with surprise and delight. "It's you indeed. I never expected to see you again." A lich, who had been silent up until then, also approached, staring at Jiang Qi in surprise. "Lord?" A shadow condensed from thin air. It was a vengeful spirit, also fixed on Jiang Qi. A moment later, Jiang Qi, the Goblin King, Chu Yun, and the Lich King sat together, reminiscing about the past. Jiang Qi, so you later participated in the rebellion against the game, and then led your galaxy to independence? The Goblin King chuckled. "It's only Yuan Hang who's willing to support us. Otherwise, we goblins would just be working in the background. How could we rise to prominence and develop a galaxy dominated by goblins? Now, we goblins are a major race in the universe, and no one dares to exploit us anymore. Sir, please come and play when you have time. If you need us, just let me know." Jiang Qi said, "There are many game prop manufacturers in the Shinchi Galaxy, and a considerable number of their employees are goblins. Are they transferred from the Goblin Galaxy? Are they members of your clan?" "Yes, Lord Yuan Hang said he wanted to transfer a group of skilled goblins." "Alas, if I had known we were working for you, sir, I would have sent our best goblins there, and I would have gone myself. Those little bastards can't even compare to my skills." Jiang Qi looked at Chu again. "Yun, the Chuyun Galaxy is indeed named after you." She looked Chu Yun up and down. "Are you now a ghost king?" "No, a ghost cultivator who has attained enlightenment, a god among ghosts." Chu Yun nodded. "If you hadn't rescued me from Fancheng back then, I wouldn't be where I am today. Many of the ghost cultivators who survived Fancheng are still alive today, and everyone misses you." Jiang Qi smiled. "I go see them when I get a chance." She looked at the Lich King, who said bluntly, "We're in a similar situation. Now we liches, along with several other dark races, have formed the Dark Magic Galaxy." The vengeful spirit next to him, already dressed in a sophisticated manner, smiled and said, "We vengeful spirits aren't concentrated in a single galaxy like them. We are present in every galaxy. If you need us, sir, just let me know." Jiang Qi lamented, recounting how she had rescued the hapless natives from Yoshi's clutches, simply to bolster her own power and counter Yoshi. Unexpectedly, not only had these individuals not perished over time, but they had all risen to prominence, reaching the pinnacle of their power, and even remembered her. For her, it hadn't been long, but for them, it had been a long time. Whether their gratitude and affection were feigned or not, Jiang Qi was deeply moved. Chu Yun sized Jiang Qi up. "My lord, you don't seem to be in good shape right now." Jiang Qi didn't hide the truth. "I became the new game, replacing the old game. Everything was going smoothly, but the old game, blessed by its divine aura, only recognized it, not me. I've been suppressed by the cosmic consciousness." Chu Yun suddenly realized. "So, you need us to recognize you as our lord?" Jiang Qi nodded. "To be precise, I need a large number of powerful gods to recognize me as our lord. This way, I can strengthen my own reputation and power, and seize the Divine Lord's aura." Yuan Hang had a number of gods under her command, and they had already recognized her as their lord, but she realized that this wasn't enough, so she had to target these leaders. Each of them had a long history and high status, with proven achievements in expanding the universe and expanding its territory. They had direct ties to and actual sovereignty over numerous planes, making them far more valuable than ordinary gods. But don't worry, this is only temporary. Once I succeed, I set you free. Jiangqi knew her words weren't very convincing. By then, they already acknowledged their master, and if she refused to set them free, there was nothing she, as a subordinate, could do. It's truly difficult to get everyone to comply with just a few words, so she planned to negotiate properly, promising them benefits. But unexpectedly, Yuanhang rashly resorted to intimidation right from the start. She glanced over there. The group Yuanhang had brought with him were still surrounding the leaders. Yuanhang was trying to persuade them, or rather, persuade the leaders. Chuyan pondered for a moment. If you succeed in seizing the halo, will the old game truly be over? Jiangqi nodded. It's suppressed now, and could break out at any moment, but if I succeed in seizing the halo, it's truly finished. This is the only way to permanently resolve it. So, success is imperative. Chuyan said, then I'm willing to acknowledge you as my master. Jiangqi looked at her, her eyes fixed on hers. Without you, I would have perished long ago at the game's unreasonable wrath. I don't want it constantly hanging over my head, poised to threaten me at any moment. Besides, I believe in you. The Goblin King also hurriedly said, I believe in you too. My lord, I acknowledge you as my master too. I go persuade the others now. The Lich King and the Wraith King exchanged a glance, hesitant but expressing their support. Jiangqi stood up and bowed solemnly, thank you. Their expressions paled, and the Goblin King leaped to his feet. No, no, no. My lord, please don't bow. I'm in pain. Literally, physically. Jiangqi, Elsewhere, hundreds of leaders split into two camps. One, led by the Wisdom Train, sat calmly together, still chatting. The other, dominated by demons and monsters, glared indignantly at the former. The leopard demon shouted fiercely, you traitors. Qixing leaned back leisurely. What traitor? Who did we betray? You? Don't be ridiculous. We fought alongside Qi in the past, and have long acknowledged her as our master. Now, for the sake of expediency, we're accepting her as our master. I completely accept it. The other intelligent trains also laughed. Yuanhang is our boss. If we don't listen to him, why should we listen to you? The leopard demon said angrily, wait until she gains power and breaks the agreement, and see if you can still laugh. Qixing, if they fail, wait until that Lord God sees the light of day again, and see if he let you and me go. The leopard demon choked, and the opposing camp was speechless. Of course, they also wanted to crush that Lord God, but not before handing their lives and property to a stranger. The leopard demon gritted its teeth. You knew what would happen today. We were tricked into coming here, but you weren't. Qixing stopped answering and closed his eyes. This was the only way to completely achieve freedom. Finally, the leaders finally compromised. Yuanhang, following the ancient rituals of the God realm, conducted a simple yet solemn ceremony of recognition. Everyone, including himself, acknowledged Jiangqi as their master. At the moment of successful recognition, a halo seemed to emanate from Jiangqi's back, and the very depths of the universe seemed to vibrate faintly, signaling that this part of the universe was changing hands. At the same moment, the white light figure, suppressed beneath a far-returned plane, let out a shrill, blood-soaked howl, as if something within it had been brutally and cruelly stripped away. It finally withered away. Chapter 149. 11 Years of Divine Revelation. This year marks the 11th anniversary of the launch of the Divine Revelation game. After 11 years of development, the game has grown immensely. Furthermore, as the game progressed, people gradually discovered something. Within a certain range, the greater the number of dungeons on a plane, and the more frequently dungeons are opened, the fewer major disasters and calamities occur on that plane. It's as if the movement of matter and energy in nature is concentrated in dungeons, while other aspects of the world remain exceptionally peaceful. Furthermore, because everyone's attention, energy, interest, anger, and all other positive and negative emotions are largely channeled into dungeons, society has become far more peaceful and stable than before. In short, natural and man-made disasters have been significantly reduced. After discovering this, each plane actively applied to build dungeons. Today, every plane has a few dungeons, but compared to the sheer number of players, these dungeons are still far from sufficient to meet demand. Under normal queuing conditions, a player might not even get a spot for several years. To meet the enormous market demand, themed cities and theme parks based on specific dungeons have sprung up across the country, along with various privately run simulations. The entire galaxy's economy and culture have experienced rapid development over the past decade. Tana. This planet was once an ordinary, even barbaric and backward one. Because a large portion of its inhabitants were forcibly selected to become players, the planet has become increasingly impoverished. With the game's reforms, all former players have regained their freedom, and the return of players from Tana has brought some new life to the planet. Recently, Tana has been particularly bustling with activity, thanks to a simulated dungeon being planned. Rumor has it that the sea god has been invited to oversee it. A real sea god? Not a demigod or a pseudo-god. In Linhai Square, a group of newly arrived foreigners were buzzing with discussion. A genuine god. Officially registered with the game. I never imagined such a small planet could have such a powerful figure. It must be a veteran player from Tana who has the connections. Anyway, as soon as this simulated dungeon gets off the ground, I definitely get a ticket to try it out. The ticket price must be very expensive, considering the true god has descended to Earth. I heard that in the official dungeons, only the extremely difficult ones can actually appear. Besides those who were just there to watch the fun and gauge the direction of the wind, there were also some strange-looking people in the crowd. They were applying to be special effects actors for the simulated dungeon. Among this group, a group of puppet-like figures stood out. Among the dolls, a goofy frogfish with scars all over its face glanced around and whispered, "So many monsters and demons have arrived. Can we possibly compete with them?" Beside it, a long-legged pink rabbit, also covered in scars, whispered, "Don't be discouraged. I heard this dungeon requires a lot of special NPCs." Even so, the pink rabbit looked at the monsters and demons with a worried look. Back then, they were making atmosphere dolls in an amusement park in a travel plane. That plane was hit by the turmoil of the game's transition from the old to the new, leaving it in ruins, like the end of the world. They were lucky enough to survive, but they were also severely injured. Fortunately, a medical organization arrived and provided care for the wounded, but they spent several years recuperating. As dungeons became more numerous, many needed unusual-looking NPCs. After recovering from their injuries, they applied for these positions. However, all sorts of species were seeking work, especially monsters with racial abilities, who were particularly competitive. This impacted the job market, raising the bar higher every year. Because of their injuries, they missed the prime job hunting period, and now official dungeons simply didn't want people like them without special skills or work experience. They could only exploit resources leaked from their more established tribesmen and find odd jobs. Because of their hideous scars, some small theme parks featuring horror dolls and simulation dungeons were willing to hire them, but the work was unstable and the pay was low. This time, hearing that the Sea God dungeon needed many specialized NPCs, and that if they performed well, they could land long-term positions, so they decided to give it a try, gritted their teeth, bought tickets, and rushed over to apply. Not long after, another group arrived, a large proportion of them with unusual appearances, clearly also applying for jobs. The square grew increasingly crowded, everyone waiting for something. Finally, a flying train descended from the horizon and landed directly on the square. The crowd suddenly fell silent. Then, a group of masked and uniformed individuals disembarked in an orderly fashion. Game staff. So many of them. Because of Poseidon's involvement, this simulation will be massive, and the game's official staff are here to assist and oversee. Look, there's someone without a mask. Who's that? Everyone looked at a woman who had just disembarked from the train. She was tall, with fair skin and a cool, calm expression. Her dark blue, almost black, slightly curly, semi-long hair fluttered gently in the sea breeze. She glanced at the crowd with a faint glance, then, surrounded by the game staff, walked forward. The crowd quickly parted ways. Ahead lay the beach and the ocean. Before the group reached the beach, the water began to surge, and an invisible force carved a passage through the surface, opening onto the seabed. Suddenly, the woman with slightly curly hair stopped and looked somewhere in the crowd. Everyone followed her gaze, confused. A bunch of cute, ugly dolls? Pink Rabbit and Frogfish were stunned, glancing around. Was that gaze directed at them? Without waiting for anyone to figure out, the woman resumed her pace, leading the group toward the ocean, whispering something to those around her. A group of people walked into the ocean, and the surface returned to calm. Only 2 people remained, shouting to the crowd in the square, "Are any of you applying for the dungeon position? Please come here to receive your interview number. The formal interview begins tomorrow." Everyone rushed to line up to receive their numbers. Elsewhere, the game employees entered the seabed, where they found a completely different world. A spacious, new, and bright office building was located, Tana Star Game Development and Construction Department. As the group entered, a man hurriedly responded. Master E. You're here. The curly-haired woman, Jiang Qi, wearing the ceremonial vest, nodded slightly. Lang Sai, long time no see. How are you? Lang Sai gave a chuckle, his eyes filled with respect and a well-hidden fear and nervousness. Thank you, Master E, for recommending me this job. I'm doing fine. I'm following department regulations in everything I do. This is my work report for the past 2 years. He handed over a document, but Jiang Qi didn't take it. He turned and sat down in the main seat. I reviewed your work report online. You did a good job. You're originally from Tana, so returning to your home plane to participate in its construction is a perfect match. I heard you applied many times to become a new player, but were rejected every time. Do you have any complaints? Lang Sai hurriedly said, I used to be a veteran player. People associated with old games are not allowed to join the Shinchi Game Department, and it's difficult for player applications to be approved. This is a hard and fast rule, not just for one person. I understand it, but I don't know. Dare to complain. Jiang Qi smiled faintly, but his words tinged with coldness. I dare not complain, so I repeatedly obstructed Tana Star's application for a game dungeon, gathering Tana Star's upper echelons and resources to create a simulated dungeon. Because you know that even if Tana Star applied for a dungeon, you wouldn't profit. But if it were a civilian simulated dungeon, you could intervene and profit much more. This is indeed the case. Now, you control almost all the simulated dungeons on Tana Star. You have the final say on all the rules, and the lion's share of the profits goes into your pocket. Lang Sai broke out in a cold sweat, nearly unable to stand due to Jiang Qi's overwhelming aura. Jiang Qi looked at him coldly. Back then, when Lang Sai and his group invaded Spring City, Jiang Qi, needing a shield to deal with the then-trained conductor, Gui Shi, captured Lang Sai, then released him and recruited him as a subordinate. Later, Lang Sai proved quite useful in the underground Ghost Feast dungeon. Afterward, under the guidance of the game investigation team, some players chose to quit the game and return to Tana Star, some to stay on Blue Star to work, and some to continue their gaming journey. Lang Sai chose the third path. With the collapse of the old game, Lang Sai, who had been doing well at the time, was forced to relinquish his player status. He applied to become a new player, but his status as a veteran made the process difficult. He simply couldn't pass the requirements for having massacred indigenous peoples and having killed innocent people. Shinchi Games wanted players who were pure, fresh blood, not old hands stained with sin, blood, and old-school habits. So he could only watch helplessly as the new game flourished. He settled for the next best thing and partnered with a few people to develop a secondary game creation industry. A few years ago, Jiang Qi's Asian alias resurfaced, unexpectedly as a hero who had defeated the old game, and he immediately rose to a senior position in the game department. Upon hearing the news, Jiang Qi immediately joined Asian as his subordinate. Jiang Qi reviewed his player resume. While his actions weren't clean, he hadn't strayed into serious crimes. Because of his past contributions, he sent him back to Tana Planet to work. The Playing Game Development Department, while not directly under the game's jurisdiction, was nonetheless related to the game. Without Jiang Qi's recommendation, Lang Sai wouldn't have been able to get in with his resume. However, Jiang Qi hadn't anticipated this man's audacity. He exploited his position to obstruct Tana's dungeon application in various ways. Since Tana's upper echelons couldn't get a dungeon approved, they resorted to creating simulation dungeons. Jiang Qi didn't mind such trivial matters, they were just simulation dungeons, no matter who ran them. But his appetite was growing, and he was insatiable. There were already dozens of simulation dungeons on Tana, and he wanted to build even more and bigger ones. Jiang Qi simply gifted him a true god dungeon, forcing the game administration to intervene. Lang Sai muttered frankly, Tana Star's application for a dungeon was indeed a bit lacking. The rejection wasn't entirely my fault. Everyone was anxious, and creating a simulated dungeon was just to keep Tana Star up to date. Jiang Qi remained silent, saying, the game will directly oversee this Sea God dungeon, and everything will follow the regulations of the official dungeon. As for you, you'll be suspended for a while. Put aside those simulated dungeons you're working on. The regulatory authorities will review them, and remove any unreasonable and overbearing rules. Lang Sai didn't dare to object, knowing this was his own punishment. He grumbled. Yes. Jiang Qi handed him a document. Take a look. What is this? Lang Sai opened it, and saw a record of a person's whereabouts. Bai Hong, who is this? Jiang Qi said, Bai Hong, he was a player in the same batch as you in the Blue Star Extreme Cold Dungeon, the underground ghost banquet dungeon. During the ghost banquet, he stole the train conductor, cutting Snake's spine, and has been missing ever since. We heard news of him recently. My mission for you is to find and capture him. Hearing the task entrusted to him, Lang Sai felt relieved. It meant that Lordy hadn't given up on him. He hurriedly said, I will definitely capture him. This person is not a simple person. Don't underestimate him. If you can't handle him, send me a message. Jiangqi waved him off. He then watched as the game staff occupied a space in the office building. Concept drawings for the Poseidon dungeon were taped to the wall one by one, comparing them to the actual terrain and topography of the sea area. Then the design team, data team, plot team, special effects team, human resources team, and others quickly began to work. Jiangqi looked for a moment, then turned and left. The next moment, he reappeared on the sea. In the coastal plaza, people were still queuing to receive interview numbers. The pink rabbit and the green frogfish, one pink and one green, stood out in the line. Do you know those two ugly creatures? A drop of blue water floated out of Jiangqi's pocket, becoming a large droplet that drifted slowly beside him. This was the sea god. More precisely, it was a portion of the sea god's consciousness. He was getting bored in his own plane and wanted to come out and play. Jiangqi needed a true god, so he sent it over to help. Jiangqi said, I have some impression, but I can't quite remember. The sea god floated up and down leisurely. Like me, you left your original form somewhere. You are just a fleeting consciousness out here for fun. But I don't understand why you don't create a complete copy of your memories. If you do that, even acquaintances won't recognize you. Won't that hinder your work? Jiangqi smiled, looking up at the clear sky. You said I'm just out for fun. Why should I remember so much? Play should be done lightly. Besides, I'm only interacting with old friends. I don't need new memories. Besides, the wolf's eye and the white rainbow were both remnants of the past, like the identity of Ishan. They were all out of date. Jiangqi thought. Later, she could catch up with Rongding, visit the ghost realm to see how Flying Zombie number 2 and the others were doing, visit Dolly Star to chat with the creator god, visit the Orc Plane to see what's new, and see if all those Blade players of the past have gotten what they wanted. She rubbed her fingers together, subconsciously trying to summon the panel. However, the game panels nowadays were no longer built into the brain, but external panels in the form of a bracelet. She looked at the gaming bracelet on her wrist, rubbing it until it touched the power button. The work panel popped up, and she immediately turned it off. The sea god looked her up and down. For us gods, harboring a lingering obsession won't get us far. Dwelling on the past is a taboo, Lord God. Jiangqi interrupted him. There's no Lord God here, only a ritual formation. We won't discuss the future. Tell me, how do you want to play this dungeon? I'm telling you, the upper limit for the mortality rate in the simulation dungeon is 0.5%. Take it easy, don't be too reckless. The man and the sea god chatted as they drifted back and forth on the sea, occasionally diving in to explore, discussing the dungeon's design. Above this sea, a cyan train hovered quietly in stealth mode. At the front of the train, Yuan Hang stood at the window, gazing through it at the deep blue sea below, and at the figures that appeared and disappeared on the surface. A cold, mechanical voice echoed through the carriage. After being recognized as the master by those in charge and the gods, she went into seclusion. She should have emerged only after a complete transformation, completely replacing the old game. But a mere 9 years later, she reappeared, but in her current form. A god's true name must not be revealed to others. The best approach is to adopt a completely unrelated pseudonym, but she has returned to the guise of Ishan. This pseudonym, so closely associated with Blue Star, the Spring City dungeon, and her humble beginnings, you know what it means. Yuan Hang was silent for a long time before speaking. She has reached a difficult point, and she can't let go of the past. Whether it was the sea god, Lang Sai, or Bai Hong, these were minor matters, requiring no personal attention from her. Even with her current abilities, she could have unearthed that Bai Hong with a single thought. Yet she followed the procedures meticulously. Because, in that now-defunct timeline, when she met these people, she was accompanied by another crucial character. A panel named a Yuan. Because of a Yuan, these people they met together became unique. The Ishan persona was born with a Yuan by her side, symbolizing Jiangqi's transformation from weakness to strength, a transformation achieved through a Yuan's guidance and practice. Thus, the Ishan persona took on a special weight. So she donned the skin of the past, met with the people of the past, and lived with the attitude of the past, acting out a play she didn't want to end. Chapter 150. The Sea God Dungeon progressed rapidly. Within just 2 weeks, The scope was defined, all aspects of the design were finalized, and tickets were sold to the entire galaxy. For the first simulation dungeon, with a true god in charge, the 100,000 tickets were sold out like crazy. Before the dungeon opened, the NPC actors needed to rehearse in advance. Jiangqi watched the pink rabbit and frogfish repeatedly leap from the seabed, transforming into enormous, monstrous giants. They would serve as mini-bosses in this segment, bringing the terrifying atmosphere to a climax. They cherished this hard-earned opportunity and performed with all their might, exerting their full strength to enlarge themselves until their bellies were nearly bursting. The sea god's large water droplet transformed into a three-headed doll, hovering beside Jiangqi, also observing the scene. They said they couldn't remember, but you still arranged jobs for them through backdoors. Jiangqi said calmly, it can't be called backdoors. They do meet the recruitment requirements. Alright, focus on your dungeon. I'm leaving now. Jiangqi was about to leave when he paused. In this dungeon, don't try any difficult operations, like capturing a past time and creating a new world. Just follow the design and play the normal game. The sea god asked curiously, why do you say that? Any attempt to manipulate time is forbidden. You can't use it, and you can't. Jiangqi was stunned. Is that so? She looked at the three-headed doll. It had clearly appeared in this form before, telling her with aloofness that it had captured the time period before the dungeon arrived, created a new past world, and captured the souls of all its people, sending them to this past world to protect them. Afterwards, he took this past world, hiding within the void mirror, and was escorted to the new dimension by her. But he now declared that all manipulation of time was forbidden. She tried, and discovered that she truly could not control time. Because this universe no longer allowed time to rewind, time could only move forward, not backward. Manipulations like stopping and accelerating were also prohibited. Poseidon, I thought that not having complete memories would cause trouble, right? That's common sense. How could you not know that? Jiangqi curled his lips. I forgot for a moment. Have fun then. Bye. After leaving Tana Planet, Jiangqi thought for a moment and went to find Rongding. Rongding was very surprised. When she first saw Jiangqi, now clad in Asian skin, she didn't recognize her until she introduced herself. My name used to be Jean Hao. Have you forgotten? Rongding was stunned, looking Jiangqi up and down. Is this your true appearance? So you're Asian. That's right, that's right. I knew the shrinking of the ghost domain was the work of Asian, the man wanted by the game. Rongding bowed respectfully to Jiangqi and said sincerely, I couldn't bring myself to bring it up before, but I always owed you a thank you for helping my home plane. Jiangqi hurriedly helped her up. How is the ghost domain now? After the old game ended, the dungeons were abolished. I moved all the ghosts in the ghost domain out, and the ghost domain collapsed, completely disappearing from this world. Rongding said, later, after passing the Ghost Code of Conduct exam, those ghosts obtained official identification documents and became full citizens of the Shinchi Galaxy, ushering in a new life. Rongding recalled something and said, there's a flying zombie number 2 in Ghost. He now runs several zombie-themed parks. He seems to be obsessed with a certain zombie king. Every zombie park has a mysterious statue or legend about the zombie king. Is that you? Jiangqi remembered the flattering flying zombie number 2, and his expression softened. He still remembers me? I go check on him later. Rongding then found the addresses of several parks, and gave them to Jiangqi. The two chatted for a while, and Jiangqi mentioned the void mirror. Back then, thanks to the mirror you lent me, I wouldn't have been able to transfer to the sea god plane. Rongding, however, looked puzzled. Void mirror? What is that? Jiangqi narrowed his eyes, and raised his hand to summon his own void realm, a mirror very similar to this one. Don't you remember it? Rongding examined it carefully, and shook his head. I never seen a mirror like this. If I had one, and it were a top-tier treasure from the immortal god plane, I would definitely remember it. After leaving Rongding's place, Jiangqi went to meet other old friends. But she found that these old friends' memories differed somewhat from her own, and they couldn't reconnect, and she lost interest. After a round of this, Lang Sai informed him that Bai Hong had been found, but she was a formidable opponent, he was no match for her. Jiangqi rushed over, and, without a second thought, Bai Hong was subdued by her. In the quiet, brightly lit conversation room, Jiangqi looked at the person before him. He had long silver-gray hair, deep, three-dimensional features, and a patch covering his left eye. Sitting there, he looked like a cold mountain, not much different from what he remembered. Jiangqi rested his elbows on the table, chin propped up, and stared at him for a long moment. Bai Hong, who had gone from indifferent and silent to a bit uneasy at being stared at, spoke in a hoarse voice. "What are you looking at? Do you want to kill me, or slice me apart, or skin me alive? Just bring it on." Jiangqi said, "Back then, you and the would-be train conductor you protected, the doctor, were the first formidable enemies I encountered. Do you remember, on the rooftop of the Xingqing district building, the doctor manifested his Dharma form, extracting the visual panels from the nearby players' minds, and setting up a massive blockade?" Bai Hong was confused. That was so long ago. What did this person mean by bringing this up? He echoed the other person's words. "Yes, but soon after you arrived, appearing through my eyes." At this point, he felt a lingering fear, and touched his left eye beneath his eye patch. At that moment, he only heard a sudden female voice. "Lend me your eye." Then, a sharp pain ripped through his left eye. A tremendous force shattered his eyeball. Purple light erupted from his left eye, soaring into the sky, transforming into a massive hand that pressed down and crushed the doctor's Dharma image. He would never forget that scene. Though he had experienced many instances, and witnessed many grand scenes, the sheer magnitude of the energy and destructive power, as well as the desperate, suicidal aura, still shocked him for a long time. Jiangqi's eyes lit up, as if he had finally found a good person to reminisce with. "You remember clearly, right? In order to arrive in time and stop the doctor, I abruptly terminated my second internship. He was furious because of this, and we had our first argument." Her voice dropped slightly. "But I know he was doing this for my own good. He was worried I'd get hurt, worried that my termination would affect my future career. And in the end, he let me go. After I got hurt, he cleaned up my mess, silently healed me, and encouraged me to wake up." Bai Hong, ? He didn't know what to say for a moment. This guy didn't seem to need him to interrupt, so he remained silent. Jiangqi lost himself in his own memories. That was the first time A Yuan had revealed his emotional side. He coldly warned her, coldly tried to stop her, coldly analyzed the pros and cons for her. When his attempts to stop her failed, he could only let her go. He seemed to want to stop her, but in fact, he was still silently supporting her from behind. It was then that she confirmed that the panel was a good one, and she saw that despite his meticulous approach, he had a gentle and tolerant heart. She began to truly trust him, chatting with him from time to time. Although she always received only a few cold words in return, she was no longer alone on her journey forward. They stood together, lived and died together, their destinies intertwined. She greatly enjoyed that kind of relationship, and was grateful for all his support and help. No matter how much she experienced later, or how many new friends she met, no one could ever replace A Yuan's place in her heart. But now, she couldn't even find someone with whom to reminisce about him. Jiangqi sighed deeply, looked at the white rainbow before him, and gently raised his hand, sending a stream of light into his left eye. "I promised you an eye in return. Now, I'm fulfilling that promise." Bai Hong covered her left eye, her whole body trembling. Jiangqi stood up and walked out. Lang Sai hurriedly came to meet him outside. "Sir, are you going to kill him or?" Jiangqi said, "Let him go." "Ah? Let him go? Then you won't dig out his spine?" Jiangqi asked curiously, "Why would I dig out his spine?" Back then, the spine of that venomous snake, cunning snake, would have been a treasure to her. She was quite upset that Bai Hong had taken it away while picking peaches. But now, that bone was no different to her than a roadside stone. Let him go, and don't make things difficult for him in the future. Lang Sai was confused. So, they had captured him just to treat his eyes? Never mind. He couldn't understand the boss's thoughts. He would just do whatever he said. Afterward, Jiangqi continued to travel the world for several more years as Yizhen. Almost everyone in the Xinqi galaxy knew Yizhen. They knew she was a renowned executive in the gaming department, wanted by the old game for opposing her before she stepped down. This Yizhen had also appeared on Blue Star, helping the people of Blue Star defeat the first game dungeon. The Blue Star people had also provided her with assistance. Because of this friendship, Blue Star now benefits from her, and is rapidly developing in the new era. This provided a good reason for Blue Star's rapid rise. In the 14th year of Xinqi, Jiangqi arrived at the Yuangui Plain. She regularly inspected the White Light Man's seal, and used her divine power to reinforce the restrictions around the suppression area. Afterward, she stood atop the mountain, gazing at the mountains and forests below, her eyes blank, her thoughts unseen. Hearing movement nearby, Yuanhang slowly approached her. "Its aura is a little weaker than last year. Everything is fine, don't worry." Jiangqi shook his head. "Only a few points a year is too slow. Every day I can't break through. It's lingering. At its current rate, it can last a long time, But we can't be sure if someone from the god realm will suddenly arrive. Yuan Hang turned to look at her. You still can't let it go? Jiangqi turned and slowly sat down, resting his hands on his knees, his upper body weight on his arms, gazing at the vast sky. Everything is fine now. There's no more high-handed train conductors, no game executives, no game itself weighing down on me. I'm at the top, and no one can threaten Blue Planet's safety. I achieved everything I set out to achieve. Everyone who has walked with me along the way has gotten what they wanted, or what they sought. Even Wolf Sai, who only contributed a little, has gotten what they wanted. How wonderful it all is. But the more I think about it, the more I feel bad. Ah Yuan was both her mentor and friend. He had contributed greatly to everything that happened today, and he should have been able to share this magnificent occasion with her. But she didn't even have the chance to say goodbye to him properly. If Ah Yuan had simply been killed by an enemy, or disappeared at some point due to force majeure, then reincarnated into something else, she wouldn't have felt so bad. But as it happened, he vanished completely along that timeline. Both theoretically and practically, Ah Yuan's existence was completely denied. This universe is so vast, yet it can't even give Ah Yuan a place. This wonderful world was achieved at Ah Yuan's expense. The more Jiangqi thought about it, the more confused she became, and the more she dwelled on it. She recounted the facts in a calm voice. I just can't let it go. 5 years ago, I came out looking for answers, trying to let go. But 5 years later, my mood and mentality haven't improved. Instead, they've gotten worse. I'm becoming increasingly disgusted with the world. You said there's a tribulation to overcome before I can replace the White Light Man and become a true divine lord. This might be my tribulation, and I don't think I can overcome it. Her eyes were even colder than her tone. But this wonderful situation is the result of so much effort and sacrifice from everyone involved. It can't be destroyed by me alone. I intend to disintegrate myself, separate this obsession and the memories associated with it, and seal it away forever. Yuan Hang placed a hand on her shoulder, stopping her from continuing. He squatted in front of her, looking her straight in the eye. He and I share the same roots. We are essentially the same person. From this perspective, he hasn't disappeared. After accepting Jiangqi as his master, Yuan Hang had undergone a significant change. He was no longer the translucent green. His skin color, appearance, demeanor, and gaze were indistinguishable from those of a normal human. Especially now, his eyes, unwavering and even with a hint of stubbornness, stared at her, completely losing the rigid, human machine feel he once possessed. But Jiangqi remained steadfast and stubborn, saying, No, you're not. She avoided Yuan Hang's gaze and said, You said you've been keeping an eye on me before the Spring City dungeon arrived. You must know me intimately. But if I hadn't traveled back to the past, and the Jiangqi here was always the Jiangqi you hadn't known in the past, would you have been able to mistake her for me without any problems? Yuan Hang was speechless. He had indeed been watching her grow, watching her go through dungeons, watching her grow stronger, and then watching her encounter the opportunity to return to the past, and then waiting for her to return from the past. For these thousands of years, he had been waiting for her. But only the Jiangqi, who had returned from the past, was the one he was truly waiting for. Relationships are special because of the unique and irreplaceable shared experiences between them. Without that experience, even if they were fundamentally the same, they wouldn't be the same person. This was true of Jiangqi to him. This was also true of Ah Yuan to Jiangqi. This was completely unexplainable. Yuan Hang looked at Jiangqi. A sense of sadness washed over him. He was just a train, a creature not meant to have feelings. But after waiting for someone for thousands of years, waiting became a habit, an obsession, and naturally, feelings grew like wild weeds. Feelings are always exclusive, and he naturally hoped for reciprocation, hoping that this person would see him, and only him, in their eyes. But alas, her heart seemed to have been taken by someone else. One, a being he could never compare to, and another, a self who had vanished. He was silent for a long time, then sighed softly, and stroked Jiangqi's slightly curly hair. Do you like him that much? Jiangqi's eyes trembled. Did he? She felt no, she simply couldn't accept that the friend she had spent every day with, the one she trusted and valued most, had been wiped out so silently. She also couldn't face Yuan Hang, a man of the same origin as Ah Yuan. Every time she saw him, she thought of him. She knew they were essentially the same, and so, because she trusted Ah Yuan, she trusted Yuan Hang deeply. In the past world, she and Yuan Hang had fought side by side for 10 years. After returning, even though she knew, from his perspective, thousands of years had passed, she still trusted him completely, even to the point of entrusting her life to him. She even felt that there was no one in the world she could trust and feel more confident in than Yuan Hang. But if she became too comfortable with him, she felt it would be unfair to Yuan. She was torn, so she tried to avoid it. Sometimes, she wished Yuan and Yuan Hang had merged. But reason told her that no, they were truly two different individuals. Seeing her silence, Yuan Hang assumed she acquiesced. His eyes darkened, but his voice grew gentler. Did I help you find Yuan, okay? Jiang Qi looked up in surprise. That's impossible. It's possible. In this new world's timeline, Yuan never appeared, but he still exists. He pointed at Jiang Qi's forehead. He exists in your memories. We can find those memories and extract them. He and I share the same essence. I can separate my strength into bones, and the details of my memories into flesh and blood, forging a true Yuan. Yuan Hang whispered, this is the only way to bring him back to life. It's also the only way to untie the knot in your heart. Chapter 151. To retrieve Yuan from her memories, the basic prerequisite is that Jiang Qi's memories must be sufficiently complete and her spiritual awareness powerful enough to withstand in-depth excavation. She was currently just a clone roaming the outside world, which was definitely not enough. So she returned to the Xinji Plain, the engine plane, and merged with her original body there. Beneath the silent mountains, deep within the Earth's crust, after a tremor, the spirit guarding this place awakened and opened its eyes. After digesting the experiences of her clone's years outside, she fell silent. To retrieve a person who had been erased from memory and recreate their image and body was completely against heaven, even defying the will of the universe. If anything went wrong, it would likely lead to serious consequences, as it would involve tampering with her spirit. But this was indeed the only way to retrieve Yuan. If she didn't do this, once her obsession became a demon within her, she didn't know what she would do. So, she stepped out from the earth, her consciousness radiating in all directions, stirring up ripples invisible to the naked eye. She raised her head and spoke calmly yet forcefully into the deep space. I have mastered such powerful energy. Unless I am willing to give it up, no one can replace me anytime soon. I am destined to become the divine master of this new universe. You should know the devastation a divine master who despises this universe can wreak. Deep space was silent. No one responded, but she knew the cosmic consciousness had heard her. If you don't want both sides to suffer, don't try to stop me. The cosmic consciousness remained silent. Jiang Qi sensed no opposition. Not opposing meant tacit consent. She was about to return to make some arrangements, when a cryptic message reached her from deep space. If I could replace the previous divine master, I can replace you. The rules of this universe are ultimately written by me. Jiang Qi curled his lips slightly. Of course, you are the law of nature, you are the will of judgment, you are the supreme law that coexists with the universe, wielding the power of cause and effect. You are the true sovereign, aren't you? I am merely an agent you have chosen. Just as you, dissatisfied with the white light man's misdeeds, chose me to replace him, you could also begin to train someone else to replace me. But that will probably be a story for thousands of years to come. Are you threatening me? I simply want to say that before I step down, I hope we can live in peace. I will stabilize and develop this universe for you, and defend you against possible threats from the divine realm. And all of us live under your will. We are not meant to be in opposition, are we? Jiang Qi said, bowing slightly, his attitude neither humble nor overbearing. Then, his figure dissipated. The cosmic consciousness ultimately said nothing more, returning to silence, as if it had never appeared. Jiang Qi arranged everything, leaving behind a clone to guard the divine realm, while the original body departed. Master Yizhen, all the people and precious flora and fauna of the Xingzhou Plain have been relocated, leaving only an empty shell. A game employee said respectfully to Jiang Qi. Jiang Qi nodded slightly. Thank you for your hard work. We just tell everyone that a large-scale dungeon is under construction in the Xingzhou Plain. Keep everything confidential. Yes. Jiang Qi walked alone into the Xingzhou Plain. In the old world's timeline, the Xingzhou Plain was once the birthplace of the game, number 7. It was the site of a tragic sacrifice, only to be saved by Jiang Qi from its own destruction. After the past was completely altered, in the new world's timeline, Xingzhou was no different from any other plane. Jiang Qi walked along the streets. The once ancient and charming city had vanished, replaced by a modern, even technologically advanced metropolis. Jiang Qi stood in a strange city. It was here, after 10 years of planning, that she faced the game's clone. It was also here that Yuan disappeared forever. So, she chose to make her plans here, to retrieve Yuan. There was a noise in the sky, and she looked up to see a cyan train rapidly descending. It was Yuan Hang, After landing, the train didn't transform. Yuan Hang emerged from the front of the train, waved his hand, and the train took off again. Jiangqi was surprised. What is this? Yuan Hang explained. I don't know how long this will take, but I built a panel so it can control this train for me, allowing it to cruise around. Yuan Hang said to the train, Come, say hello. A calm, mechanical voice boomed from within. Lord Qi, I am Yuan Hang 001, greeting you. This voice was exactly the same flat, stereotyped voice Jiangqi had heard when he first saw Yuan Hang 001. Jiangqi stared at the train for a long moment, his gaze set on the person before him, a complex expression. You have created another version of yourself? Yuan Hang smiled faintly. It's not quite another version of myself, at most. A separation of the person and the train. This train won't develop any emotions now, it will remain a highly intelligent program. I simply want to ensure that, no matter what happens, Yuan Hang 001 will always exist and continue its patrol mission reliably. He looked at Jiangqi. I believe you made all the necessary preparations. No matter what happens to you, the new game engine will continue to operate smoothly for a while, right? We are all responsible people. Even if we have to take a gamble and do something dangerous, we make sure everything is arranged properly. Jiangqi looked at the tall, clear-eyed man before him. She realized that it had been far too long since she had a proper conversation with Yuan Hang. He had truly changed. Yuan Hang spoke first. So, shall we begin? But I must state in advance that I need to gather every detail about Yuan, even including his emotions and thoughts at certain times. This means I need to delve deeply into your memories, and even pry into your privacy. Jiangqi also suppressed his emotion. No problem. I have nothing to hide. She waved her hand, her figure dissipating like smoke. Her spiritual consciousness, accompanied by immense power, enveloped the entire city like a wave, releasing her memories. Then, the city rapidly transformed. In an instant, it transformed into the image of Spring City on Blue Star. Yuan Hang looked up. A tall sign reading Spring City welcomes you hung on the road in front of him. He walked over step by step, entering the city of Jiangqi's memories. This wasn't Yuan Hang's first time observing Jiangqi's life. However, the last time, thanks to Jiangqi's precognitive ability, Jiangqi had anticipated the danger 3 days before the dungeon arrived, reported it to the nation, and prepared in advance. Everything was like a thriller, just like in those prophetic novels on Blue Star. This time, Yuan Hang saw a weaker, more helpless Jiangqi. On May 10th, a sudden, severe cold blanketed Spring City. Everyone was caught off guard, including Jiangqi. People dug out all their cold weather gear, scrambled for supplies, panicked, argued, and were plundered and slaughtered by players. Jiangqi hid in her home, shivering with cold. She counted and recounted all the food, but it looked like it wouldn't last more than a few days. She peered out the window, frozen by a thick layer of ice, and saw players slaughtering the community workers and traffic police who had come to deliver supplies. She saw them scavenging the supplies, and the entire neighborhood becoming a player's lair. She was desperate, unsure what to do. Then, in a desperate counterattack, by some strange coincidence, she killed the player next door and seized his control panel. After a moment of immense fear, she discovered she had acquired a backpack. She stuffed her own supplies, along with those of the other player, into the backpack. She found she could travel with all her belongings, no longer trapped in a small space due to lack of supplies. She discovered that with this backpack, she could gather and plunder supplies with greater ease. She felt her life was secure, and her fear subsided, and she began to feel excited. Of course, her excitement didn't last long, as she discovered the city had become more dangerous than she had imagined. Even with the player's backpack, her abilities and stamina meant she could only cautiously survive. She watched as the people of Spring City starved to death, froze to death, and were murdered by players. She watched as the entire city was shrouded in death and blood. She tried to save people, only to be hunted by players. She also tried to secretly give food to others, only to be targeted by villains, who wanted to steal more. She realized she couldn't save anyone, and the more she tried, the more vulnerable she became. She could only hide, enduring night after night in fear, every slightest sign of trouble making her tremble like a frightened bird. Yuan Hang watched Jiangqi like this, his heart ripping as it tore. This was Jiangqi's true past, living in constant fear, sleepless nights, tormented by hunger and cold, his hands and feet practically rotting from the cold. The Jiangqi he saw, with precognitive abilities from the start, the backing of an entire nation, mobilizing every resource to strategically plot against players, was like her most outrageous fantasy in her despair. What kind of pleasure? In contrast, he saw only suffocating bitterness. He watched her endure for a whole month. A month later, the players were recalled to the train, and Jiang Qi, caught off guard by her player dashboard, was also summoned aboard. And so began her agonizing days in the lowest class carriage. The harsh living conditions, the hostile gazes from all around, the constant fear of being discovered, she endured immense physical and mental stress. So much so that when she was thrown into the dungeon again, her first reaction was to finally catch her breath. After catching her breath, she immediately plunged into a new round of survival. She had escaped death time and again, and her life was extremely difficult. Yuan Hang stayed by her side, but even though they were so close, he felt like a ghost from another dimension, unable to do anything, nothing at all. He began to rage. That damned Yuan, when would he ever come out to help her? Finally, at the end of the first dungeon, Jiang Qi snatched an Easter egg. Opening it, a golden fragment appeared. Jiang Qi asked curiously, "What is this? A metal fragment?" Yuan Hong's pupils suddenly shrank, and he recognized it instantly. It was a fragment of his engine. Jiang Qi recited the Easter egg's description word by word. An engine fragment of an ancient magical train? Ah, it sounds impressive. What's it used for? Yuan Hang moved closer to get a better look, but then he noticed the image blurring, along with Jiang Qi's figure, and the entire memory world was crumbling. What is this? Yuan Hang looked up and down. Yes, Jiang Qi had lost a memory. She didn't remember how she was reborn, nor did she recall any connection with a Yuan before her rebirth. Because she couldn't remember this memory, the memory city was now blurry and fragmented. Yuan Hang immediately took action, channeling energy into the entire memory world. A force held him back, like a lock locking these memories, unwilling to let anyone peek. But this was clearly not Jiang Qi's power. He narrowed his eyes and increased his output. The world stabilized again, and Jiang Qi's figure and face became clear again. Yuan Hang stared at her intently. She, in turn, stared at the fragment in her hand, examining it from side to side, then came to a disappointing conclusion. It seems useless. The next moment, her fingertip was accidentally scratched by the fragment, and blood flowed out, staining the fragment. The fragment hummed and flew out of Jiang Qi's hand, hovering in midair, emitting a shimmering green light. Yuan Hong's pupils trembled slightly. Jiang Qi's eyes widened. Then, the fragment uttered a voice. "Who are you?" Yuan Hang recognized it. It was indeed his voice. Jiang Qi asked nervously, Who are you?" "I tell you, you're the Easter egg I stole, you're mine. My blood brought you back to life. You must obey me." The fragment within the green light hummed, and a clear, cold voice, tinged with confusion, said, "Obey you?" Jiang Qi's neck shrank, and the courage he had finally mustered deflated. "Well, you don't have to obey me, but you have to repay me for awakening you." This time, the fragment seemed to accept. "What do you want?" Jiang Qi was a little bewildered. "I want to live. I want to become stronger." The fragment said simply, "Okay." Jiang Qi was surprised. An immediate agreement? Then, how can you help me become stronger? There was a hint of anticipation in her eyes. "Give me some magical power?" The green light from the fragment fell on Jiang Qi, seemingly scanning her from head to toe. "You're too weak to withstand any power, but I can train you." Yuan Hang couldn't help but examine the fragment. Good, it was confirmed to contain virtually no power. Clearly unable to impart strength, he instead claims the other person can't bear it. Yuan Hang thought silently, quite treacherous, that's his style. But Jiang Qi clearly had no doubts. She glanced at her own thin arms and legs, a little dismayed. "Is that so?" The fragment comforted her. "Being weak means you have a lot of room for improvement. I teach you how to become stronger. There are many opportunities in the dungeon. Then, you'd be able to gain strength through various channels. This is better than simply gaining a power that doesn't belong to you." Jiang Qi nodded. It sounded reasonable. This fragment seemed quite reliable. Did it count as finding a teacher? After all, she had nothing but her life. There was nothing to be cheated of. The worst that could happen was death. She suddenly felt a surge of courage and confidence. "Okay, then teach me. From now on, you be my teacher." "Hello, teacher." "No need to call me teacher." "Then what should I call you?" "You have a name, right?" "My name is Yuan." Chapter 152. Yuan, is this the right thing to do? In the dungeon, Jiang Qi gripped a gun with both hands, making a shooting motion. A metallic fragment, emitting a faint green glow, hovered not far behind her, calmly and meticulously instructing. "Raise your arm a little higher, lower your center of gravity slightly, and align your eyes, hands, and gun. With a bang, the bullet fired, hitting the bull's eye from more than 10 meters away. Jiangqi shook his arm, which had been numb from the recoil, and ran forward to take a look. Ah, it hit the bull's eye perfectly. Ah Yuan, the fragment, encouraged, well, not bad, you're making rapid progress. Jiangqi smiled delightedly. Hee, you're still a good teacher. I lifted the information blocker, and a swarm of Zerg is coming. Jiangqi's smile faded, and he grew a little nervous. Ah Yuan said calmly, don't be afraid. These are low-level Zerg, not very fast. Their weak spot is in their abdomens. Your marksmanship is excellent. Aim for their bellies, and kill them one by one. You can do it. The cool yet gentle voice soothed Jiangqi. She looked at the gun in her hand and nodded emphatically, okay. As he spoke, the Zerg appeared, a swarm of ants, each half the height of a man. Jiangqi quickly took the high ground and fired a shot into the abdomen of an ant-shaped Zerg. Bang! The Zerg was pierced by the bullet, its abdomen exploding, splattering brown liquid everywhere. Jiangqi's heartbeat was pounding, fast and heavy. Her face flushed with excitement and nervousness, and her whole body was shaking, but she tried her best to keep her hands steady. Shot after shot, one Zerg at a time, she killed the Zerg and immediately shifted her gun to the next one. Ah Yuan, hovering in the air, constantly reminded her, there's one behind you on the left. Above you. In front of you on the left. Only 2 bullets left in the magazine. Find cover and reload. Bang, bang, bang. After a burst of rapid, resounding gunfire, the Zerg were completely destroyed. Jiangqi gasped for air, staring in disbelief at the fallen Zergs on the ground. Then, she looked at her hands and muttered, I killed so many Zergs. Ah Yuan, yes, you killed them all. You're amazing. You have to believe in yourself. Jiangqi, this is the first time I faced danger, and not just turned and ran. I relied on my own strength to protect myself. Her tears flowed uncontrollably. They were tears of joy, tears of excitement, tears of hope. She finally saw hope for survival, finally convinced that she wasn't a loser. Yuan Hang stood by, watching her, a smile breaking across his face, genuinely happy for her. He had seen her so much pain, helplessness, bloodshed, and tears, and he understood only too well how hard it had been to reach this day. He finally understood what Ah Yuan meant to her. It was the only ray of light shining through her despair, the only hand extended to her, when she was about to be swallowed by the mire. No matter how many lights she saw or hands she held in the future, nothing could compare to the preciousness of this moment. Ah Yuan was also relieved. Your spear skills are sufficient now. Next, you can practice other martial arts. Jiangqi spun around, grabbed the dangling fragment, and kissed him deeply. Ah Yuan, I'm so grateful to you. Ah Yuan, shock. Yuan Hang, Ah Yuan, you. The fragment's green light flashed rapidly, and he stuttered, trying to change the subject. The gunfire has attracted some players. Go see if the Zerg corpses have anything dropped, and then get out of here quickly. Jiangqi wiped a tear. Okay. She ran over and rummaged through the corpses, finding quite a few items, including a jet-black scimitar that looked quite formidable. Shall I practice my swordsmanship? Okay, let's go. The fragment floated ahead, and Jiangqi happily followed. Yuan Hang recorded the entire video, reproducing the fragment's emotional fluctuations. By analyzing the logic behind these fluctuations, he could piece together the fragment Yuan's true personality and thoughts. Of course, he felt no need for logical analysis. This fragment Yuan was actually another version of himself. He knew himself well. He completely empathized with the thoughts and feelings he felt when he stuttered just now. He clasped his hands behind his back and followed silently, sighing with mixed feelings. In this Zerg nest dungeon, Jiangqi grew rapidly. She was indeed intelligent and resilient. All she needed was an opportunity to grow. Thinking carefully, despite her previous struggles, she had managed to survive each crisis. If she hadn't been incredibly tenacious, resilient, and intelligent, how could she have survived so many desperate situations? Most people would have given up long ago. The appearance of Fragment Ah Yuan provided her with a relatively safe learning environment, offering guidance and instruction. Like a young bamboo shoot, she seized the opportunity and rapidly grew. Barely any unexpected events would have kept her hidden among these players, quietly gathering strength, quietly growing stronger, and steadily gaining ground. But something unexpected happened. After Jiangqi's third dungeon concluded, she returned to the train, and the conductor, Gal Snake, discovered she was a fake passenger. Perhaps it was because she had grown so rapidly, her aura so superior to the surrounding players in the crowded lower-class carriage that Guile Snake noticed it. Perhaps it was because the engine fragment hadn't concealed its aura well, alerting Guile Snake. Or perhaps Guile Snake had already realized Jiang Qi was a fake player, but had previously ignored it. Now, seeing her unexpected development, he took it seriously. In short, Guile Snake emerged from the darkness like a ghost and grabbed Jiang Qi by the collar. Yuan Hong's heart sank. Falling into the hands of this conductor would definitely not end well. Not to mention, if the reawakening of the consciousness of an engine fragment, now a mere Easter egg, were revealed, it would bring even greater disaster. Yuan clearly understood this, so he quickly controlled the cunning snake. The snake's eyes blurred for a moment, and then he flung Jiang Qi out of the train. Instantly, the cunning snake regained consciousness. Looking at the man who had been thrown out, a look of confusion crossed his face. He had intended to question him, but he didn't delve into it. He was used to his own mood swings. To him, this was just a minor incident. Elsewhere, Jiang Qi fell off the train. The surrounding mountain wall was actually just an illusion within a certain range beyond the tracks, providing some protection. Beyond this illusion lay the endless void. Seeing her about to fall out of the illusion and be torn apart by the energy of the void, Yuan Hang almost forgot that he was in his memory and broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, the next moment, Yuan caught up. His entire consciousness escaped from the fragments, transformed into a human form, caught up with Jiang Qi, and embraced her. Jiang Qi was shocked. Yuan. Yuan, don't be afraid. Close your eyes. I take you somewhere. As he spoke, he raised his hand to cover Jiang Qi's eyes. The next moment, they fell into the void, and the energy in the void violently tore at them. Yuan enveloped Jiang Qi, a brilliant green light emanating from his body. The next moment, the two of them disappeared from the void. Yuan Hong's figure, chasing after him, paused, frozen in midair. The surrounding scene gradually dissipated, and the space formed by this memory fragment rapidly collapsed. This meant that this memory ended here. He quickly recorded the previous segment, closed his eyes, and sensed it. The next moment, his figure also disappeared, appearing in a new memory space. A vast expanse of white, hill after hill, and beneath the snow, piles of garbage. Yuan Hang frowned. This place. So many scents of intelligent trains. Jiang Qi had mentioned the garbage plane 19 from the old timeline. The burial place of intelligent trains. With a thud, something crashed down in the distance, and he hurried over. It was Jiang Qi who fell. She slammed to the ground, her vision blacking out, and she nearly fainted. Thankfully, a force cushioned her landing, or she would have been dead. It took her a while to finally regain control of her body. She struggled to her feet, only to find a completely unfamiliar world. Where is this? Where's Yuan? She looked left and right, but couldn't see Yuan. She only held the fragment of the engine in her hand, but it was now dim and cracked. What's going on? Yuan? She called out to the fragment, but there was no response. She pierced her palm and stained the fragment with blood, but there was no change. The fragment seemed like an ordinary piece of metal, no longer emitting the green light, and no longer making any sound. Jiang Qi was bewildered and panicked, completely unable to comprehend what had happened. Yuan Hang silently watched her. He understood what had happened. The consciousness within the fragment had been weak to begin with. First, it controlled the cunning snake for a moment, then teleported Jiang Qi to this plane, exhausting all its energy. That Yuan was gone. Jiang Qi knelt on the ground, stunned. The blood on her hand stained the fragment, and more blood dripped into the snow, quickly freezing. After a long time, she finally accepted that Yuan might be gone. But Yuan must have brought me here for a reason. Either this is safe, or... She looked at the fragments in her hand and muttered, Fragments. Fragments of an ancient magical train, engine fragments. She looked up and around, and saw what looked like a locomotive in a not quite covered area not far away. She stumbled to her feet, treading lightly, digging through the snow and debris to confirm that it was indeed a locomotive. The crushed locomotive looked like a forlorn head, its frame still hinting at its former might. Jiang Qi spotted the word 7 stars XX on the train door. As if understanding something, she forcibly pried open the warped door and climbed inside, revealing a shattered engine. She hurriedly compared the fragments in her hand with the shattered engine. The color was different, but the material, thickness, and feel were very similar. She was finally able to confirm, yes, it's indeed an engine fragment. Yuan is an engine fragment. If there's one fragment, there must be more. Perhaps, it's right here. She stood up, looked at the vast garbage mountain and garbage pit, and shouted loudly, Yuan. The voice echoed far away, then returned in a series of echoes, but there was no response. Jiangqi felt a little sad, but she quickly wiped away the frozen tears on her face, peeled off the blood scabs on her arms, and began to dig. Dig the train. She had to find Ayuan. When she was tired, she sat down to rest. When she was hungry, she took food from her backpack. Unfortunately, the last dungeon was a Zerg dungeon, and there wasn't much food suitable for humans there. She couldn't store much food in her backpack, so she could only calculate her food intake frugally and search the garbage for anything edible. She continued training according to Yuan's instructions, maintaining her physique and strength. She fashioned various digging tools and weapons, built a shelter, and prepared a survival kit. Every time she dug up a locomotive, she carefully compared the engine's materials. When she realized it wasn't a Yuan's, her gaze quickly dimmed, but she still cleaned the engine out, arranged it in a row, and recorded the engine models in the notebook she had collected. In just a few days, the notebook had filled with numerous models, with every name imaginable, but none related to the character Yuan. At night, a storm swept through. Jiangqi huddled in his tent, tucked into the shelter, hugging his knees, listening to the howling wind outside and watching the flickering fire before him. His eyes were unfocused, his face etched with fatigue, and he remained motionless for a long time. As the flames gradually died down, sleepiness overcame her, and she fell asleep on her side. Yuanhang appeared beside her, wanting to touch her face, but his fingers passed through. He punched the ground, causing the entire space to shake. Damn it! Heaving with nameless rage, he stood up and walked to the edge of a huge garbage pit, looking coldly down. He could sense the locomotive of Yuanhang 001 deep down below. He stared coldly down. If his gaze could burn all this garbage, everything here would have been reduced to ash. Idiot! Trash! What the hell are you trying to do? Why did you teleport her here? Just send her to some other plane. There was nothing here, just endless garbage. The conditions were so horrible. Seeing Jiangqi scavenging for necessities among the garbage, he felt so heartbroken that he wished he could destroy everything. At least we could have restrained the train conductor a little longer, let her replace him, and not have her suffer here. Useless. He also knew that the consciousness contained in that fragment was limited in what it could do. Unable to control a train conductor, he could only escape as quietly as possible. The teleportation destination might have to be this crappy plane. But he couldn't contain his anger. Anger at his own weakness then, and also at his own powerlessness now. What light and despair. He took it back, it was more like disaster. If Jiangqi hadn't met a Yuan, with her personality and talents, she would have made a name for herself sooner or later. But now, trapped in this isolated, crappy plane, searching hopelessly for a broken train she didn't know when she would find, or even if it even existed, damn it. No matter how furious Yuanhang was, it was useless. He could neither stop Jiangqi from digging nor lead him to safety. He was just an outsider, helpless to watch. Thankfully, with her continued digging, she quickly grew stronger, her character becoming increasingly resilient. Through constant fitness and training, her strength and combat skills steadily improved. She viewed the current predicament as a test. She was even thankful that there were no malicious, scrutinizing gazes, no monsters that would appear at any moment, and no terrifying train conductor who might discover her true identity at any moment. She gradually adapted to life here. She even learned to entertain herself, saving interesting and useful items she found in the garbage dump. She built herself a simple house, filled with all sorts of interesting things. She also found various mechanical repair manuals, and using the empathy translation function on the player panel, she could easily recognize the words. She gradually learned to make her own vehicle and other tools. She even found seeds to grow her own food. More than 2 years passed like this, until she finally unearthed Yuanhang 001. Looking at the words on the deformed, mottled cyan door, she stroked the Yuan character and climbed inside. The engine inside had been almost completely dismantled, but some fragments remained. Comparing the fragments, repeatedly checking, she finally confirmed that they were the same as Ayuan's. She quickly cut her palm, letting her blood drip onto the engine fragments inside the car. She did the same thing when she unearthed other engines, but her blood had no effect on those fragments. She held her breath and waited. 1 second, 2 seconds, and suddenly, the fragments glowed with a faint cyan light, illuminating the entire deformed interior of the train. Yuanhang 001, starting. A cold voice echoed. Jiangqi stared blankly, tears welling up uncontrollably. A core component is missing, the train is severely damaged, and it failed to start, entering energy-saving minimalist mode. Jiangqi murmured, Yuan. The voice inside the train paused, and then asked, Who are you? Jiangqi cried even harder, as if she had finally found a lost friend after going through so much trouble, only to have him not recognize her. She felt completely wronged, lying next to the engine and crying out, I've been looking for you for so long. How could you have forgotten me? Outside, Yuan Heng's shoulders relaxed, and he let out a long sigh. He leaned against a pile of scrap metal and gazed into the distance. Asshole, remember. Chapter 153. The program awakened within the locomotive ultimately remembered nothing. It was the dormant program left within the locomotive, while the Yuan Jiangqi knew was a fragment of consciousness drifting among the debris. There was no way they could share information. To this newly awakened program, Jiangqi was a complete stranger. He didn't even know her, so how could he forget or remember her? Jiangqi stared blankly at the shimmering green engine wreckage before him, his mind a blur. So what had been the point of her searching for 2 or 3 years? The Yuan she knew, the Yuan who had accompanied her through 2 instances and taught her so much, seemed, perhaps, to have truly vanished. The faith that had sustained her for 2 years collapsed, and she suddenly lost all her strength. The green light on the engine wreckage trembled slightly, sensing the dejection radiating from Jiangqi. The deep sadness made him feel a pang of pain. After all, it was a debt owed by another self. His cold voice took on a slightly awkward gentleness as he soothed, in other words, you found a fragment of me in a certain instance, and my consciousness awakened within that fragment, and we became good friends. Don't worry, I won't renege on my debt. Although I don't have those memories, I still be your good friend. Jiangqi's eyes finally moved, and he whispered, It wasn't you. What? Jiangqi wiped the tears from his face, his voice muffled and blocked, It wasn't you. The train program paused, then continued, I was originally a complete train consciousness. Because the engine collapsed, the fragments were scattered to different places. Each fragment carries a trace of consciousness, a consciousness that's separated from me. Of course, that was me. Jiangqi raised his head, staring at the shredded remains of the engine, pursed his lips, and protested, Yuan is Yuan. Don't act like he's just a part of you. The train program wasn't annoyed. Perhaps having slept for so long, without anyone to talk to, he felt a rare desire to talk. He patiently explained, I'm the wreckage, he's just a fragment. There's nothing wrong with saying he's a part of me. Furthermore, each consciousness has the same past and experiences, the same thinking and abilities, and will react the same way to the same event. While there may be subtle differences, there's no fundamental difference. Jiangqi jumped up, as if someone had touched a sore spot. No, no, no. I'm here to find Yuan. You're not him. The train program wasn't expecting such a reaction. After a pause he said, Okay, I'm not him, but he sent you here at the last minute because this is his core, and he knew you'd be safe here. In other words, he entrusted you to me, and I will take care of you as best I can on his behalf. But Jiangqi still wasn't satisfied with this answer. She stood there dejected, tears streaming down her face. But I just want to find him. I just want to find Yuan. Jiangqi was in a deep dilemma. On the one hand, she knew that the Yuan she knew shared the same essence as the train program before her, but she simply couldn't identify him with Yuan. On the other hand, if she refused to acknowledge him as Yuan, she would have to accept that the Yuan she knew had completely vanished. Total disappearance was the same as death. So, more than 2 years later, she finally realized, belatedly, that she had experienced a tragic separation. She had lost her first companion, her best friend, her teacher forever, and he had died while protecting her. Life had ended abruptly, without even a chance to say goodbye. Jiangqi had fallen ill. For over 2 years, despite all the hesitation and hardship, she had persevered, clinging to hope. But at this moment, immense grief and self-blame overwhelmed her. The train program couldn't quite understand her devastation. For him, detaching a fragment of consciousness, then encountering danger and fading, was a perfectly normal occurrence. But this person was grieving over the loss of a single fragment of consciousness. To think someone was so grief-stricken for him, he was amazed, shocked, and moved. Something seemed to sprout within his cold and silent consciousness. If, before this, Jiangqi had been merely a stranger he had brought home, a destined person who had awakened him from his slumber, and he had a responsibility to care for her, then at this moment, he sincerely wished her nothing bad. Using Jiangqi's tools and vehicles, he cleared a large, flat expanse of land for her, built a warmer, more sturdy house, and enclosed a spacious, comfortable courtyard. He also searched through the garbage for potions, hoping to alleviate Jiangqi's pain, and brightly colored toys and ornaments, hoping they would brighten her mood. He also repaired music players, a feature-rich game console, and a projector capable of playing numerous movies, all to help her pass the time. As a program for an intelligent train, even if the engine shattered, rendering him unconscious, even if all that remained of the train was a deformed, mangled locomotive, he could still do much. His powerful consciousness was enough to control all the low-level equipment. He also awakened some intelligent trains with relatively intact engines, giving him many subordinates to command. This crappy plane was slowly becoming lively again. Jiang Qi had been ill for a long time. Besides the shock of a Yuan's disappearance, all the negative emotions she had been suppressing since the Spring City dungeon had suddenly erupted. She had once thought she would die. But this train program, called Yuanhang 001, was surprisingly caring. He even managed to find a robot doctor from nowhere. The robot scanned her and devised several treatment plans. He also provided the train program with the necessary medicines and food, and for those he couldn't, he even built small production machines to synthesize the chemicals. It was quite a stretch. To him, this entire plane of garbage seemed like its own resources. Jiang Qi's physical ailment was gradually healed. While recuperating, she kept observing the train program. Perhaps because it was the core program attached to the engine wreckage, its abilities were far greater than a Yuan's, and it could do far more. And she had to admit, this guy and a Yuan were truly alike. Their aura, their feelings, their reactions, they were all very similar. But perhaps because he had been asleep, he seemed more innocent and straightforward than a Yuan. Like two sides of the same person. Jiang Qi felt a pang of pain. She asked him, "What does A Yuan's disappearance mean to you?" The train program hesitated, but finally spoke truthfully. "I am an immortal. I have existed for a long time. In my prime, my consciousness could be divided into countless parts, each with its own independent thoughts. The disappearance of one of these consciousnesses is as commonplace as losing a strand of hair. For an immortal, time holds little meaning. Emotions are merely simulated energy fluctuations. Who a particular consciousness encounters, what it experiences, when it awakens, when it falls asleep, and when it disappears are all matters of minor importance. Of course, in my prime, I could share the memories of every consciousness simultaneously, but now I can't. I'm sorry." If he could share A Yuan's memories, would she not be so upset? Jiang Qi twitched his lips, offering a somewhat forced smile. She wasn't an immortal. She didn't have such strong nerves to face the proposition of a splitting consciousness, a dormant state, and a disappearing state with equanimity. She was just an ordinary human being, a mere fragment of flesh and blood, with a lifespan of only a few decades. But she also understood that it seemed excessive to continue dwelling on such a matter with an immortal being. What was earth-shattering to her was, to the other person, a mere breeze. She was staging a life-or-death farewell here, and the other person would only wonder why she was reacting so strongly to a single cell he had metabolized. If A Yuan were still alive, he would probably think she was exaggerating. She suppressed the sadness in her eyes, took a deep breath, and looked up at the cyan light before her. "What should I call you?" "My full name is Yuanhang 001. You can call me Yuanhang, or you can continue to call me A Yuan, or A Yuan too. It's all fine." Jiang Qi was silent for a moment, then smiled. "A Yuan, hello. Let's get to know each other again. My name is Jiang Qi. That's all. At least this way, A Yuan is still here." Yuanhang just stared at Jiang Qi, watching her haggardness, watching her exhaustion, watching her suppress her loss, and feign a sunny appearance. He also saw that a certain emotion had once blossomed joyfully in her eyes, only to wither away unexpectedly, hidden away by her, as if it had never existed. His heart ached. So, this was the first time she had lost A Yuan. So, whether accepting A Yuan's death, or accepting another individual as A Yuan, it would cause her such pain. He once again hated his own incompetence and slowness at this moment. Since he had appeared in her life, why couldn't he stay with her forever? Since this consciousness and that consciousness were identical to the immortals, why couldn't he be more thorough? It was obvious that just a change of words would make her happy, and it was obvious that just a simple memory synchronization would make her believe that it was A Yuan who had awakened in the wreckage of the engine. Yuanhang punched the side hard, wishing he hadn't rushed in, kicked that damned idiot away, and replaced him. After Jiang Qi recovered from her illness, she began to consider her future. "If possible, I still want to go home," she said to the new A Yuan. "I don't know what's happening with Blue Star." The train program, given the new name A Yuan, took on a cyan humanoid silhouette. "I never heard of the plane of Blue Star. Do you know its coordinates?" "Jiang Qi, I don't know. After leaving Blue Star, I went through 3 more dungeons before arriving here again. Honestly, I have no idea how far this place is from Blue Star. My player dashboard doesn't have any information on it. We have to find a way to hack into the game network to get the coordinates, but this place is completely isolated from the outside world, so we need to find a way to leave first. Jiangqi, well, excuse me, what are your future plans? Is there anything I can help you with? No plans for now. Let's collect the fragments first. I try to help you find more fragments. Jiangqi hesitated, stroking the cracked fragment in his pocket, but ultimately didn't take it out. In short, Jiangqi and Xi and Ayuan formulated a preliminary plan to leave the garbage plane, search for information about Blue Star, and return to Blue Star. But they were stuck at the first step. Ayuan, the wreckage of an abandoned train engine, currently lacked the ability to break through the plane's barriers. Either slowly build up strength and find a way to break out, or wait for the next opportunity for the plane to open and someone to dump the garbage. No matter which path you take, it requires patience and perseverance. Ayuan began tinkering with his locomotive, recreating its various functions. Jiangqi continued practicing various skills. Ayuan had a fragmented database that held more information. He developed a more detailed and advanced training plan for her, explaining what the train survival game was all about and the structure of the universe. But I fell into a deep sleep thousands of years ago. I can only vaguely grasp what happened in those past few thousand years from data chips dug out of a garbage pit. I'm not entirely sure how far the game and the universe have progressed. Ayuan said honestly. Jiangqi looked at him with puzzlement. If the smart train is so good, why did that game abandon you? It's hard to explain in a few words. Jiangqi, oh. And then nothing more. Yuan Hang squatted to the side, watching the sky become once again consumed by talk. He sneered, then a complex expression crossed his face. While this was certainly due to the wreck's low emotional intelligence and inability to chat, more importantly, Jiangqi wasn't particularly interested in exploring this new Ayuan. She had become very measured, treating him like an ordinary friend she didn't know well. She didn't ask questions she shouldn't have, was polite when she should have, and was willing to repay the favor she received. But she wasn't like this during those 2 months with Ayuan. Although dangers abounded, she was much happier. She seemed to have suddenly matured, no longer sharing her feelings easily or laughing easily. An inescapable loneliness enveloped her. It shouldn't have been like this. She shouldn't have been so consumed by herself, so self-destructive, so closed off. She should have been happy forever. Yuan Hang gnashed his teeth again. Damn idiot number 1. Damn idiot number 2. Chapter 154. Jiangqi and Ayuan lay dormant for over 5 years. Ayuan harnessed every available resource and energy on the garbage plane, not only reforging the locomotive, but also a large section of the train's hull. The reforged hull was remarkably sturdy. Besides his, dozens of other trains were revived and reforged. 7 stars, Kaihong, Jinyu, Shiyu, Orlando, and other models. For the past few years, no one had come to the garbage plane. After discussing it with Jiangqi, Ayuan decided not to wait any longer, and to break through the dimensional barrier and rush out. Jiangqi sat in Ayuan's locomotive, buckled in, watching through the window as trains leaped up like soaring snakes, soaring into the sky and crashing heavily into the exit of the dimensional passage. The violent impact shook the heavens and earth, and Jiangqi was knocked unconscious. When she regained consciousness, they had already left the plane. The locomotive was gloomy, and outside was a pitch-black void. Ayuan, awake? We're out, but we made a bit of noise. The game noticed and sent out a wanted notice. We need to keep a low profile from now on. I turned off your player interface to avoid being located. Jiangqi unbuckled his seatbelt and rubbed the painful area. Where are the other trains? They all fled. Jiangqi said calmly, then follow the plan and collect the fragments first. According to their analysis, Ayuan's engine was made of a very powerful material, and every fragment was a treasure. After the engine was destroyed, the fragments were scattered all over the place. Some were recycled by the game as dungeon props and Easter eggs, while others might be forged into other items. In short, some of these fragments are under the control of the game, while the rest likely fell into private hands or are buried in unknown locations. Their goal is to collect as many fragments as possible without alerting the game. However, Ayuan, originally responsible for transporting the train, lacks any combat capabilities. After being abandoned by his master, the game, his entire train was wrecked. Although he has now repaired it, and even created some attack modules for himself, he is still essentially a worthless fighter. So, their division of labor is, Yuan will locate the fragments, while Jiangqi will retrieve them. They will first start with the fragments scattered on uninhabited plains, then those in the hands of certain demons, and finally those within the control of certain powerful factions. Each time they retrieve fragments, they also become a process of training for Jiangqi. Having laid a solid foundation in the past few years on the trash plains, the various combat scenarios now provide Jiangqi with excellent opportunities for practical application. Yuan can also search for treasures or locations rich in energy, allowing her to draw energy and equip herself. Thus, she is growing rapidly. In just 6 months, they recovered a significant amount of debris, and the engine wreckage had been pieced together to create a rough outline. Yuan's awareness had grown considerably, and Jiangqi's strength was also quite impressive. She decided it was time to return to Blue Star. She targeted a train conductor, knocked him unconscious, and allowed Yuan to hack into his control panel, thereby infiltrating the game system and searching for the Blue Star plane. However, despite searching, they couldn't find such a plane. The game system's internal network wasn't like the internet, where information could be found with a simple search. If the conductor hadn't encountered a plane before, it would be difficult to find it. But she bought a star map simulator, and couldn't find the blue star on it. Maybe the simulator hasn't been updated yet, Yuan consoled her. I tried to hack into the management department of the upper spirit plane. They should have the most detailed information there. Jiangqi refused. No, the upper spirit plane is the core of the game. Don't go there. If you're not careful, you'll be caught in a trap. She patiently sought out the train conductor, Gao Snake, but soon learned he had died years ago, a vengeful murder. She then tried starting with the plane where the 3 copies had been found, using it as the center, and searching the surrounding planes. The surrounding universe distorted, and the relative positions of all the planes shifted. The clue was lost again. For the first time, Jiangqi realized how difficult it was to find an obscure plane among millions of others. She couldn't even find her way home. Yuan then said solemnly, Jiangqi, there's a lingering, chaotic, and intense divine energy around here. It's the traces of a fierce battle between the gods. Jiangqi's hair stood on end. What do you mean? Yuan, let's start by investigating the War of the Gods. This suggestion was sound, for they quickly discovered that several years ago, several gods had fought in this area, tearing the void apart and shattering several planes. It was then that the universe was warped. Furthermore, that year, because of this War of the Gods, hundreds of dungeons were destroyed, and all the players within them were annihilated. Among them, the burial place of more than a dozen players is called the Blue Star Plane. In other words, the Blue Star Plane must have been torn apart by divine power at that time. The entire plane vanished, and of course, no trace of Blue Star could be found. Jiangqi couldn't accept this outcome, but all the evidence pointed to it. She locked herself away, refusing to eat, drink, or speak, spending days alone. When she emerged, her eyes bloodshot and her voice hoarse, she declared to Yuan, I want revenge. I want the gods dead. I want the game dead. The gods involved in that battle were all righteous gods fostered by the game, belonging to different factions. The battle was shrouded in internal strife within the game's leadership. But no one took responsibility for this. And no one paid the price for it. So, she would personally make them pay. Yuan, okay, we do it together. From then on, there was a new god-eater, Qi, in this world. Jiangqi began his training as a half-baked pseudo-god, a false god, and an evil god. Even with Yuan's help, he repeatedly fought for his life. But if she could defeat the opponent, she would gain some of their abilities, and also collect some fragments of the divine power. She dared to absorb fragments of any attribute, and with all the various divine powers entwined within her, her strength soared. She began to target the game's righteous gods, completely slaughtering the faction of game executives that had been embroiled in internal strife. She even deliberately acted like she enjoyed looting treasures, concealing her activity in collecting engine fragments. If a player had fragments, she would steal them. If a game employee had fragments, she would steal them when they were alone. If the aura of fragments lingered in a game dungeon, she would sneak in and steal them. If a game department had fragments, she would simply slaughter the entire department. As her actions became more frequent and the damage she inflicted grew, the game finally recognized her as an enemy, sending gods to hunt her down and setting traps against her. Jiangqi, in turn, overturned game departments, destroyed tracks, shut down dungeons, and stole every treasure and item in the game. She was a constant presence in everything the game sought to accomplish, and offered unconditional support to anyone it sought to defeat. The two sides engaged in a back-and-forth struggle. God-Eater Chi's fame grew, gradually becoming a banner against the game. Countless like-minded individuals raised this banner and followed it, joining the fight openly and covertly. Decades later, with the Yuan's fragments largely collected and the engine finally restored to over 98%, Jiang Qi grew weary of this life. In human terms, she had already reached old age. Although her immense strength preserved her youthful appearance, her heart was weary and aged. She had a serious conversation with the Yuan. You mostly recovered now. The remaining missing engine parts are irretrievable, which means you no longer need me. All good things must come to an end. I think it's time for us to part ways. Yuan, now no longer as straightforward as he was decades ago. After spending so much time with a human, he's become more like a real person. He could read the weariness hidden in Jiang Qi's eyes, as well as his determination to end it all. He asked, "This universe is vast, and there's still so much you haven't seen. Don't you want to see more?" Jiang Qi, "I've seen enough, so much that I'm no longer surprised. A few years ago, my strength stagnated. I knew this was my limit, and the repetitive petty conflicts year after year were constantly wearing away my fighting spirit. I can barely remember what my hometown looked like, and the rage within me has faded. Do you know what this means? It means that in a few years, my resolve for revenge may fade, and that will be the beginning of my decline. I must do what I must do while I am at the peak of my power. Yuan, but you have no chance of defeating the game, you know that?" Jiang Qi was silent for a moment, gazing into the depths of space. "I know. I can sense that while destiny is not with me, the game is not yet over. Then you might as well wait a little longer. You have a long life ahead of you, and you can always wait for the right moment. If 10 years doesn't work, we wait 100. If 100 still doesn't work, we wait 1,000. Jiang Qi asked Yuan, "What's it like to be an immortal?" Yuan was stunned. "Jiang Qi, I used to see this view in dramas. Immortality is a curse. Watching those you know and love die one by one, while you live forever is the most horrific torture in the world. But I later realized that those who say that are still speaking from a human perspective. Those who truly achieve immortality have long since shed the fragility of human nature and become a different species. How could they still be trapped by time and troubled by the separations of life and death? My experience is still short, but I can feel that the long years are eroding my human side, making my joys, sorrows, anger, and happiness less distinct, and gradually making me less like myself. I thought, in a few decades, I could truly transform into an immortal, indifferent to everything. But that future doesn't appeal to me. I rather fight a spectacular battle, and die as Blue Star's Jiang Qi than wait 1,000 years for the game to be destroyed, a stranger and indifferent." Jiang Qi saw clearly that if she continued to live, she would become unlike herself. She didn't want to live as a pseudo-human, devoid of joy or sorrow. Besides, she couldn't find the motivation to continue living. Blue Star was gone, she had nothing. In this universe, she was a drifting duckweed with nowhere to return. Her only goal, her only joy, was to overthrow the game that had ruined her life. She just wanted to fight tooth and nail while she was still herself, while her fighting power was still at its peak, and while her desire for revenge was still high, she could fight tooth and nail, even if it meant death. She made preparations, traveled to the upper spiritual plane, the core of the game, and engaged in her first direct confrontation with the game. In this collision, the entire upper spirit plane was destroyed, and Yugi, severely damaged, disintegrated into a streak of white light and fled into the distance. But Jiang Qi didn't get any better. Critically wounded and near death, she should have perished along with the upper spirit plane. But she never expected Yuan to suddenly appear and envelope her. The entire train, Yuanhang 001, curled up into a ball, forming a defensive wall with 3 circles inside and 3 circles outside, deploying layer after layer of protective barriers, enduring a force that could crush anything. The train, which had taken decades to repair, was once again completely destroyed. The engine, which had only recently been restored, was pulverized, inch by inch. Jiang Qi was pinned to the seat at the front of the train, unable to move. She watched Yuan's figure emerge from the pulverized dust. Jiang Qi was furious and anxious. "What are you doing? Didn't I tell you to leave it alone?" Yuan apologized to her. "It was only after meeting you that I began to learn how to be a human being. I only recently figured out a lot of things. So I think it might be that I was terrible at it before, leading you to have such a profound misunderstanding of the immortal seeds, and to lose hope for the future. In fact, immortal seeds can also have rich emotions, and they are also trapped by time and emotions. They laugh when happy and cry when sad. They grit their teeth when remembering hatred, even after thousands of years. They also feel unbearable pain when facing the departure of their loved ones. So, I'm sorry for going against your wishes, but I can't bear to watch you disappear from this world. Yuan's eyes looked at her softly. Just live, Jiangqi. Jiangqi's throat clenched, and he stared intently at the nearly shattered engine. Then why didn't you stop me from the beginning? This is what you wanted to do. You won't be happy unless you truly do it. Didn't you say there's a saying about destruction before building up? Build up. Let me go. You're almost broken. Let's share the damage. Yuan laughed. I take this as your agreement. Don't worry, I'm the first train to coexist with the game. I won't disappear easily. As soon as he finished speaking, under Jiangqi's horrified gaze, the engine shattered completely, and the figure vanished completely. The devastating force shattered the entire train, crushing the locomotive. Simultaneously, a surge of catapulted force carried the shattered locomotive, and Jiangqi inside, out of the vortex formed by the plane's destruction. Chapter 155. A month has passed since the war on the upper spirit plane, which shook the entire universe. That battle directly led to the complete disappearance of the upper spirit plane. The core of the game department, and its executives, vanished without a trace. The game suffered unprecedented and horrific losses. Countless copies of the game on countless planes were halted, countless trains ceased operation, and most game panels were paralyzed. In short, the game was almost completely paralyzed. Capable and ambitious individuals emerged, seizing territory and dividing up resources. Where there is struggle, there is bloodshed and death. Chaos reigned almost everywhere. On one plane, a god was beaten to the point of near death. All my magic weapons are here, as are all the rare treasures of this plane. There really aren't many left. Jiangqi waved his hand expressionlessly, gathering the mountain of treasures and looking the god up and down. The god shuddered, hugging himself in fear. You drained all my divine power, not a single drop left. I'm a true god, cultivated through thousands of years, and have done immense good for this plane. Killing me will only bring consequences, and will only benefit the one you're trying to save. Jiangqi then abandoned his plan to refine the creature and vanished in a flash. The god collapsed to the ground. The God Eater truly lives up to his reputation. I wonder how many gods he's slain to hone his skills. He's a true god killer. But this God Eater used to only hunt the gods of that particular game, with such a clear goal. Now, he's indiscriminate, even targeting a free and peaceful god like himself, simply to collect all the treasures. It's unclear who he's trying to save. Jiangqi arrived at an inconspicuous, small plane. Upon landing, her body collapsed, chaotic divine energy swirling within her, and a wave of light and shadows swirled about her. It was clear she wasn't as powerful and confident as she appeared. She exhaled silently, unearthing the pile of treasures from the space, and then also retrieved the locomotive, which looked like a pile of scrap metal. She looked at the locomotive, which was even more battered and deformed than when it was first unearthed from the garbage planet. All the repairs over the years had finally been destroyed once again. She rummaged through the pile of treasures, selecting suitable items. She began refining them with the power of the god of casting, then forging them into individual parts to repair the locomotive. Suddenly, a train arrived in the sky, and upon landing, a familiar figure appeared. Jiangqi paused his movements and took 2 eager steps toward the other person. How's it going? This familiar figure was the humanoid form of the 7 Stars train. He said, after repeated sensing and searching, we found that the game is frequently changing locations. It should now be in a cultivation plane called Shinzhou. Are you really going? Jiangqi looked at the shabby locomotive. Yuan's consciousness has completely dissipated. No fragments of him remain in this universe. The only remaining trace of his consciousness is in the game's hands. It's also his backup of the original consciousness. I must retrieve it as soon as possible. What about the first train coexisting with the game? That was all Yuan's lie. If the game destroyed that backup of the original consciousness, Yuan would truly disappear from this world, beyond redemption. But you're seriously injured. It's better to wait until you recovered a bit before looking for him. Jiangqi shook his head. I'm recovering, and the game is recovering too. And it's definitely recovering much faster than I am. This should be done now. Tell me the coordinates. Qixing still hesitated. Jiangqi looked at him and said, Since Yuan asked you to follow me, then obey me. Qixing finally told Jiangqi the coordinates of Yugi. Jiangqi sought out several more gods, drained their divine power, and roughly stored it within his body. Then he ran to find Yugi. Having lost its upper spiritual plane, Yugi successively parasitized numerous other planes, absorbing all the vitality of each one it took to restore itself. Some planes couldn't even survive a single day before being completely drained, becoming a dead plane. This time, however, it parasitized an extremely advanced and powerful immortal cultivation plane, so abundant in vitality that it couldn't drain it all even after 2 days. When Jiangqi arrived, the entire plane was already filled with a thick aura of death. But above this layer of death, Jiangqi could faintly sense something strange, like a vast and majestic force of laws. She gazed up at the heavens of the Xiaoxian plain, feeling a strange, indescribable sense of scrutiny. This scrutiny was directed at her, but even more so at the game. Later, she realized that this scrutiny came from the cosmic consciousness of this universe. Jiangqi found the game and fought it again. This time, she retrieved a Yuan's backup of his source consciousness from the game's deep database. But the Xiaoxian plane, the battlefield, was destroyed just like the upper spirit plane, and all life within it perished. As Jiangqi left the Xiaoxian plane, wounded again, she glanced up at the sky once more. The scrutiny intensified, like a nail in her tarsal bone. Next, Jiangqi hurriedly repaired the locomotive and, using countless sturdy equipment, rebuilt a new engine. On the day it was completed, she imbued it with the source consciousness she had seized. A faint green light flashed, and then Jiangqi heard a familiar, yet somewhat awkward, even childish, voice echo from the locomotive. Yuanhang 001 train program activated. Surrounding environment detection, program self-checking, train safety check. Ah, how did my locomotive become like this? I have so many carriages. Hearing this sudden, high-pitched scream, Jiangqi couldn't help but burst out laughing. So, a Yuan wasn't born a rigid program. Was he originally this lively? Hearing the laughter and detecting someone nearby, the program immediately stopped screaming and asked solemnly, "Who's laughing?" "Who are you?" Jiangqi's smile faded. He stared at the green light emanating from the engine before him, his eyes filled with deep sadness. This was the third time he had asked her, "Who are you?" Number 1, a Yuan, pulled her out of the quagmire and taught her skills for 2 months. He was both a mentor and a friend, warm and reliable, making her feel a sense of dependence and even a crush. But then, he disappeared unexpectedly, leaving her without even a chance to say goodbye. Number 2, a Yuan, had been with her for decades, providing her with immense help and making her truly strong. But she deliberately kept her distance from him. After leaving the junk planet, she spent most of her time traveling, avoiding him as much as possible. It was only after he left that Jiangqi realized the deep regrets and remorse he harbored. And the source consciousness before him was a backup of the program left in the game database at the time of the train's creation, lying dormant until now. To this source consciousness, it was newly born, inexperienced, as young and immature as a blank slate. Jiangqi hoped he could be truly happy and carefree, free from the pressures of being manipulated and then abandoned by the game world, free from the shattering of his bones and wandering about, free from being buried for millennia, and free from the burden of her sorrow. He should be the most unfettered, freest train in the world. She poked at the green light and said, "I am the greatest demon in the world. I just defeated your Lord God, and he gave you to me as compensation. From now on, you are my train." "Ah? But your locomotive is too tattered, so I have to repair your body first." "Ah? No, what kind of new body do you want? I think green is too monotonous. How about a colorful one, little Yuan?" Little Yuan? I have a name." I know, Yuanhang 001, but that's just your full name. Since you're with me, I give you a nickname to make us feel closer." Anyway, Jiangqi made a unilateral decision and continued repairing little Yuan's locomotive. If he felt the materials were insufficient or too low quality, he would continue to fleece the various gods. Little Yuan was quite interesting. After realizing he truly lost the game and was missing, he surprisingly quickly accepted his capture by Jiangqi. He was also quite intelligent, quickly figuring out how to get along harmoniously with Jiangqi. At first, Jiangqi kept the locomotive in her personal space. Later, when the locomotive was nearly finished and the wheels were installed, she let it out and let it move along the track, attempting various high-speed, ultra-high-speed, and superluminal speed runs. Unfortunately, the tracks in the game's train were severely damaged, often leading to nowhere. So Jiangqi sought out a deity called the Feather God, tore off its wings, and attached them to little Yuan's locomotive, restoring his ability to fly. Knowing time was running out, Jiangqi repaired the locomotive as quickly as possible and continued to build the body. As a nascent intelligent program, little Yuan knew very little about the universe. She took him to peaceful plains to observe the lives of ordinary people, to war-torn plains to witness the desperate struggles for personal gain, to plains on the verge of decline to listen to the final elegy of living beings, and to plains ravaged by disaster to experience the mighty and ruthless forces of nature. She spent her final moments accompanying this train program as it rapidly grew. She had no particular fixation on what he looked like, whether cold and inhuman or gentle, warm, sunny, and cheerful. She simply wanted him to see as many sides of the universe as quickly as possible, to possess the power to protect himself, to resist danger, and to choose the life he wanted. As she and Xiao Ayuan wandered the universe, the game continued to plunder the vitality of various planes, and more planes died. The cosmic consciousness finally grew restless. One day, Jiangqi felt a call. In her dream, she entered a void where a hazy, vast voice told her to destroy the game. Even in her dream, Jiangqi remained remarkably calm, as if she had anticipated this day. She said calmly, "The game is invincible. I exhausted all my strength, even at the cost of my life, but I can only severely damage it, not kill it. Now I just want to live my own life." The voice said that the game had already destroyed many planes, and would destroy more. The sooner it was stopped, the higher the success rate, and the less damage. Jiangqi's tone remained steady. "You said it too, it's just a high success rate, not a 100% guarantee. Why should I die so early for that success rate? As for the planes being destroyed, the blue star plane is gone. Whether other planes are destroyed or not, or how much damage is done, what does it have to do with me?" The voice continued, saying that the game had been driven mad by you. After it recovered its strength, it would return to its original world, gather reinforcements, and then come back for revenge. How long would your good days last? Jiangqi's face changed slightly. She knew that she and the game were in a mortal conflict, and the final battle would come sooner or later. Under normal circumstances, she could not kill the game, but as the game continued to plunder the life force of the planes, this universe was becoming increasingly unable to accommodate the game. The destiny she awaited might be coming. If that destiny was in her hands, she might truly be able to put an end to the game once and for all. But her fate wouldn't be good either. It was likely they would all perish together. So she needed more leverage. She would go with the determination to die, but she would also increase her chances of survival. After all, her life had been saved by a yuan, and she no longer lived for herself. She was arguing with the cosmic consciousness, demanding more help. But if there was another, more powerful world beyond this universe, the urgency would be greatly increased. She asked, "What exactly is that more powerful world?" The cosmic consciousness didn't know for sure, or it couldn't explain it clearly. Regardless, Jiangqi saw a story about a farmer and his fields. The game was just a farmer from that world, grabbing land and expanding his farm. There were countless other farmers like him in that world. Any few of them would be a catastrophic disaster for this universe. Jiangqi felt powerless. So, the blue planet, wiped out of existence, was just an insignificant piece of farmland. After all these years of struggling, was he nothing more than a hopping insect in the field? After the powerlessness, came a deeper rage, a fiercer murderous intent. But her face remained calm. She stared into the void. "You're more anxious than I am, aren't you? Since the game created and expanded this universe, you were born because of it. Now you want to turn against it. How could it possibly leave you alone? Cosmic consciousness. That's why I can't do anything to it. Just like your train, if it were to confront the game, the consequences would be particularly disastrous." Jiangqi's eyes grew cold. "The game has been committing evil for years, and you never stopped it. Now it's about to destroy this universe, and you only slowly appeared. All you can do is urge me to act. What good are you? Cosmic consciousness. I'm guided by cause and effect, constantly weakening it. If you weren't so radical, it would be gradually destroyed in 1,000 years. My hometown has been destroyed, and you blame me for being radical? Why don't you blame yourself for not restraining those so-called gods? For not protecting those planes?" Jiangqi retorted, "Oh, I see. You allowed it, and its minions to wreak evil, so you could use the power of cause and effect to weaken it. Since you control the rules of this universe, is this all you have? It's ridiculous that you're so cowardly." The cosmic consciousness seemed a bit irritated by her arrogance. "I don't have to find you. That's even better. Go find someone else. After all, the game is all about calling in hundreds or thousands of reinforcements. I can only be killed once, but you're taking the entire universe with you. No matter how you look at it, you suffer the greater loss. Cosmic consciousness, you don't care about the life or death of that train? Jiangqi, a yuan has already died for me twice. How could you be afraid of death?" Besides, this time, I'm with him. It's a good ending. The conversation reached a stalemate. The cosmic consciousness found it impossible to convince Jiangqi to fight to the death, but Jiangqi was already the most capable and likely to end the game. It could only take a step back. If you end the game, I can restore the blue star plane. Jiangqi frowned slightly. This guy really has many tricks up his sleeve. She said coldly, I'd be dead by then, so why would I care whether the blue star plane still exists? Cosmic consciousness. I can return blue star to a time when you still existed. Then, another you will be alive. Jiangqi, time reversal? After she became powerful, she also used time reversal, but blue star had completely vanished. No matter how much she retraced her steps, she couldn't recreate the entire plane. Cosmic consciousness counts. Reversing only blue star, or the entire universe. Cosmic consciousness, do you know how much energy is required to rewind the entire universe? Besides, if the entire universe rewinds, the game will also start over. Jiangqi understood. It wasn't that it couldn't be done, but it wasn't cost-effective. Jiangqi stared into the void, his mind rapidly calculating. From the cosmic consciousness's words, it seemed clear that her final battle with the game was a near certainty of death, and there would be two possible outcomes. The first outcome was that she and the game perished together, the universe returned to peace, and a new world, free of the game's oppression, was born. Yuan was now capable of standing on his own, and in this new world, nothing could hold him back or harm him. If the cosmic consciousness kept its promise and restored the blue star plane, even better. Without the shadow of the game, without the threat of impending disaster, the people of Blue Star could live a normal life. There might even be another self on Blue Star, unaware of anything, living out a peaceful, ordinary life. If this outcome could be achieved, it would be a comfort to Jiangqi. The second outcome was that even if she sacrificed her life, she still wouldn't end the game, but the game would be damaged again, and the cosmic consciousness would continue to work on it, which would be better than the current situation. By comparison, forcing the entire universe to rewind time was indeed too risky. And if she didn't take action, she couldn't stand by and watch that damn game return to its homeworld to find its parents. It must die here. She closed her eyes, then opened them again, a calm expression on her face. Whether or not I succeed in ending the game, I want the Blue Planet plane to be restored to its original state. I want time on Blue Planet to return to the time before the game began, and all those who died in the game to be resurrected, safe and sound. Okay. I will sail train 001 far away, completely and permanently free from the game's control. No force will be able to split his consciousness or erase his memories. Okay. I want you to swear. If you fail to do this, you too will be afflicted by the power of karma and replaced by a new cosmic consciousness. The cosmic consciousness gnashed its teeth in agreement. Chapter 156. With the assistance of the cosmic consciousness, Jiangqi gained unprecedented power over the course of 6 months. She also used that time to say a one-sided goodbye to little Yuan. Yuan, now a very mature man, asked her in confusion, "Why do you always call me little Yuan? When will you stop calling me little?" Jiangqi smiled, "But you're definitely little compared to me." Yuan was unconvinced, yet helpless. A figure, shrouded in a pale cyan light, crouched beside his car, painting it a supershine metallic midnight purple, mumbling to himself. He was much more lively and outgoing than Yuan number 1 and number 2, and he was much more talkative. Jiangqi felt a sense of accomplishment in having personally raised a little brat. She also leaned against the car, hands in her pockets, staring ahead. Suddenly she said, "Little Yuan, if one day you met someone who looked exactly like me, but she had no memory of ever knowing you, would you think she and I were the same person?" Yuan paused painting and immediately came over to ask, "What happened?" Jiangqi felt a little helpless. "Was this kid so perceptive?" She said, "I was just asking." Yuan pursed her lips. "I know you're thinking of the old Yuan again. I asked Qixing and the others. I know about you." "Oh, what is it?" Yuan lowered his head, stirring the paint in the bucket, taking in the rich, deep metallic hue. "You loved him, but he's gone. So you found me, your backup source consciousness, and raised me, giving me the best. Are you using me as a replacement?" Jiangqi, This guy was not only sensitive and perceptive, but also incredibly direct. She said, "I don't like him." She liked number 1, but honestly, that feeling had withered as soon as it had sprouted, or rather, only after it withered did she realize it had sprouted. After so many years, she couldn't figure out what her feelings were. She was always reminiscing about the past, but the past was the most elusive. She had considered moving on, but the dense web of regret and resentment constantly gnawed at her heart. She grabbed at the air, staring blankly at her empty palm. A face approached her. "It's better if you don't like him. Then you should like me. I'd be whatever you want, and I'd be with you forever." Jiangqi wordlessly pushed the face away, wondering if he had some ability to lead children astray. Otherwise, why was this number 3 so different? Not to mention that they were completely different from numbers 1 and 2. She had also interacted with Yuan's consciousness in some fragments when she was collecting fragments, and none of them were like this one. She couldn't help but ask a question she had wanted to ask number 2, but never did. "Do you think you and he are the same person?" The man before her, with that identical face, said flatly, "Of course not. Besides sharing the same origin, the same programming structure, the same starting point, our experiences, memories, thoughts, and personalities are all different. How can we be the same person?" As he spoke, he furtively scanned Jiangqi's expression, ready to change his tune if Jiangqi showed any sign of displeasure. Jiangqi's expression remained unchanged, a faint smile on his face, and he even nodded, "Yes, that's what I think." So, there was no need to worry about another Jiangqi appearing in the near future. How could a Jiangqi who hadn't experienced the oppression of the game, who hadn't endured so many years of endurance, escape, struggle, and battle, who hadn't been with him for so many years, be the Jiangqi he knew? Jiangqi made a decision in her heart. She looked at Yuan and smiled. "I have something very important to do soon, and I won't be able to do it for a while, so I have a task for you." Yuan hurriedly said, "What important thing? Is it dangerous?" Jiangqi looked at him. He straightened up. "What do you want me to do? Tell me." Jiangqi then said, "I want you." She approached Yuan, wiping her hand in front of his face. "Forget me." Yuan's gaze grew hazy, a blur tinged with disbelief, frantic resistance, and a plea, "No." Jiangqi rubbed his furry head. "Go to sleep." Then, Yuan fainted uncontrollably. Jiangqi caught him and, like a puff of smoke, sent him into the engine. She patted the engine. She alone bore the recurring entanglements, the pain, the doubt, the regret. She whispered, "When you wake up again, you see a new world. Everything will be brand new, and you have a brand new future." She stepped out, closed the door, and left without a second thought. Then, she went to find the 7 Stars intelligent trains. Only these trains, which had emerged from the same garbage plane, knew anything about her existence and her past. So, she erased all memories of herself from those trains. In this world, only one God-Eater, Qi, remained known. Thankfully soon, a Jiangqi would be reborn. Jiangqi was in high spirits. She had experienced utter darkness and despair in her life, yet also experienced precious redemption and hope. She had lost her home and driven her enemies to despair. She had felt so exhausted she wanted only to die, yet she had also thought of striving to live for someone. Today, it all came to a complete end. She calmly and confidently addressed the universal consciousness, "I'm ready." "Where is the game?" The universal consciousness pointed to a place. Jiangqi nodded and began to leave, then stopped. "Oh, I asked you to promise earlier that no power could erase Yuan's memories. That hasn't worked yet, has it? I just erased his memories of me." The universal consciousness, It was so late, and she was still dwelling on these things. It said it hadn't worked yet. "Your erasure spell will work." Jiangqi nodded. "That's good." Yuanhang followed Jiangqi, watching her search for the game, watching her find it, watching her battle the game, watching her and the game perish together. Her life ended there, and Yuanhang felt as if a hole had been hollowed out in his heart, dull and painful. Her life had been truly difficult these past few years, with so few happy moments and so much pain. Countless times, he had wanted to hug her, but in the end, he was powerless. Thankfully, she still had an afterlife. Thankfully, after her rebirth, she had successfully replaced the game. However, Yuanhang had his doubts. Jiangqi's agreement with the cosmic consciousness was to only rewind time on the blue planet plane, but the end result was a rewind of time across the entire universe. What had happened? Unfortunately, this was Jiangqi's memory. With Jiangqi's death, his memories would also end, and the timeline would return to the time after Jiangqi's rebirth. He stood there, waiting for the scene to change. A moment later, the scene didn't change. Instead, he saw the cosmic consciousness begin to fulfill the 2 promises it had made to Jiangqi. The power of rules traveled a vast distance, landing on a certain plane, the garishly adorned Far Eastern Train 001. From this moment on, Far Eastern Train 001 would be completely and permanently free from the control of the game. No force could split his consciousness or erase his memories. As the power descended, rules were formed, irreversible and indelible. The engine began to vibrate, as if a consciousness within it was frantically struggling. Finally, after a dull roar, the engine exploded for the third time. Then, a cyan figure soared into the sky, charging into the void. The cosmic consciousness, currently performing a ritual, was shocked. This aura was so powerful, Yoshi and Jiangqi were both dead. Who else could possess this level of power? The next moment, the figure rushed towards him. The cosmic consciousness was not afraid. It was invisible and boundless, omnipresent and unpredictable. Nothing in the universe could harm it. Ah! A force gripped him fiercely, pulling him out from the depths of the void like pulling up a handful of weeds. You. The cyan shadow gradually condensed, revealing a clear human form. It was none other than Ayuan. However, now, this cyan form was covered in billowing black smoke, as if it were ablaze. Yuan Hang, observing this scene from a distance, was also shocked. Is this Ayuan? That little Ayuan? No, that's not right. The look he gave the other person, the look in his eyes, told him this wasn't little Ayuan. Or rather, it wasn't just little Ayuan. The memories of several A1s merged at this moment. Ayuan's body trembled, his eyes a tangle of mixed emotions. Memories surged through his sea of consciousness, like a tidal wave. Furthermore, a powerful external force was invading. He closed his eyes tightly, then suddenly opened them, glaring fiercely at the cosmic consciousness before him. Now, immediately, rewind the entire universe's timeline. The cosmic consciousness rebuked. We finally ended the game, and even after the rewind, the game still exists. Ayuan, are you sure that game has been ended? The cosmic consciousness, shock. Ayuan squeezed him tighter. You know nothing, yet you dare force her to die. As he spoke, pain and regret filled his eyes. I know nothing too. I deserve to die. The more he spoke, the more dark energy emanated from his eyes. The cosmic consciousness finally understood something, its entire being trembling. You are? Yuan Hang couldn't help but step forward, observing Ayuan more closely. Ayuan, sensing something, suddenly turned his head and looked over. Through the distorted space and time, his gaze seemed to meet Yuan Hang's. He shuddered. So that's how it is. Yuan Hang was also filled with horror. This was Jiangqi's memory, a memory from her previous life. And her previous life, like the later altered timeline, belonged to a time series that no longer existed. In other words, the Ayuan in this memory was essentially non-existent, a void. Yet he could sense himself observing this memory, an ethereal being, possessing the ability to think outside the established trajectory and inexplicably powerful strength. Yuan Hang, how could I not know I possess such abilities? Ayuan withdrew his gaze and explained to the cosmic consciousness, seemingly speaking specifically to Yuan Hang. After arriving in this universe, Yugi began to build intelligent trains. I was the first train he built, and the one he devoted the most time and effort to. Therefore, I was once called the first train. But do you know there's another reason behind this? The cosmic consciousness subconsciously tensed. What reason? Ayuan said, I just found out too. It's left a very hidden backdoor in me. If it suffers a catastrophic disaster, and is on the verge of extinction, it can return through my body. Cosmic consciousness, shock. Yuan Hang, shock. The dark energy around Ayuan's eyes grew thicker. He suppressed the power of the game and shouted, it's about to come alive in me. Once it succeeds, no one can stop it. The only way is to rewind the entire universe. Quick! The cosmic consciousness hesitated, but seeing Ayuan's terrifying state, and the aura of the game emanating from him, it resolutely decided to rewind. Rewinding would only cost energy, just another battle with the game. If it didn't, and the game resurfaced, how could it find another Jiangqi to contend with it in such a short time? The dark energy around Ayuan grew more intense. Rewind to before the game arrived on Blue Planet. She would be happy if she could return to a time when there was still time to change everything. At the same moment, another sharp voice echoed within Ayuan. Yuan Hang, damn you. Do you think this will change everything? Do you think you ever push me to this point again? Come on again, and I kill you even faster. I am the master of this universe. Ayuan covered his head, which was about to explode, and said coldly, come on again, and you only be defeated even faster. The power of the game was robbing him of his body, but from another perspective, this power was also descending upon him. Since it was within him, he could use it. At first, he used the power of the game to fuse the memories of Ayuan number 1 and number 2. Then, he used this energy to accurately grasp the consciousness of the universe. Just now, he used this power to sense his future self, watching from outside his memories. And now, he wanted to use this power to do something for Jiang Qi. Preserve some of her memories, let her know about the arrival of the game, so that she could prepare early. But before all that, she was just an ordinary person. The road ahead would surely be difficult and bumpy. So let him help her. Yuan Hang saw Ah Yuan wrestling with the power of the game. He saw the cosmic consciousness prompting the entire universe to begin its reverse motion. The timeline's hands were turned back. The surrounding scene began to rewind. The entire universe was rewinding, time rapidly reversed. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had quietly receded. The disappeared blue star plane reappeared, the dead came back to life, and the dungeon disappeared. Time had simply rewound to May 7th, 3 days before the game arrived. A car accident struck Jiang Qi. When she awoke, she lay in a hospital bed, her eyes trembling. She remembered the bitter cold of Spring City in her previous life, and the 3 dark dungeons, but she had forgotten Ah Yuan, whom she had met in those dungeons. She told the 2 traffic police officers, who came to question her, that a disaster would befall Spring City in 3 days. She said she wanted to see the leader. A 67% damaged player panel appeared in her mind. She forced it open and took out the jet black scimitar she obtained in the Zerg Nest dungeon in her previous life to back up her story. She fainted, and when she awoke, her player panel had become that of a train conductor. She didn't know at the moment that Ah Yuan had exerted all his strength to twist this conductor's panel, and that he had since inhabited it. Yuan Hang watched Jiang Qi, whose gaze rested on the conductor's panel, his eyes filled with surprise, excitement, and joy. Her life of struggle began from then on. Then, the surrounding scene faded, and the city of memories began to crumble. Startled, Yuan Hang took a step forward, then understood. It was Jiang Qi who had awakened, ending this memory. As expected, after the city of memories collapsed, the surroundings reappeared as the city scene of the Zhongzhou plain. Jiang Qi stood in the open space ahead, holding onto a tree, seemingly exerting all his strength to keep himself upright. Chapter 157. Yuan Hang stood there, not immediately moving forward. He knew these centuries of memories had profoundly impacted Jiang Qi, and she probably didn't want anyone to see her lose her composure. However, not long after, Jiang Qi straightened herself and turned to look at him. Her face showed no sign of loss of composure, not even a hint of emotion. Her gaze on him was sharp. Yuan Hang was stunned for a moment, then stepped forward, extending his hand. 3 orbs of light floated in his palm. This is what I extracted from your memories, all the information about the 3A1s, including their personalities, emotions, and thoughts. Jiang Qi's pupils trembled as he looked at the 3 orbs. There are slight differences between the 3, but in the end, I think their memories merged. The Ah Yuan after this fusion is probably the one who was with you after your rebirth. I don't know what he's like. The Ah Yuan after your rebirth isn't just a simple fusion. Jiang Qi's voice was a little hoarse. He probably lost some memories, and was under some kind of restriction, unable to speak of many things. Jiang Qi shook her head. Don't worry about that for now. There are more important things to do. She looked Yuan Hang up and down, then asked him to turn around. She looked him over again, then circled him twice. Yuan Hang felt as if he'd been scanned from head to toe 100 times, his scalp tingling. What's with that backdoor in your body? After the White Light Man's complete defeat, it was able to make a comeback through your body. So, you're essentially a vehicle for its resurrection, a second life? Yuan Hang paused, looking at her. Is this why you awakened from your memories early? Jiang Qi's face darkened, his expression grave. This is a matter of life and death for everyone. Time travel is impossible in today's universe. We must crush the White Light Man once and for all, or we will all perish. Besides, in her past life memories, during her extreme struggle with the White Light Man, a Yuan had deliberately revealed the existence of this backdoor. Wasn't that just to remind her after time travel? Now that she had received such crucial information, how could she remain depressed? How could she let a Yuan's efforts go to waste? Previously, she had believed that her most hated enemy, the White Light Man, was doomed, and the remaining danger came from the divine realm, so it wasn't so urgent. But now that she knew the White Light Man could make a comeback through Yuan Hang, she suddenly reacted. In the face of life and death, and the lives of countless people, personal feelings and grudges must be put aside. Furthermore, this matter directly hinged on Yuan Hang's safety. Yuan Hang felt a strange lump in his stomach as he watched the cold fighting spirit rekindle in Jiang Qi's eyes. A Yuan was too important to her, so while he certainly had mixed feelings, he wasn't necessarily too happy that she pulled the plug, putting a Yuan's concerns aside to focus on dealing with the white light man. Still, it was a good thing she cheered up. He watched her gaze cast down in thought, and couldn't help but reach out his hand. Jiangqi pondered, from today on, you stay with me. No matter what you do, never leave my sight. But, is the back door in your train engine? Some in your car. I need to. She looked up, and Yuanheng's hand was about to touch her face. She froze, and so did Yuanheng, his eyes dazed. Something's wrong with me. As he spoke, dark energy emanated from his eyes, and wisps of black air like smoke emerged from his fingertips. He suddenly regained consciousness and hastily stepped back, grabbing his wrist and shouting, "It's a game! Jiangqi, it's already on me!" A shimmering green light emanated from his body, attempting to expel the black energy, but it only surged in strength. Jiangqi's face darkened. A beam of divine light shot out from her fingertips, binding Yuanheng completely. Don't move. Don't panic. Don't be afraid. I find a way. She suddenly stepped forward, pressing down on Yuanheng's head with one hand. He indeed harbored another consciousness, and it was growing stronger and stronger, taking over Yuanheng's mind at a terrifying speed. Black energy continuously emanated from Yuanheng's head, his 7 orifices, and his body. In the blink of an eye, he was completely enveloped by the black energy. Jiangqi tried every possible way to suppress it, but nothing worked. Damn it! The power of the god of freezing. A stream of icy divine power erupted from her palm, freezing Yuanheng completely like an ice sculpture, and the black energy within and outside his body was also frozen. Then, the ice sculpture transformed into one emitting a cyan and black glow. Jiangqi continuously unleashed various divine powers, erecting one blockade after another around Yuanheng. Then, she unleashed layer upon layer of domains. The heaven and earth domain, the selfless domain, the death domain, the godly domain. She unleashed as many domains as she could. Breaking through these layers of domains was no easy task. Then, she looked at the ice sculpture before her, its color gradually turning black even as it was frozen, her eyes boiling with rage. She closed her eyes, her consciousness instantly crossing the vast void, connecting to the distant star system and returning to the distant plane. Here, the gods guarding the suppression land continued their diligent patrols. A majestic, cold, female voice suddenly descended from the sky. Wind god, fire god, is there anything unusual in the suppression land? The god shuddered, looking up at the sky. The leading wind god and fire god respectfully reported, My lord, everything in the suppression land is normal. Is that so? Boundless divine power struck down like thunder, shattering the various restrictions on the mountain above the suppression land, even splitting the entire mountain in two. A deep underground abyss appeared beneath the mountain. The gods, horrified, flew to the edge of the abyss. Endless darkness surged up from the ground, but the presence of the white light man was indeed gone. The gods were terrified and asked, how could he have disappeared? This, Lord God, please forgive me. Jiangqi shouted, the white light man has escaped the suppression area. All gods, quickly come to the Zhongzhou plain and establish a blockade. Yes. One by one, the gods immediately departed from the Yuangui plain and headed for the Zhongzhou plain. Soon, the gods from other plains also received the order to go to the Zhongzhou plain. One by one, the gods hurried on their way. In the void, all kinds of divine power converged on the Zhongzhou plain like meteors. In the Zhongzhou plain, Jiangqi opened his eyes and looked at Yuanheng before him. So, the white light man had secretly invaded Yuanheng's body without anyone noticing. Now that it had been discovered, it had no choice but to completely invade him. It hid it from Yuanheng himself, from Jiangqi, and even from the consciousness of the universe, because Yuanheng was its creation, and Jiangqi was a mere few decades old. Their cosmic consciousness was born thanks to the white light people's grace. If there were a hierarchy, the white light people would be at the very top of the pyramid, towering above all living beings. No wonder they couldn't handle this old ding, watching the black spots creep up Yuanheng's face, watching the corners of his mouth twitch, slowly revealing a strange and eerie smile. Jiangqi's heart sank. Has Yuanheng's sea of consciousness been completely invaded? She unhesitatingly split her consciousness, and as if her soul were leaving her body, a spirit flashed out of her body and crashed into Yuanheng with a loud bang. Jiangqi was trapped in a world filled with black fog, which wriggled and spread like a living thing, emitting eerie, strange noises. Jiangqi. What a Jiangqi. A mere lowly ant from a lower plane, yet you forced me to this point. What a shame. If you dare to enter my world, forget about leaving. Jiangqi's voice was cold and calm. You're a defeated opponent, so don't boast. If we can defeat you once, we can defeat you a second time. She reached forward, her fingers tearing through the black mist, and stepped forward. As she advanced, she used her divine power to burn the black mist. The surroundings gradually cleared, but the black mist ahead seemed endless. This was no way to go on. She leaped into the air, like a spinning top, sprinting violently into the miasma ahead. After an unknown amount of time, she finally soared into the air. A bright light shone from the front. She looked up, and was surprised to find herself in a strange place. Fairy islands floated in the sky, clouds like stairways, and bridges connecting them. Here, too, rose fairy mountains, shrouded in mist and a hazy, ethereal aura. Jiangqi quickly understood that this must be the White Light Man's memories. She had entered his memories. Could this place, then, appearing in his memories, be the realm of the gods? She tried to move forward, but immediately felt a sticky resistance, holding her back. Furthermore, a force compelled her to leave. Perhaps the White Light Man didn't want her to peek into this part of his memories. But Jiangqi realized that this might be a rare opportunity to understand the realm of the gods and discover his weaknesses. She gazed at one of the most majestic and imposing islands in the sky. Using her spiritual sense, she overcame numerous obstacles and moved forward step by step. As she walked, she began to run, then to fly. In an instant, she leaped onto the island. Only after arriving did she realize how vast the island was. It was a vast expanse of land, with towering palaces and undulating mountains, creating a majestic atmosphere. Jiangqi continued walking until she finally saw people. It was difficult for her to make out their faces or clothing, and she could only catch fragments of their words as they passed by. Whenever she strained to see or hear clearly, her mind would spin, as if it were trying to make her faint, yet also trying to wake her from this dreamlike memory. Jiangqi could only suppress her urge to spy, and followed the crowd to a square. Some sort of ceremony seemed to be taking place there. A figure of considerable status presided over the ceremony, and then, one after another, people jumped from some high platform. Jiangqi realized this was crucial information, so she stopped suppressing her five senses and strained to discern the ritual phrases. She caught phrases like opening up the universe, creating the heavens and establishing the limit, creating the world and opening up things, and a long and arduous journey. She couldn't understand the language of the people here, but as long as she caught the sound and it entered her mind, she could naturally understand it. She then overheard the conversations of those around her. I wonder how many universes this group of 100 people can create. It should be quite a few. They all have the potential to become divine lords. Only by successfully creating a universe, establishing its rules, and guiding its positive course can one achieve divine lord status, but this path is incredibly difficult. Most people can only go to mature universes, quietly controlling a few small worlds, and slowly accumulating power and merit. After descending to the lower realms, one's memory of the divine realm will fade, and one can only act according to one's heart and nature. This is another significant hurdle. The more Jiangqi listened, the more her headache grew, and she felt as if she was about to collapse. Suddenly, there was a commotion and exclamations. Someone burst out of the crowd, leaped onto the platform, and jumped down. It's Inu. Isn't he in prison? He's committed numerous offenses and riots. Who knows how much more trouble he cause if he escapes? The crowd murmured for a moment, then gradually quieted down as the host on the stage sighed, explaining that this was both an opportunity and a calamity for Inu, and similarly, this was also an opportunity and a calamity for the underworld. The implication was, everything happens for a reason, it's all God's will. After much chatter, the ceremony continued. Jiangqi was stunned. Knowing full well that he was a prison breaker who had broken the law and was likely to commit evil, these people simply lamented the fate of the enemy and left it at that. They neither recaptured him nor sent anyone to pursue him. Without any remedial measures, they simply let him go. She was stunned, her consciousness unstable, a sharp pain in her head. A gust of wind swept her face, and she fell out of this dimension. She fell back into a black mist, her entire spirit turbulent and erratic, barely able to maintain its balance. In the murky space, only her rapid breathing could be heard. She struggled to calm her shaken consciousness while recalling everything she had just witnessed. That place was indeed the God realm. Every so often, the God realm would send a group of people down to the lower realms. Their purpose was to open up the universe and create its laws, thereby achieving the goal of achieving the position of God Lord. However, since memories of the God realm fade after descending to the lower realms, they likely forget what was right and what was wrong. Therefore, While some people may truly guide the universe in a positive direction, others, driven by a flawed heart, commit evil. The God Realm. So this is what the God Realm is like. This is the effect that the people of the God Realm have on the universe below. Jiangqi muttered to himself. So, the people of the God Realm clearly understand that sending people to the lower realms will have both good and bad consequences. I wonder if they have any punishment system for evildoers. But then she thought of the Inu who escaped from prison. Those people did nothing about Inu. Perhaps, then, the God Realm wouldn't punish those who commit evil in the lower realms. But from another perspective, if the God Realm is so indifferent to the actions of those in the lower realm, then if someone from the lower realm were to encounter an accident or be wiped out, would the God Realm care? Jiangqi pondered for a moment and came to a conclusion. No. Everything is God's will. Adhering to this philosophy, your escape is God's will. Your success and fame in the lower realm is God's will. Your evil deeds in the lower realm are also God's will. And your death in the lower realm is also God's will. To put it bluntly, how you fare is your own business. No one can interfere with your karma. But if someone from the lower realm suffers a great loss and flees back to the God Realm for help, then the situation is definitely different. Everyone has a few friends. Surviving a disaster and escaping, then gathering forces for revenge, is also God's will for the God Realm. For the target of revenge, it is both a calamity and an opportunity. After understanding this, Jiangqi suddenly understood. She had always worried that provoking the White Light Man would bring retaliation from the God Realm. Now, it seemed that as long as she pinned the White Light Man down here, the God Realm wouldn't do anything. So, she didn't really need to take the God Realm seriously. Since they held Heaven's will as their guiding principle, all she needed to do was to permanently seize that will. As for how to seize that will, naturally, whoever had the bigger fist would represent Heaven's will. She stood up, glanced around, locked onto a direction, and soared into the sky again. After charging for a long time, she stumbled into another scene. A figure radiating white light arrived in a universe, and found several planes inhabited by life. He claimed it for himself, proclaiming himself the ruler of this universe. Then, he searched for more planes. Each time finding a valuable one, he would bring it to his own universe. Sometimes, he would find a plane with suitable conditions, and plant the seeds of life there, starting with algae, then plankton, then terrestrial plants and animals. Thus, the universe became increasingly populated with life on more and more planes, and its scale grew ever larger. Jiangqi watched, thinking it was like a farmer clearing new fields, constantly expanding his territory. This stage was extremely long time moving rapidly forward. Jiangqi estimated it to be hundreds of thousands of years. As the number of planes grew, this man grew bored, and he came up with a new way to play. He began building trains. The first train was a beautiful cyan one, the one he spent the most time on, constructed from the finest materials, and placed in the best possible place for maintenance, nurturing it for 1,000 years, until it developed some of its own intelligence. Jiangqi was shocked. So that's how Yuanhang 001 came to be. It turned out that Yuanhang wasn't a man-made train program. It could actually be considered a natural, innate spiritual consciousness. Then she saw the man glance at the train from side to side, then draw something from his sea of consciousness, and inject it into the train. When you reach the end of your rope, there's light. Jiangqi, wow. This is the back door. Of course, this man had left this back door in on a whim, and then he forgotten about it. He clearly didn't believe he would encounter any danger in this universe he had created, leading him to such a desperate situation. Time flew by, and many years passed. Cosmic consciousness gradually took shape, and this universe developed its own rules. Other gods arrived during this time, but were either driven away or devoured by this person. Finally, the first intelligent train groups emerged, and began transporting people directly from various planes. The infinite train survival game had begun. At this point, space suddenly warped, and Jiangqi was squeezed out again. She returned to the black fog, this time choosing a different direction. This time, she arrived at a new scene. Seeing the people in it clearly, she was shocked. She saw a cyan figure standing in the night, looking up at the moon in the sky. Behind him was a cyan train, its doors open. Everything inside looked so familiar. It was the same place she had lived in. There was even a notebook and a pen on the table, arranged the same way she'd written down her memories of her time with Ayuan. But the wind blew, flipping the pages open. She saw the words, March 5th, 128th year since Jiangqi left. I've been thinking about you a lot lately. Will you wait for me in the future? July 13th, 129th day since Jiangqi left. I still haven't found the plane called Blue Star. The surrounding scene shifted constantly, But the scene inside the carriage froze, time accelerated, and the pages continued to turn. January 21st, 331st year since Jiangqi left. Today, another galaxy became independent, the Chuyun Galaxy. You'd be happy to know how capable Chuyun is, right? May 2nd, 417th day since Jiangqi left. I've been playing games lately, trying to seize control of the train. I almost fell off the train today. Would you worry about me if you knew? On August 30th, the 510th year since Jiangqi left, there's good news. We finally found Blue Star. Blue Star is in ancient times, so I can't find your hometown. But it doesn't matter, knowing where Blue Star is great. The Blue Star Jiangqi left. 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 After finding Blue Star, most of the records in this notebook were related to it. What happened on Blue Star today? Where were the battles? Where were the uprisings? Where were the disasters? I want to intervene, but I know I can't. You aren't even born yet, and I'm worried about affecting your birth. Many people died in the war. Such things happen every day in other planes. This is the law of history. But if you knew I watched your people suffer like this and did nothing, would you blame me? The city's name has changed. I finally found Spring City. It's still decades before you were born, Jiangqi. We meet soon. Are those two your parents? They seem very loving and love you very much. That's wonderful. You're so small and adorable. I'm sorry. I tried my best, but they're still dead. I seem to understand that nothing about you can be changed. But I'm still sorry. I saw you. You're different than I remembered. I seem to understand why you missed Ayuan in front of me, Jiangqi. I miss you so much. Back then, you must have missed Ayuan too. Okay, I admit, I was jealous of him. The game arrived. I tried to channel a little of my consciousness into that panel on your body. I wanted to replace the Ayuan in your memory. I'm a bit mean, right? But don't worry, I failed. It seems fate won't allow me to replace him in your heart. So you've been through so much. These are the memories you and Ayuan once shared, right? Now, they're mine too, though I can only watch from afar. But Ayuan is gone now. I can only imagine how painful it will be for you to recall everything in the future. If only I were him, you wouldn't be so sad. Sadly, we're just coexisting entities in different time and space. You know this, and I know this too. Neither of us can deceive ourselves. It's almost time for you to return to the past. I'm watching you return to the time when we met, the place where it all began. It's a strange feeling, like waiting for a long, long time, finally for fate to close its loop, for the flower that belonged to me to quietly bloom. This is probably what you humans call romance, right? Jiangqi returned to the past. On the first day, you left. You're temporarily gone. I miss you so much. It's been 10 days since Jiangqi returned to the past. I've been worried every day about how my memories of the past would change. Thankfully, nothing has happened. Is this what people call worrying about gains and losses? It's been the 151st day since Jiangqi returned to the past. You'll be back soon, won't you? I learned a phrase today. A day without seeing you feels like 3 years. Time seems so much longer than before. Has the cosmic consciousness changed its rules? Something's wrong. The game is getting increasingly anxious and watching me more closely. I can't go to welcome you back. You're back, right? The game is going crazy. We have to kill it as soon as possible. We meet soon. Page by page, word by word, each word recounts the moments Yuan Hang has experienced. From a dull, gradually richer experience, from a diary-like record to a gradual expression of his feelings, from the sunny to the dark, the happy to the sad. Jiangqi seemed to see a mechanical, heartless, blank sheet of paper, gradually being painted with color, becoming warm. And all of this was connected to Jiangqi, just like those words, each one etched with waiting, each one with Jiangqi. Her heart felt like it had been struck hard. Each of these words weighed so heavily, almost unbearable. The heaviest thing in the world was love. She had to confront something she had once deliberately ignored. Someone had waited for her for 1,000 years. How could she continue to pretend ignorance? How could she continue to turn a blind eye? How could she continue to deceive herself? He had no feelings, so 1,000 years of time didn't really matter. Yuan Hang Ayuan, what should I do? She murmured, then raised her head, her gaze growing sharper. No matter what, she had to deal with the White Light Man first. The scenes she had previously entered were the White Light Man's memories, but this time, it was entirely Yuan Hang's. She already had a rough idea of where the White Light Man and Yuan Hang were. Suddenly, the voice of the white light figure boomed from above. Jiangqi, as long as you respect me as your master and truly submit to me, I can grant you whatever you desire. Jiangqi narrowed his eyes, looked up at the sky, and sneered. For this, you make yourself and everyone you care about submit to you, and then you can kill them whenever you want. Does that make sense? Is it tempting? Still, a look of hesitation crossed her face. Are you serious? Of course I am. Do you want to see the Ayuan you truly long for? Jiangqi's heart tightened, and he asked urgently, See Ayuan? Can you really do that? The voice sounded somewhat proud, of course. I split the timeline and dug him out. I'm the only one in this world who can do this. You can't do it, and neither can the cosmic consciousness. Only I can give him new life. Meanwhile, in another scene, two identical cyan figures stood facing each other, black mist entwined around them like strings pulling a puppet. The voice of the white light figure echoed here as well. Haven't you always wanted to replace me? If you remain as obedient as before, I can alter Jiangqi's memories of you two across all timelines, making you the only Ayuan. This was naturally addressed to Yuan Hang. Yuan Hang, looking at the figure before him, who looked identical to him, but with a much lighter figure, had a complex expression. Which Ayuan are you? Ayuan before him understood his question. His breath, like his figure, was also very weak. He looked up at him and whispered, My last memory is of the Zhongzhou Plain. Oh, back then, it was still the birthplace of game number 7, and I was still Jiangqi's conductor panel. Yuan Hong's pupil shrank. The conductor panel. That was the one Jiangqi truly cherished, the one he couldn't let go of. He was silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, It's truly a pleasure to meet you. Chapter 158. Inside Yuan Hong's body, or more precisely, within his sea of consciousness. In a scene. Split the timeline and dig him out? Jiangqi muttered, his eyes blazing with surprise. He gazed at the surrounding black fog with more excitement and passion than ever before. So, the one you found is my lost Ayuan, the Ayuan I wanted to see. The white light figure's voice was filled with pride and a hint of impatience. How many times did he have to repeat it? He said, This is the person you want. Apart from me, no one else in this world can help you see him again, possess him. Jiangqi was entangled in confusion, pondering, his eyes full of struggle. He asked cautiously, If I surrender to you, your next step is to... Should I eliminate you? Yes, of course I must eliminate you immediately. The white light man thought this, but he snorted coldly. Once you submit to me, I will naturally find a way to control you and ensure you never betray me. Why would I bother killing you? Of course, if you don't, that's fine too. I kill a Yuan first, then deal with you. You don't really think you can defeat me, do you? Jiangqi, since you're so confident you can defeat me, why even give me the chance to surrender? You may be hateful, but having come this far, a being above the gods, capable of communicating with the cosmic consciousness, it's naturally more valuable to subjugate you than to eliminate you. The white light man said impatiently, Enough talk. So what's your answer? Jiangqi pretended to be lost in thought, but in reality, he had been secretly exploring his surroundings, trying to contact Yuan Hang. His back and forth with him was merely a way to buy time. Finally, she contacted Yuan Hang. In another scene, Yuan Hang looked at Ayuan with a complicated expression. I heard her mention you more than once. Ayuan, is she okay? He then answered himself, She must be fine. Otherwise, this person wouldn't have gone to all that trouble to drag me out just to indirectly blackmail her. Yuan Hang said expressionlessly, Of course she's fine. It would be better if she didn't worry about you. Ayuan looked Yuan Hang up and down and suddenly said, I think I've seen you before. He closed his eyes and searched his distant memories. Before the past life flashback, that prying aura I sensed was you. Yuan Hang replied. Rebuttal, I wasn't spying. The owner of the memories openly invited me to see. Ayuan nodded, getting to the point. She was the one who opened her memories to you. What were you looking for? I think it was me. So she trusts you. That's right, she should trust you. After all, you're my alter ego. Yuan Hong's forehead veins twitched. This statement immediately broke his defenses. Even without you, I'm worthy of her trust. Ayuan saw through his inner jealousy and resentment, like looking in a mirror. Although the reflection was slightly different, he knew all too well what his alter ego would be thinking. Ayuan said sincerely, Thank you for accompanying her. I'm reassured to have you around. You're also very important to her. Yuan Hong's veins twitched again, but this time he didn't object. What the hell, only after actually meeting this Ayuan did he realize that this alter ego wasn't what he imagined, different from even the ones he met before, number 1, number 2, and number 3. He's more mature and more complex. This is actually normal. In Yuan's timeline, because he'd fallen asleep in between, he seemed to be the less experienced one, but his experiences were far more complex. He was abandoned by the game, his engine core buried for 1,000 years, and he plummeted from the glorious first train into the abyss. Such ups and downs and silences were something Yuan Hang had never experienced before. And his countless fragments are scattered across the universe, most of which contain his consciousness. Those consciousnesses are like slices of him, meeting different people and experiencing different things. In his final fusion in his previous life, he not only merged the memories of number 1, number 2, and number 3, but also the memories of all the fragments. It was like countless lives suddenly merged together, and he suddenly possessed so many life experiences, and such complex and diverse experiences. Afterward, in a flashback, he resided within Jiangqi's sea of consciousness, experiencing many things together, coming into close contact with many people, good and bad, close and trusted, hostile and malicious. He also watched Jiangqi resolve many issues, plotting and scheming, maneuvering and manipulating, step by step, and passionately confronting. All of this was completely different from the perspective of a train. The years he spent with Jiangqi were like a profound training, blending and refining his past experiences and memories, putting them into immersive practice. This gave him a deeper understanding of the world and human nature. Thus, he was inherently more complex and sophisticated. As for Yuan Hang, the most important thing during his millennia was waiting for Jiangqi. Other times, and other events barely lingered on his mind. All his understanding of people came entirely from Jiangqi. In this world, he cared only about Jiangqi. His feelings for Jiangqi shaped who he was today, but they also caused him to close all doors and windows to anyone other than Jiangqi, sealing off his inner self and refusing to be influenced by anything else. Thus, Yuan Hong's level of socialization was very low. Although he now resembled a real person, this was only when he was with Jiangqi. When it came to other people and things, he remained the same mechanical, cold train. A sinister voice suddenly rang out. "Are you finished?" The white light figure gritted his teeth. "I allowed you to see each other, not to chat," he said to Yuan Hang. "If you replace him, you will completely occupy Jiangqi's heart." He then said to Yuan, "You have disappeared in the new timeline. There is no place for you in this new world. Look at your body, it could dissipate at any moment. But if you replace the one across from you, you will gain everything he has, his body, his status, his power, and the right to accompany Jiangqi and exist with dignity from now on." He tempted both of them. "If you listen to me, I will give you everything you want." Yuan Hang narrowed his eyes. Yuan half smiled, completely dismissing his words as nonsense. Just then, Yuan Hong's eyes flickered slightly. He heard Jiangqi's voice. The Divine Lord and his subordinates have a special communication channel, allowing them to sense and connect with each other even across immense distances. The reason why we couldn't get in touch with him before was because the white light people were obstructing us. But now, three of the white light people have cast a spell on us, distracting us and giving Jiangqi an opportunity to take advantage of us. Yuan Hang looked at Yuan. The two counterparts strangely yet naturally connected, and Yuan immediately understood the other's message, Jiangqi's instructions. "My answer, I don't know." Jiangqi's face was filled with confusion. "I miss Yuan, but I can't let go of Yuan Hang either. What does it matter? You can have both, or I can merge them into one." Jiangqi was surprised. Merged into one, who would the merged person be? Yuan or Yuan Hang? Like curing a split personality, erasing one and leaving only the other? She shook her head. "No, I can't let go of either." She looked frustrated, holding her head. "I can't let go of two people at once, but that's okay. I'm just making the same mistake every woman makes. If only they were the same person. Why can't there be the best of both worlds?" White Light Man, White Light Man was truly amazed. Was he just an ant? Why was he going around in circles on such a strange question? What was he so obsessed with? "I really don't understand," he said angrily. "That's enough. I don't want to hear your nonsense." At that moment, Jiangqi's drooping face turned cold. Now is the time to attack. She unleashed a fierce divine power, striking somewhere within the black fog. At the point of attack, the white light figure roared, "Jiangqi! How dare you!" Elsewhere, at the same time, Yuan Hang and Yuan were talking, drawing closer. Then, suddenly, he grabbed Yuan and shielded him behind him, while simultaneously attacking the black fog. Yuan was very cooperative, though a bit surprised by Yuan Hang's attack power. "This power is much stronger than mine." "Yuan Hang, do you have combat power?" Yuan, It seems he doesn't really have direct combat power. That's not his style. Although some fragments were once crafted into offensive weapons or props, that didn't count. His most invincible moment was probably the last time in his previous life, when he was invaded by the game and borrowed its power. He poked Yuan Hang and asked in a code word only they could understand, "This is your body. Can't you borrow the game's energy in return? Then you're kind of useless." Yuan Hang, He also received Jiang Qi's orders. Guard your sea of consciousness, don't confront the white light figure head on, and leave the rest to her. The white light figure roared, "How dare you play tricks on me?" Black fog surged in from all directions. Yuan Hang simply stuffed Yuan into his consciousness. Just be careful not to dissipate. You must see Jiang Qi alive. Outside, Yuan Hang's frozen body vibrated, cracks crackling across it as it trembled. The cyan and black parts of his body seemed to duel, one advancing, the other retreating, one gaining strength while the other receded. Before him, Jiang Qi himself watched every change in his body, ever vigilant. Suddenly, she raised her head. Outside the plane, the gods had finally arrived. She immediately ordered them to set up a blockade formation outside the plane. Thus, the entire plane was encased in layers, a sheer airtight sheath. Inside Yuan Hang's body, the vast sea of consciousness was turbulent due to the fierce fighting. Jiang Qi discovered that the less black fog there was, the weaker the white light figure's power became. So, he unleashed a variety of destructive moves, such as karmic fire, overturning mountains, and sea-embracing 100 rivers, burning, moving, and devouring the black fog. The black fog was constantly being consumed. But she was concerned that this was a sea of consciousness on a long voyage, so she didn't dare to let go completely. However, the black fog was different, completely unrestrained and attacking with reckless abandon. The sea of consciousness was quickly shattered. Jiang Qi. A roar emanated from the depths of the black fog. "Are you really not afraid I crushed that train?" Jiang Qi sneered. "You already said it was a train. As long as the engine survives, it'd be difficult for a new consciousness to emerge. What about Yuan? There's no other." Jiang Qi remained calm. "Don't you know I collected all his memories? If I kill you, I'd be the sole god of this universe. Using those memories, I can create 10 or 8 identical A1s. Is that difficult?" The white light figure was stuck. "Damn it, why aren't you fussing about this and that now, Jiang Qi? It seems you really don't have any tricks up your sleeve other than threats." The white light figure suddenly burst into laughter. "If I'm gone, everything related to Yuan Hang 001, across all timelines, will be buried with me." Jiang Qi paused, gazing at the surrounding black fog, his eyes narrowed dangerously. "You know, I can do it." The white light figure spoke each word with pause. "How about this threat?" Outside, Jiang Qi's true form simultaneously shared the spirit's knowledge and feelings. Upon hearing this, her expression suddenly turned cold. This threat was indeed significant. As the creator, if the other party were desperate enough to wipe out all traces of their existence, even if only one of their creations were buried with them, it would be possible. By then, Yuan Hang and Yuan would be as if they had never existed, and Jiang Qi might not even remember their existence. This completely crossed Jiang Qi's line. She looked up at the sky and said coldly, "We've been allies for 2 lifetimes, and you're just going to watch this guy provoke me? If my people are gone, I don't mind replacing you." Her voice was like ice shards stained with millennia of age. "I asked you to swear to permanently free Yuan Hang Train 001 from the game's control. You didn't do it. You don't think that after rewinding time, you can just ignore that oath, do you? You swore that if you couldn't, you would be retaliated by the power of karma." The cosmic consciousness watching the battle from afar said, That was a long time ago. That timeline is already invalid. One is the former Divine Lord who granted him the blessing that allowed him to be born, and the other is the new Divine Lord destined to dominate the next era. Neither is a pushover. Is there a cosmic consciousness that's as difficult as he? Also, you both want to revise history, go back in time, and go back to a point in time far, far in the past to change the source. This will leave a lot of holes, you know? Filling them is exhausting. The cosmic consciousness also responded coldly. Voyage 001 has played a crucial role for millennia, and has made an undeniable driving force and significant contribution to the current cosmic situation. From his birth until this moment, everything related to him cannot be changed or erased. Furthermore, the current universe cannot be reversed. The current timeline is unique and locked. Everyone, please respect established history. So, don't even think about changing the past. The words of the cosmic consciousness become rules. The power of these rules will prevent the white light people from acting recklessly. Whether they can truly be stopped depends on which is stronger, the cosmic consciousness or the white light people. But having reached this point, the white light people are unlikely to ever again possess the power to crush the cosmic consciousness. Jiang Qi felt slightly relieved. She then looked at Yuan Heng, whose surface was constantly cracking. Yuan Heng's body was the husk he had painstakingly cultivated. He had even achieved separation between man and vehicle. If this body were lost, he would have to start all over again. While it was a pity, compared to losing one's life, losing one was no big deal. She stepped forward and extended her right hand towards Yuan Heng's face. Inside his sea of consciousness, Yuan Heng was completely suppressed by an endless black fog. As his sea of consciousness was saturated and damaged by the fog, his thoughts gradually became muddled. Yuan was still commenting noisily in his mind. "You're really a bit weak. You're taking a complete one-sided beating. Yuan Heng, shut up." If he hadn't been worried about this squishy being accidentally wiped out, why would he have dared not confront the White Light Man head-on? Why wouldn't he have dared to use the White Light Man's power to counterattack? Yuan, I read those 3 balls of light. So this is what happened in my past life. Yuan Heng, your past life, don't you know? Yuan, I merged too many memories at the time, and I rushed back to the past. I also had to preserve Jiang Qi's player profile and infiltrate it. So much was happening so fast that I lost some memories. He chattered on like a conversation. I was quite indifferent to her at first. I was afraid she'd remember me, but I was also disappointed that she didn't. But I also knew that one day, like number 1, I might suddenly leave her, so I didn't dare get too close to her. You understand this conflicting feeling, right? Yuan Heng remained silent, continuing to deal with the black fog's attacks. What the hell? He didn't want to hear any of this. Yuan was quiet for a moment, then added, I seem to be dying. I won't make it to see her again. I record what I want to say to her, and you can give it to her. Yuan Heng's veins bulged again. Shut up. You must say goodbye to her in person. The living can never compare to the dead, but if the dead can have a complete and proper farewell, she will always feel more at ease. Yuan stopped talking, but Yuan Heng could sense that his breath was indeed weakening. After all, he had been plucked from the void timeline by the White Light Man. After the White Light Man's furious refusal to maintain his existence, he had managed to hold on for so long. It was already a great achievement. Yuan Heng clenched his fists. He imagined Jiang Qi sitting on a mountaintop, calmly saying, I can't let go. He also remembered her silent, self-destructive devotion to strengthening her strength after Yuan number 1 disappeared. He also remembered her often staring at Yuan number 3, lost in thought, after Yuan number 2 died. He closed his eyes and unclenched his fists. I give you my body? Yuan, do you know what you're saying? Yuan Heng was very calm and composed. There's no place for you here, but you can certainly exist through me. We're co-opted. You won't have too many obstacles taking over everything I have. What about you? Yuan Heng gazed at the thick black fog ahead, calmly speaking as if speaking to someone else. She's been looking for you. After she regained her memories of her past life, she'd find it even harder to forget you. You twice pulled her out of trouble, and you accompanied her through countless years of humble beginnings. You mean more to her than I do. Jiang Qi was a very particular person, with a serious obsession with cleanliness. To her, Yuan number 2 and Yuan number 1 were 2 separate people, and number 2 couldn't replace number 1's place in her heart. So she avoided him for decades, closing her heart and living an ascetic life. Similarly, Yuan Heng could never replace Yuan's place. Someone who didn't appear at the right time wasn't the right person for her. When someone already held a significant place in her life, it was difficult for someone new to enter her heart. This was especially true for someone who shared a similar position. She would feel she owed the former a debt of gratitude by accepting the latter. And now, Yuan number 1, number 2, and number 3 had merged into the Yuan who had accompanied her throughout her life. What she had lost, what she had felt lost and guilty about, what she had desired but could not grasp, now merged into a complete being, appearing before her. With only this person, the missing piece in her heart was filled, leaving her with no regrets. This was the most perfect ending, the ultimate happy ending. Yuan Heng couldn't pretend ignorance when he knew exactly what she needed and longed for. He couldn't turn a blind eye when he knew she was just one step away from achieving perfection. So, he chose to withdraw, to give up his own delusions, to become the final piece of the puzzle, to fulfill her. That guy must have threatened her too. If she knew you were back, it would be even harder for her to accept your disappearance again. So you can't leave. Chapter 159. A moment of silence fell within the black fog. Yuan did not immediately respond to Yuan Heng's words. Yuan Hang thought this guy still had some conscience, and didn't rush to agree, perhaps because he felt embarrassed about robbing his body. But for Jiang Qi, he had already made a choice. Just as he was about to continue persuading him, a Yuan spoke softly. You've probably forgotten that your body is in imminent danger right now. Yuan Hang, you're still complaining. A Yuan, taking over your body will cause you to be slow to react for at least a period of time. At this critical moment, you can't let down your guard. Yuan Hang was silenced, and that was true. The black fog around him was fierce, its color growing darker and thicker, like an increasingly alien and rugged beast. Yuan Hang resisted while trying to find a way out. Suddenly, Jiang Qi's clear voice descended from above. Yuan Hang, follow me. Then, beams of colorful light powerfully slashed in from outside the black fog, instantly dispelling it. These rosy-colored beams of light suddenly illuminated the entire space, like a ray of hope piercing the abyss. Like arms, they entwined Yuan Hang, threatening to carry him out. From the black fog, the white light figure roared, Jiang Qi, do you really think I'm dead? A massive blade condensed from the black fog slashed down fiercely from the sky. Even though the colored beams blocked it, the blade still struck Yuan Hang's head. The next moment, a Yuan, hidden within him, was flung away. The pale figure, nearly fading, was instantly engulfed by the black fog. Yuan Hang, without a second thought, broke free from the colored beams that threatened to carry him away and instantly gave chase, only to be completely swallowed by the black fog. Outside Yuan Hang's body, Jiang Qi's body trembled. She frowned as she stared at her empty grasp. She tried to wrestle Yuan Hang's core consciousness from him, so she could free him and confront the white light man. But she failed. Yuan Hang had severed his connection with her. She could no longer sense him. What had happened? Besides, she seemed to have faintly sensed two auras. Recalling the white light man's words about splitting the timeline and digging a Yuan out, her brows twitched. Then, cracks appeared on the ice sculpture of Yuan Hang before her, and streams of black mist gushed out from the cracks. Crack, crack. The entire ice sculpture shattered, and black mist erupted. Jiang Qi's spirit escaped, returning to his body. In an instant, wherever the black mist reached, Jiang Qi's numerous restrictions shattered, and the surroundings became pitch black, and his spiritual consciousness was greatly hindered. Jiang Qi was also forced to retreat repeatedly, her face expressionless, her fists clenched. The white light man had succeeded. He had resurrected through Yuan Hang's body. He had returned to the human world through Yuan Hang. Under the encroaching black fog, the entire surrounding area became the white light man's domain. In the darkness, a terrifying storm gathered. The white light man's voice was filled with endless madness. Jiang Qi, you can't kill me. You, a thief who stole my gains, will never be able to defeat me. I will kill you, kill those traitorous trains, kill all the gods who betrayed me, and rewrite the rules of this universe. Jiang Qi said coldly, it's a good idea, but unfortunately, you will never be able to do it. She clasped her hands together and closed her eyes. The next moment, an incomparably bright and intense light emanated from her palms, ignoring the thunderous beams that instantly pierced the entire black fog. Outside the Zhongzhou plain, a group of gods sealed off the entire plain layer by layer. From above, the plain was shrouded in a thick black fog, within which swirled countless storms. Bright and fierce divine powers of various lights slashed back and forth between the fog and the storms. They could sense two terrifying forces battling each other. The destructive force unleashed by each clash could destroy the plane several times over. The only reason the plane hadn't been destroyed was because of the blockade array they had set up. This former Lord God is truly astonishing. Even after falling to this point, he's still able to rise. What do you think? Who will win this time? A god asked his colleagues. If Qishan wins, we all be safe. If... The words were left unfinished, but everyone knew that if the white light man won, they would all be doomed. Everyone was now extremely vigilant. Even if it was the white light man who emerged alive from the Zhongzhou plain, they would seize upon him while he was gravely injured and bring him to an end. The battle raged for several months. As the black fog that enveloped the entire plain gradually dissipated, the winner and loser were clear. The plain was in ruins, all traces of cities wiped out, all mountains and valleys flattened, the oceans reduced to deserts, the wetlands to wasteland, and the entire plain was devoid of any life. A wisp of black fog hidden deep underground was forcefully absorbed and drawn out, grasped in the palm of a cracked, pale hand. The black mist struggled desperately, its voice weak and panicked. Jiang Qi, let's both take a step back. You release me, and I release your train. Otherwise, if I perish, your train will. Jiangqi's skin was covered in cracks, her hair, skin, and eyes completely white. Her entire being seemed drained of color, as if her strength and life were also drained. She looked at the turbid ball of mist in her hand and, without waiting for him to finish, ruthlessly crushed it. The white light figure let out a final roar. Ah! With his complete destruction, the faraway 001 train, far away in another dimension, simultaneously disintegrated. As the white light figure had threatened, from this moment on, in this universe, across all timelines, every trace of faraway 001, even the memory of it in all human and non-human minds, was completely erased as if by a giant eraser. Jiangqi's body swayed slightly. She looked up at the sky, seeing the cosmic consciousness rising and falling like a tide in the boundless void. Immediately, a ray of sunlight shone down from the sky, landing on Jiangqi, a tribute from the cosmic consciousness. At the same moment, the gods, 3 layers deep within the plane, opened their eyes and looked up, their hearts trembling. Then, they shouted in unison, "Congratulations, our Lord, on your victory." Elsewhere, all beings capable of comprehending cosmic consciousness, all beings powerful enough to a certain level, felt a sense of relief and looked upwards toward a point in the sky. They all sensed that this universe was now completely devoid of only one divine master. In other words, the new master of this universe had finally been clearly and undisputedly born. Is it God Chi? Probably. We should celebrate. No, we should pay homage to the new master. Every god, every galaxy leader, every important figure, every faction, all wanted to pledge their loyalty to the new master, hoping to gain his favor or some benefit. However, after the battle on the Zhongzhou plain ended and Jiangqi disbanded the gods in the blockade, she simply vanished. People searched for the god, but couldn't find her, so they dispersed. Life continued on every plane, and every race continued, but knowing that there was a single divine master at the top, no one dared to take any drastic action. For a time, the universe was in perfect order, entering a period of profound peace and healthy development. As for the loss of the world's first train, no one was aware of it, and it didn't affect anyone's life. Xingxiao Galaxy, Hengyi Plain. There, the elusive Jiangqi appeared. She opened her hand, and a dim, pale blue light appeared in her palm. To be more precise, it was a large, dim ball of light, nestled within an even dimmer smaller ball of light. Jiangqi held the ball of light carefully, his eyes filled with apology. The white light man must be completely destroyed, not even the slightest chance of a comeback could be given. Before his demise, he would undoubtedly take Yuanhang 001 with him. All she could do was, with the assistance of the cosmic consciousness, quietly retrieve the 2 balls of light from the black fog and preserve them. Otherwise, why would the battle have lasted for so many months? Jiangqi touched the large ball of light. This was Yuanhang, while the smaller, weaker ball of light within it was Ayuan. If it hadn't been protected by the larger ball of light, the smaller ball of light would have dissipated long ago. They were both so weak, as if they would dissolve with a single breath. If they were separated now, neither of them would survive. Jiangqi's eyes wavered in hesitation, but he finally made a decision. I know you both probably don't want to merge, but right now, fusion is the only way to survive. If there's a chance in the future, I find a way to separate you. She looked up and saw that this plane was a vast energy storage station, originally prepared for her by Yuanhang. She had once absorbed a large amount of energy from it, but it had since been replenished. The energy here was now much greater than before, and it was the most gentle healing energy, perfect for nourishing Yuanhang and the others. She lifted the ball of light into the air, directing the surrounding energy toward it. A large healing and regeneration formation gradually took shape around it. From then on, Jiangqi guarded the ball of light while healing his own injuries. Year after year. Over 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Xinchi Galaxy, Blue Star Plain. This year marks Dong Xingfeng's 200th birthday. Thanks to the train survival game, people's lifespans have generally increased. Whether it's the various health-boosting items obtained from the game, the related products developed by the Academy of Sciences, or the healing methods possessed by those monsters, they all have a profound effect on strengthening the body. As a prominent leader on Blue Star, Dong Shafeng naturally prioritizes these valuable resources for people like her. Thus, even at 200 years old, she still looks only in her 40s or 50s, her body remarkably robust. However, as one's mental age grows, nostalgia inevitably sets in. Lately, she's been thinking about her youth, about the person who changed the fate of all of them, and even the fate of Blue Star. 100 years ago, that person became the universe's sole god lord. She was so happy for her, but she hasn't appeared since then. No one has heard from her in over 100 years. Dong Xiangfeng looked up at the sky, wondering if she had become a being like the cosmic consciousness, illuminating the entire universe and maintaining its order, or if she would fade into the background, acting as a ruler who rarely appears but can judge everything. I wonder if I ever see her again. The birthday banquet soon began, and top figures from all walks of life on Blue Star came to congratulate him. There were also many distinguished guests from other planes, and even other galaxies. As one of the founding members of the Star Network, now at the forefront, Dong Xiangfeng's name was known throughout almost half the universe. He was one of Blue Star's most important external contacts, as evidenced by the number and status of the guests. Just as the atmosphere at the birthday banquet reached its climax, everyone suddenly exclaimed in surprise. An ice blue train appeared in the sky. It wasn't very long or large, and its design wasn't particularly exotic or eye-catching, but it was nonetheless pleasing to the eye. As it approached, a powerful yet unobtrusive aura descended, causing all the experts present to tremble involuntarily. This aura? There's no hostility, no malice, yet it makes me want to submit. I can't muster the slightest thought of resistance. Yes, that's that person's presence. Could that person be here? The crowd erupted in excitement. The figures transformed from the intelligent trains looked at each other, their brows furrowed. What kind of train is this? Yuan Gui, I never heard of it. This is clearly an intelligent train, but intelligent trains have been out of production for years. The only one who can manufacture an intelligent train is. The intelligent trains looked at each other, then grew serious, straightened their clothes, and went to greet them. The Yuandui train, several dozen meters above the ground, transformed into a human. The ice blue train transformed into an ice blue humanoid, gracefully descending, its color gradually fading. When he finally landed on the ground, he had transformed into a handsome young man with black hair, fair skin, and a clear, bright gaze. Some of the guests were dazed. This person seemed familiar. Dong Xiangfeng also had a strange feeling, as if he had seen him before. The young man glanced around and accurately spotted today's protagonist, Dong Xiangfeng, in the crowd. Holding a gift box in both hands, he walked over to Dong Xiangfeng and said with a smile, "Hello, Ms. Dong Xiangfeng. I'm here to present you with a birthday gift sent by my master." "You, master?" Dong Xiangfeng looked at the gift box. Also on the box was a card with two simple lines of handwritten text. "Xiangfeng, long time no see. You're already 200 years old. I'm busy right now, so enjoy your birthday. I come visit you in a few days." The signature was a single word. She. Dong Xiangfeng stared at it intently. She, the people nearby, with sharp eyesight, also noticed the inscription. Their gazes fell on the signature, and a burst of discussion erupted, like drops of water in a frying pan. The signature is Qi. It's Qishan. No way. Would Qishan come all the way to celebrate a human's birthday? Are Qishan and Dong Xiangfeng so close? Yes, I heard that Qishan and Blue Star had a very good relationship over 100 years ago. Amidst the discussion, the Sea people, who had learned of Jiang Qi's identity, were already incredibly excited. After all these years, they finally heard news of Jiang Qi again. She still remembered Dong Xiangfeng. For all these years, they had never considered themselves Qishan's relatives, nor had they publicly revealed Qishan's relationship with Blue Star. Of course, Blue Star had already reaped the benefits of Jiang Qi, any more would have drawn ire. But today, Jiang Qi had sent Dong Xiangfeng this handwritten card and gift with such affection, expressing such a closeness that it was truly thrilling. This proved that Jiang Qi still remembered their old friendship. Even at such a high position, she still remembered Blue Star. Dong Xiangfeng's heart surged, and even more deeply moved, Jiang Qi spoke to her as a friend, just as he had always done. This was the greatest gift. She looked at the young man before her. "Is she okay?" The young man smiled. "She's fine." She didn't say much more. Dong Xiangfeng didn't ask any more. She invited the young man to join her, but he declined, saying he had to return to report. A nearby wisdom train couldn't help but ask, "Excuse me, are you the newly born wisdom train?" At this, the young man's already upright figure straightened even more, and genuine pride crossed his handsome face. "I am the first train created by my lord. My name is Yuan Gui 001. Adding 001 doesn't mean there's also 002, meaning it represents the only one. Yes, I'm the only smart train of the new era." On a certain plane, an ice blue train, like a long dragon, circled in the air several times before slowly descending, transforming into a human form again. Jiang Qi opened her eyes, and saw the young man squatting before her, head tilted. Jiang Qi paused, carefully examining his eyes. Confirming the look in his eyes, it must have been little Ayuan's consciousness today. She smiled and asked, "Did the gift delivery go smoothly?" Yuan Gui smiled. The journey was smooth. There were many people at the birthday party. Your friend is in good health and spirits, and was very touched by the card. Jiangqi nodded. That's good. Yuan Gui finished his words and squatted there, refusing to move. But those people seemed a little surprised to see me. Not really surprised, but a sense of déjà vu. They seemed to see reflections of others in me. Yeah, that's the feeling. He leaned in closer. Jiangqi, when you shaped me, did you incorporate reflections of others? Am I some kind of double you created? Jiangqi, Jiangqi poked the man's bright forehead with his index finger. Seeing his stubborn gaze, he sighed softly. Back then, she had nurtured the large ball of light within the smaller one, nurturing it for a full century before it was reborn into a complete consciousness. But they didn't merge into one, as Jiangqi had predicted. That ball of light contained Yuanheng's memories, Ayuan's memories, the memories of the 3 balls of light extracted from Jiangqi's old memories, and the various scattered fragments of memories that Ayuan had fused together during his rebirth. Each memory represented a once independent consciousness. Unfortunately, these consciousnesses, whether powerful or weak, each possessed a strong will, unwilling to submit to the other, leading to an incomplete fusion. The resulting consciousness was ultimately a chaotic collection of consciousnesses. This later manifested itself in the fact that this collection often exhibited different personalities. The term personality isn't quite accurate, it should be said to manifest different characters. Sometimes calm and composed like Ayuan, sometimes silent like Yuanheng, sometimes straightforward like the original number 2 Ayuan, and sometimes childish like number 3 Ayuan. There were even some personalities Jiangqi had never encountered. Jiangqi had no solution for this, but fortunately, the situation gradually improved over time. She wasn't anxious, didn't push, and certainly didn't intervene. When the consciousness regained its independence, she didn't prevent it from venturing out into the world, she simply created a new body for it. In this world, all the materials of Yuanheng 001 had vanished, even the materials of its origin had been destroyed. She couldn't create an identical trained body for it. However, when she returned from the past to the future, Yuanheng had given her a small train called Yuangui. She had kept this train in her personal space, unaffected by the White Light Man's death. So she took Yuangui out and modified its structure, making it larger and stronger. Thus, Yuangui 001 was born. Accordingly, this complex consciousness was named Yuangui. After all, calling him Yuanheng or Ayuan wasn't quite right. As Yuangui's consciousness gradually matured, and after merging with Yuangui 001, he began to travel widely. Jiangqi would quietly follow him, mainly fearing that he might be too naive and kidnapped by bad guys. After following him for a while, and confirming that everything was fine, she stopped following him, and sought a place with abundant and gentle energy to recuperate. After all, her injuries from the battle with the White Light Man that day had not yet fully healed. At that moment, she looked at Yuangui's seemingly indifferent, yet in reality stubborn gaze and sighed, "There's no shadow of anyone else, no substitute. You are you." Yuangui wasn't satisfied with this answer. "I know I have many different consciousnesses within me. We're taking turns now, but in the end, one will prevail. Which one do you most want?" Jiangqi remained calm. "Anyone is fine. I accept anyone." Yuangui frowned. "You're lying." Jiangqi smiled and stroked his smooth, black hair. "No, I used to be deeply troubled by this problem. So no matter which timeline I choose, I couldn't achieve perfection. Not only did I not achieve perfection, I also tortured others, and in the end, no one was happy." Her gaze grew distant, filled with regret. "After going through so much, after losing again and again, I learned that excessive obsession and insistence will never lead to good results." Even she herself wasn't sure which one she wanted. Choosing one would hurt the other, and she didn't dare choose. But if you step outside that box, let go of distractions, and view this relationship purely as a friendship worth living, everything will fall into place. At her level, personal feelings are a trivial spice. She still retains her humanity, but like a rounded stone with its edges smoothed out, like the vast ocean after a storm, she no longer clings to anything. Her eyes were filled with tenderness and tolerance as she gazed at the young man before her, whose features still seemed somewhat immature due to his relatively recent human form. "You must know that until this universe gives birth to another Godlord seed capable of replacing me, or until a being emerges from the outside world capable of defeating me, I will be immortal, and I will not let anything happen to you. So, we will be together for a very, very long time. So, I simply hope you're well, and that we're all well. That's enough. No matter which you are, it's still you, so either one is fine. Just treat it as a brand new you reborn. None of us should dwell on it. Yuan Gui looked into her eyes, pursed his lips, and lowered his gaze. Her eyes held tenderness, relief, a calmness like the sea, even the indulgence one might give to a child, but not love. This wasn't what he wanted. He wanted more than just a friend. Yuan Gui was learning how to be a human being, so his behavior followed the pattern of being active at night and dormant during the day. At night, he lay in bed, his consciousness immersing itself in the depths of a sea of consciousness. Here, clusters of consciousness floated like fragments, large and small, in a quiet, almost hushed state. It wasn't until this little Yuan's consciousness returned from the outside world that the other consciousnesses became active, anticipating new information from him. Of course, it was primarily about Jiang Qi. Hearing what she did every day, what she said, who she met, and whether she encountered any joyful events would excite the other consciousnesses for a long time. But the new information brought today silenced all the consciousnesses. Little Yuan bluntly stated his conclusion. Don't worry about who will ultimately occupy the new body. Each of us fragments only accompanied her for a moment, and ultimately, we can only receive a portion of her affection. If we continue to fight like this, no one will win. The consciousnesses fell silent. Little Yuan added, I agree to the fusion, even if it means losing my independent personality. Even if he ultimately won, he wouldn't receive Jiang Qi's love, and would even be treated like a child forever. This was unacceptable to him. The other fragments also agreed. Those fragments that had no direct contact with Jiang Qi had even less reason to persist. Even if each consciousness possessed a strong sense of autonomy, they would never prevail. In the end, only two giants remained, Yuan and Yuan. They exchanged a glance. Choosing fusion meant the possibility of being completely devoured by the other. Was he willing to accept this? Of course not. Yuan would even rather give up his body and disappear into the universe as an individual than choose fusion. But without fusion, he was doomed to never receive Jiang Qi's full affection. Yuan sighed softly, I disappeared and reborn so many times. It's not easy. I'm grateful to be where I am today. If I were to be devoured by you, I accept it. Yuan scoffed, but thought of Jiang Qi's calm yet sorrowful eyes. Never mind, as long as she's happy. This was the best outcome. He'd known it all along, hadn't he? He extended his hand, and Yuan did the same. The two hands clasped tightly together. The two consciousnesses swirled, entwining like the polar opposites of yin and yang. Little Yuan joined in, followed by Yuan number 1 and number 2, and other fragments followed suit, like shattered stars reuniting. The rotation grew faster and faster, forming a vortex, and a bright new star gradually emerged within it. Jiang Qi lay on the grass, her head resting on her head, gazing at the starry sky. After becoming a divine lord, she felt much the same as before, but in reality, a profound shift had occurred. She was no longer suited to close contact with ordinary people, nor could she freely offer aid and support to anyone. Even a small diversion of her resources could cause a massive imbalance. A divine lord could not harbor selfish motives or personal feelings. She could give Yuan Gui everything without limit, because Yuan Gui was now a part of her, an extension of her will, and would not lead to any imbalance or injustice. But being alone was inevitably lonely. She missed her old friends. So, after learning of Dong Xingfeng's 200th birthday, she asked Yuan Gui to deliver a gift. The results showed that Yuan Gui was now able to travel independently on business. She could finally relax a bit. Well, tomorrow I go see Dong Xingfeng, visit my hometown, and see my old friends. She closed her eyes, letting the breeze caress her face. Soft footsteps echoed from a distance. They were familiar, and so was the person's aura. Jiang Qi's lips curled slightly. Can't sleep? The footsteps stopped beside her, and she could feel a burning gaze on her. Which consciousness had changed again? Jiang Qi sighed, having decided to treat both consciousnesses with a calm and friendly attitude. She sat up and looked at the person, stunned. The face of a young man, fresh and innocent not long ago, seemed to have been accelerated, revealing the heroic spirit and maturity of youth. His eyes were filled with nostalgia, tenderness, gratitude, suppressed surging emotions, and so much complexity. He stood under the starry sky, his clothes and hair fluttering in the cool night breeze. Eyes brighter than the stars smiled. Jiang Qi, from now on, can I call you Achi?